Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
It is the final day of the group stages here for the PUBG EMEA Championship for Spring 2024. My name is Tekkel, also known as Sam. I'm going to be your host, and joining me on our virtual studio, Avenger and Mark are here to share all their insight about what you can expect. Saga and Felix will be casting a little bit later as we jump into game, so let's get straight into it. It is going to be a very hyper day, and I'm sure, Avenger, that there are some teams who have obviously played Friday and Saturday who are going to be watching the stream very closely to see if they've made it through to the grand finals.
Yeah, right. We have a lot of teams that's on this cost period, this hypothetical cutoff around this 60 to 65 point mark. And then we have some teams that are already in the top 8 that is also playing today, namely, of course, Twisted Mind and BB team that's going to be a little bit scary to face off against. Potentially could be sponging a lot of points, and also could be denying some of these big name contenders that so far haven't gotten that many points and put them into the last chance where they're going to have one more try to get to the grand finals.
You mentioned the last chance qualifiers, and that is part of our format in this competition. Of course, we've had a bunch of teams competing in the group stages. Only 8 of them can make it straight through to the grand finals. The rest will move to the last chance qualifiers. And Mark, why do you not want to play in the last chance qualifiers? Why do you want to make sure you get all the way to the grand finals as quickly as possible?
Just that golden ticket, right? Get to the grand finals now. You can sit back, you can make and update your notes from these other teams. You look at the lights of our leaderboard, there's something quite low down there, and expectations are some big names might be fighting it out and duking it out, and you just don't want to be in a position actually you're leaving it down to those last couple of games to get your ticket. Hit and miss, get it qualified today, get yourself over the line, and make sure you secure your ticket to the grand finals.
We're going to presume that most of you watching are big PUBG fans, so you already know how this all works. But in case there's one or two of you that have stumbled upon this stream and have absolutely no idea what competitive PUBG is all about, let's explain. We have our teams in the lobby, and what they want to do is they want to finish as high as they possibly can because they get placement points. And of course, like you can see on your screen there, they get 1 point per kill as well. So you want to be aggressive and make sure that you stick it out till the end game. That's how it all goes down. And of course, the reason you want to do that is because here at PEC Spring, we have an incredible prize pool up for grabs. So much money for you to get in your back pocket if you're one of the teams that make it through to that grand finals weekend. So that's going to be in the back of all of our teams in the group stages' minds. This is something that they want. If you finish in the top 8, you're guaranteed to get yourself in the money, and of course get your hands on those elusive PGC points. So I'll tell you what, Avenger, seeing as we're talking to noobs that we are presuming are in the chat, what exactly are PGC points?
PGC points is the points that make you go to PGC at the end of our year here, PUBG Global Championship, that we've now had the pleasure of having many a times. Of course, that's where the biggest glory usually is. And here, of course, we're going to have PEC Spring, PEC Fall, but also the Esports World Cup EMEA qualifier is going to net you some of those PGC points. So that is obviously super important to get into that.
I decided to do that a little bit differently because we go through this format all the time, and I always presume everyone knows, but I thought it might be fun just to, dumb it down a little bit, and there you go. Now we know exactly. I have to get a drink. Yeah, you need to have a little drink. Why are you drinking out of like a science beaker? What is that?
Well, it's a good way to have 2 pints sitting there waiting, so I don't have to, move back and forth. I want to watch the games,
It's like a full-on weird science lab. I don't know what goes on there. Okay, let's take a look at the highlights from day 2 because, Mark, this was a chance for Ascend and Marbles to secure their spot in the grand finals, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, I think we came away from day number 1 and give or take this team was in. But Mad Bulls, they didn't disappoint. Ascend did not disappoint. They didn't even have a day off. They just secured and locked in that golden ticket. Another team for me, though, was Pod Stamina. They produced a really, really good game. It was an opportunity for a couple of teams to sort of show their first time on this stage, put some points on the board, and despite with Mad Bulls and Ascend going around and farming as many points as they can, there was a couple of other cheeky squads getting a few points underneath their belt.
Win or die, they came in as a wild card from Brutality Avengers. They also had a really good day, able to get a bunch of points on the board. Have they done enough, though, to get them through into the grand finals? That's what we'll find out today, right?
Yeah, 45 points yesterday here. Obviously super important for them to get that. They had a little bit of a struggle day 1. So sitting on 70 points, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be safe with that. I think that's going to be, they could potentially be like 7th or 8th. But I'm pretty sure they're going to be safe inside this here. It all comes down to how many teams in the very top is going to sponge up points, right? Are we going to see Twisted Minds and BB team potentially foot and face, step on the gas and just take way too many points to be kind of left for the rest? If they do, they're going to be completely fine and maybe even be in, 7th. But if they don't, and it's very spread out and it's very, very close, they might be in kind of that team that is gatekeeping everyone from getting into the top 8.
We're going to take a look at the leaderboard once these highlights are finished, and then it'll make a little bit more sense to you, because I know it can be a bit confusing to try and remember which teams are in which groups. Remember, we saw Group A and B play on Friday, then Group B and C play yesterday, and now we get to see Group A and C compete, which means certain teams like the likes of Win or Die, Mad Bulls, and Ascend are not playing Na'Vi as well. They have to hope that they've done enough. The rest of the teams now are going to start competing. And this is going to be interesting for me, because the fan favorites, Mark, the phases and the foots, are they going to be able to do enough to pull themselves into the top 8?
Oh, it's a difficult question to answer. If you're a FaZe or Foot fan, you believe they can. They've got the knowledge, they've got the capabilities. But I was talking with Batornis today. He believes they haven't got enough in it now to get through. We've got 6 games today. Are they going to fall short? Well, if they fall short, they go to that lower bracket, which we saw. Would expect them to come through that 100%. But it all really depends on these first couple of games, as Mike was saying. If we see FaZe and Foot go for it and get as many points as they can, are they just replacing Mad Bulls and Ascend? Are they going to be taking away all the points from the other teams that so desperately need it? Potentially. I also believe they're a bit too far away, but it's all down to game number 1, Sam.
I mean, Avenger, though, FaZe and Foot, they didn't have I wouldn't say it was the greatest start on day number 1 when they played. So, I mean, do they change that up? Is it going to be enough? What happened on day 1 with those 2 teams? I
mean, they have the fragging capability. I just want to see them put placement points on the board, right? We're talking 6 and 4 points respectively for Foot and FaZe here, and that's just not enough. Like 23, 24 points. They need to have like 45 plus points games, both of them today. Plus we know Twisted Minds is going to go ham. Plus we know BB Team is going to go ham, right? And also with both Twisted Minds and BB Team playing, could they see this as an opportunity to say, all right, well, Foot and FaZe, we know they're a contender once we get to the grand finals. Should we maybe try to kind of force them into the last chance qualifier and put some pressure on them through that and see how they do? On the other side, as Mark said, I'm 100% sure that if FaZe or Foot goes to the last chance, they're going to absolutely destroy it there. And as we've been saying for many years now, with this kind of double elimination system that we've been running with, if you could guarantee yourself to go to grand finals, you would always want to have as many competitive games as possible, right? And last chance is going to be as competitive as anything.
Fair enough, but no one really wants to be in last chance, because it can be slightly risky about making it through. Yeah. Sure. I think last year we saw some big names not make it out of the last chance qualifiers, and it was terrifying for the fans. Now that we've seen all the groups, though, I'm curious, Mark, which group do you think is the strongest?
Still put my hand on that Group B. I was interested to see Group C come out, obviously, yesterday. I actually really intrigued to see what Group A and Group C do, because when you take that strong Mad Bulls and Ascend out of that mix from Group B, these guys have got a bit of freedom to movement. As we said, we've got Twisted Minds in here, we've got FaZe, we've got Foot. Normally on paper, you look at it and you go, this is a stacked lobby. This is going to be really contending. But taking out the Mad Bulls, which came out performing massively, I'm really interested to see. But answer your question, B was the strongest group for me, but I am kind of intrigued to see what happens tonight.
Avenger, are you in agreement? Do you think it was Group B when you see all of these groups now that they've all had a chance to play?
I mean, there's no denying it right after we saw the performance, but on paper it should have been A. As I heard Kovo say yesterday, is like they're a little bit surprised how A worked out once they played against them. But yeah, it could be a completely different composition once we see A and C play. Like we could have some of these teams come back and completely change plans, play a whole different style. We could see, like, if you have a team like Foot that goes really hard for center compounds, we're going to have a lot more pressure with very capable shooters in the center of the circle. So we'll see what happens, really. There was, because, and also Kovo mentioned this yesterday, but let's reiterate it here, because there are so many teams that are dying in phase 1, 2, and 3 here, fighting super early on, there's just super much space on that edge. And kind of also in a later stage of the game, you had much more time to fight, because there was not 4 or 5 teams fighting for one position on the edge. It was 2 or 3 teams, right? So you only have to eliminate or third party one team, and then you basically have an edge to yourself. So it's really interesting to see how competitive it is today, of course, but also how everything works out in terms of these teams that are very hard focusing on trying to get to those center compounds in phase 1 and 2, but also how many teams are going to die kind of early on and take these risky and unnecessary fights that we've been seeing some of these teams take. And as we've been pointing out, and Mark said yesterday as well, like, you need to stay 3 or 4 guys alive if you want to get into these late game points, and some teams have simply not had that.
Some teams haven't had it. Some teams have, though. One of them, Na'Vi, who you won't see today. They've played their 2 days, but I believe that they've probably done enough to stick in the top 8, unless we have massive pop-offs. It is a new roster, one with no chance. Avenger, we're confident they're going through to the grand finals. A brand new roster, which we spoke about a lot on day 1. Excited to see them in action. We have. And also, we thought we'd catch up with them to help us level up our competitive PUBG game. They've shared some of their top tips, so let's see what they had to say.
Дуже часто я використовую фішку, яка допомагає мені пушити будинки чи якісь кімнати. Вона полягає в тому, що ви руйнуєте середню та нижню частину двері і заходите швидко в кімнату чи в будинок, і супротивник вас не буде очікувати, що ви зайдете всередину. Таким чином ви швидко його вб'єте, ізі фраг. Як це виглядає? Просто швиденько зруйнуємо середню та нижню частину двері і заходимо в будинок. Наступна фішка, про котру хочу розказати, це дропшот. Полягає вона в тому, що ви швидко лягаєте без анімації. Противник не очікує такого, тому що загалом люди ціляться в голову і в тіло. Як це зробити? Ви спочатку сідаєте, а потім лягаєте. Це потрібно нажати дуже швидко, для того, щоб скіпнути анімацію. І виглядає це таким чином. Наступна фішка – при піканні не використовувати наклони. Це працює лише тоді, коли ви робите це з правої сторони. Ворог вас дуже погано бачить, а ви маєте дуже добрий, дуже хороший обзор на нього. Таким чином вам дуже легко зробити фраг, нокнути чи задамажити вашого противника.
Одна з фішок – це якщо ти стоїш на рельєфі і тобі потрібно швидко створити укриття зі смоку, використовуй таку фішку. Береш смок, підриваєш щеку і швидко нажимаєш на зброю. І смок падає влучно під собою. Я використовую такі фішки часто, коли потрібно засейвити свого тімейта. Так, переходимо до наступної фішки. Якщо тобі потрібно швидко перезарядити зброю, використовуй таку фішку. Натискаєш R, дивишся на нижню частину екрану і назад на зброю. І я використовую такі фішки часто у файтах.
There we go, some tips from Na'Vi, and now let's talk about what we can expect today as we see these teams. Now, you both mentioned their Group B was the heavy hitters for the last 2 days. With them out of the picture, does that give an opportunity for FaZe and Foot to perform? Because I do think that they're the fan favorites, Avenger, and they did not show up on day 1.
Yeah, as we said here, 6 and 4 placement points is simply just not enough. I want to see them get placement points today, and we know they're capable to do so.
Mark, LLW was a team that on the first day I actually was quite impressed with them, and I know that they were sitting in the top 8 at the end of day 1. Can they keep that momentum going, do you think, coming into today?
They come to that EMEA bracket, and they were the ones that put on 4 chicken dinners back to back. I think the big question is, will they get stopped by a team like Foot? They've got a better run rate, so they're averaging sort of about 7 points per game at the moment. If they continue at that rate, they won't make it. They really need to dig deep, and I think digging deep in this last day is going to be key for some of these teams to make sure they knock out the likes of August and How off these sort of top 7, top 8 spots.
Let's have a little bit of fun. Which teams do you think are going to be joining, I mean, let's say it, Ascend, Mad Bulls, Na'Vi, maybe Win or Die in the top 8, Mark?
Oof, we spoke about it just before off air. So my logic at the moment will be Pod Samlet will work their way in. August thinks too close. I think How is a bit short as well. So then it could be any trials. I think Bumble Squad have been performing quite well as well. So my logic would be kind of Pod Samlet, Bumble Squad. But again, they need to start really well, Sam, for them to keep that rate up and then sort of knock out the August and How combo they've got.
Avenger, who's making it into the top 8?
Yeah, I agree. Like as we talked about here, like I don't think Hal August has enough points. I think there's 4 close contenders: Bumble Squad, Potsdam LLW, even maybe No Tag as a 5th contender, and any trolls in chat that is extremely close. That's gonna fight for essentially 2 spots, right? And then we have these kind of not dark horses, but in terms of how many points they're behind, Foot and FaZe. can they pull a rabbit out of the hat and get like 50 plus points, 45 plus points today, and get into that 71 plus mark? Because that is what everyone is gunning for today. Like if you're in the mid pack right now, you have 45-ish or so points. That's your aim. That is what you're focusing on. You want to get above Win or Die, because then you feel way more safe, and that's kind of the third team besides Howl or Augless. But Howl, Augless, I don't see them in the top 8 at the end of the day. And to be honest, I think Win or Die is going to be that cutoff point at 70 here, unless we see those exact kind of 4, 5, or 6 teams get most of the wins, or the majority of the top 3 plus the kills that they need, because it needs to kind of line up perfectly for Win or Die to be cut out. Or if we see BB Team or Twisted Minds not go out and get a triple digit total points, like get 40 some points today, both of them, then the Win or Die might be cut out too.
I was about to say, as you were talking, I was like, why is no one saying BB Team or Twisted Minds? Because I do think
they're
those
good.
two
They're already in top 8, right?
Are you already considered? Okay, we're not even talking about them because we've decided. I'm curious. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. And I'm wondering, Saga Felix, who do you think is making it through to the top 8?
It's a tough one, definitely. We've had 15 minutes of speculation going over the results from the previous couple of days, but everything changes today. I have to say, the way that things are going, Pod Samolet and Bumble Squad definitely... Pod Samolet definitely a team that we would have looked at coming into this, but Bumble Squad, first place in the MEA round of 16, actually bringing in some very solid performances on day number 1 of their performance in the group stage. I think they might just be able to do it. What about you, Felix?
Yeah, I think Bumble Squad had amazing games yesterday. We saw them take home a win as well, which is something obviously not all of these teams, not even the big names, were able to do yesterday. So excited to see them again. And as you said, they played a great qualification. You could really tell they improved through these 5 rounds that they did play in the PAX Spring qualification as well. And that's just what I really like to see, right? If a team like this really improves during the qualification as well, gets more consistent, improves in terms of fragging power as well, then honestly, the sky's the limit.
So for the teams in Group B, they are done and dusted. They have no more games to play, and Win or Die currently the team that will be sat at home watching, sweating, and hoping that 70 points is enough. And let's kind of bear in mind, we look back at their stats over their previous 2 days of games, look at their Miramar performances. In the 4 games played, they got a grand total of 2 points. That's pretty atrocious. However, they have been rescued by their own performances on Vikendi, with 39 of those 70 points coming in those 2 Vikendi games. So those wildcard maps still having a massive impact. Win or Die just has to sit back and hope that it's enough to hold on to their point. They've got a little bit of a buffer with teams below them, but the next 2 teams right behind them, Twisted Minds BB team, very much expected to overtake and push them down into that 6th spot where it gets a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, you just honestly, who would bet against it, right? Twisted Minds and BB Team, they've played such a great tournament so far. You can really tell they're on point. Even though Twisted Minds did have problems in recent times coming into tournaments and just performing the way maybe the fans expected them to as well, but in this one they really came out swinging once again. To be reminded, Twisted Minds, BB Team, both of them on 6 matches only, so the next 6 matches are going to be coming in today, and I'm going to be excited to see maybe if some of these teams, maybe if they get a really crazy day, not really be able to overtake Ascent, maybe even get close to Map Balls, because we've seen Map Balls, sure, they had 2 amazing days, but then again, it's only just a bit above double the points from Twisted Minds, so there is definitely the opportunity for Twisted Minds to maybe even take a look at the 1 spot.
And we can't really rule out the possibility again that if we think back to day number 1 where Mad Bulls was just dominating everyone, that top 8 cutoff point was far lower than we anticipated. So if the teams that we do expect to come out swinging, Twisted Minds, if BB Team come out and look dominant, they win let's say 3 or 4 of the games today, there's every possibility that 70-point cutoff point might be a little bit lower. It won't be low enough that Howl and Augless can feel safe at all, but there is a sneaking possibility that those teams that are down towards the bottom end of the bracket, your Carnivores, your Sticky Gummies, teams that haven't had the best of times in their first performance, can turn things around and sneak in if the cards fall on the table in the right way. But it's a very long shot, and if they want to make it possible, they have to start out game 1 looking strong.
Absolutely, yeah. As you said, I think it's kind of a play from some of these teams overperforming massively to some degree at least, and sponging up all the points, to put in Avengers' words, and then plenty of other teams, top contenders. We're talking about FUT, we're talking about FaZe, kind of underperforming. We thought they were going to start us strong, and they did. Until pretty much the second, third game, and each of them kind of just fell apart. So I'm interested to see both these teams, especially now, come in today and just bring their A game, because they really need to. As you said, the cutoff point might just be a little bit lower than where we expected, but it's surely not enough at the moment, and if they continue playing that way, they're not going to make it.
But Esports, another one. Their Tego performance, a big earner for them. 13 of the points that they were able to pick up, 24 in total. 13 of them came from that one Tego game. So big margins, but again, 13 points from their current position in the standings would boost them up something like 7 or 8 points in the table. So just a couple of those games and they might be right back in contention for those all-important top 8 spots. But let's not forget that those who don't make it into the top 8, it's not over for them. They still get the chance to come back next week and play through the lower bracket. The stakes will be higher. That is the elimination portion of the bracket, and the bottom 8 there go home empty-handed. But for now, they have the safety net to fall back on, but that does not mean that they can go into this feeling anything other than pressure.
No, after all, it is about the PGZ points, and they want to get to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the last day of the group stage. We're heading into Miramar, the sandy wastelands of Miramar to be exact. And with that being said, once again, it is the last 6 matches of the group stage. Stay tuned.
And it's the first match of day number 3 of the group stages. The last opportunity for these teams to get those points on the board. There are certain teams in this lobby who are not too far away, and with 6 games to go, you very much expect that the competition will be fierce. Any trolls in chat, LolW, Pod Samilet, Bumble Squad, only 10 points away from the likes of Howl and Auglas, who currently hold on to that 8th place position. But that's more teams than we have slots available. So they have to not only outdo themselves, but outdo one another as well. And we expect the competition to get very, very fierce between the two, potentially even get some early game engagements, tangling, maybe a little bit of targeting, should the zones allow for it. But for now, everyone is going to go their separate ways. LolW, maybe Schengen a little bit close to FaZe Clan, but just for vehicles, they should get away with it. And phase number 1 will be popping in just a second.
Yeah, we're talking about FaZe Clan at the beginning of this day, and rightfully so. These guys currently in quite the precarious spot. 23 points, hashtag 20 on the leaderboard in terms of, leaderboard position. And once again, 4 placement points only. They need to get into late game. We haven't really seen that. I think it was once or twice they only got into top 8. I think one of the rounds was like a 4th or maybe 5th place. So that was the majority of placement points they even got. And you can see it. Gustav, 7 frags as opposed to Corexi is only on 1 single elimination at the moment in the 6 matches that they've played. This is not gonna, I'm pretty sure this is not gonna be the end table after today's game, but even so, that is already pretty worrying, to be honest.
I mean, it was FaZe Clan that really started off the momentum for Mad Bulls in our earliest of the Miramar games. They just full sent it into their compound and got absolutely shredded right off game number 1. So maybe they'll temper their aggression a little bit. LolW, though, coming in once again, first place seed through the EU round of 16 open qualifiers, looked incredibly good. And it's really good to see that they're bringing that performance to the table here as well. Pretty consistent across all the maps, but Erangel has been their most beneficial so far, averaging 10 points per game. That's put them in a good position to try and make a run in towards the top 8. The zone this time around, maybe not the best position for them. There's a couple of teams ahead of them, and it's very likely they're going to have to try and find a way to get up onto that power grid plateau in similar fashion to what we saw in our early Miramar in day number 1, where it was any trolls in chat that were holding onto power grid. Of course, now with Twisted Minds in the lobby, they've had to go elsewhere.
Ooh, and you can see for Esports, we were talking about them so much as well. T-Bone, 6 frags, 83, but Vard, he's been the one to secure the highlight reels, so to speak. He's been the one that was predominantly featured on the PUBG Esports social channels as well, if you have taken a look into that. He's had some clips. He's had some clips, and it was pretty amazing to watch him play, even though they didn't really have the success as a team. Vard did have massive individual impact, and I'm hoping today the whole team is gonna just get glued together, because I feel that's been the main problem, just everyone doing their own thing to some degree, and then really being put into very tough spots in terms of circles as well. So we'll have to wait and see, but I'm not too worried about FUT Esports.
I like the fact that we get to hear the advice from the players, what they think, what they feel is the most important aspects of competitive PUBG. Foot Esports, very much about the team play, all about scouting, positioning, feeding that information over, good communication. And then today's advice we get from Na'Vi is just how to mechanically dumpster on your opponents. Like, it really shows the difference in priority, and you can really see that in the Na'Vi playstyle. 71 kills and only 27 placement points. The second top fraggers in the lobby overall. And, well, 98 points is their reward. So getting aggressive, putting those individual mechanics to use is definitely the Na'Vi game plan. Slightly different scenes from what we've seen from a couple of the teams. And you can see that in the way that they talk about what's important to them coming into the lobby. But for now, Na'Vi definitely have the better side of it. And Foot Esports, typically when they find themselves in this position, we hear it time and time again from T-Bone in interviews, you know, we just gave too much respect to our opponents on the first day. We played too cautiously. We go full send, balls to the wall on day number 3, we come out and dominate. So that's very much what we expect to see. Don't expect them to take that place and play safe and passively on the edge. Expect them to push their advantages when they get the chance.
Yeah. I have to wait and see if that is the game plan for today. First time they wanted to perform and execute that game plan. Didn't really work out perfectly, but then again, as you've said, it is a reoccurring theme, so to speak, with Foot Esports, as we are heading into a phase 2 at the moment. Pretty stacked center circle. You can see already, not only around Power Grid, plenty of teams to position themselves, but also around St. Martin, Port, playing a very unusual spot, I want to say, for phase 1, just on top of Anthropic. Not really going for these buildings where you would normally get lots of information and access towards the northern side, but play just behind that. I think they just spotted out SG towards the southern side and kind of stopped them in their tracks in terms of spreading out even more so. The rest of the teams towards the eastern sides are rotating in as well.
Getting up on the high ground, take the vision over the area. Might actually give them a line of sight on towards Sticky Gummies, Baron Peak and Laza, who have just pulled up in those dips. We saw FaZe Clan consider taking this position on their first day of games before the zone shifted hard to the south, which is still a possibility. We could once again see the likes of BBL and Bumble Squad, who are still holding down that low ground to the south side of the zone over towards Picado. We could see them get a favorable phase 2 shift. For now, Pod Samolet have made their way down from the plateau, looking for a different avenue forwards. They were under a lot of pressure from Baldanini all the way over on the church and graveyard as they tried to find their way up the high ground. They're just going to have to reconsider their approach and back out and make a rapid different entrance.
Makes total sense. I was expecting to see that as well. I think Part, as soon as they realized Entropic was playing the buildings up top, and SG was playing towards the southern side, and obviously Twisted Minds, which is what everyone expects in this lobby, right? Everyone knows Twisted Minds going to play this bit when Power Grids get centered up, that they would probably look for a different end. You can see them wrapping around St. Martin as well. And them having prepared for this lobby as well. I think they know that no one else is really on the northern side except for BB Team. BRB and Bumble Squad, though. Deep towards the southern side. Interesting teams. Bumble Squad especially. They've put up, as we said in the pre-show already, a great performance and the first stages of this tournament. But no one's really sure. Can they keep this up? Right? It's to me at least, it's kind of an unwritten paper to some degree. I'm really interested to see whether or not they can secure the spot today. They've definitely got the chance with 46 points, but they will need a couple of more big rounds.
Yeah, they've set this foundation for themselves, particularly on the OG maps. Erangel, Miramar have been their big points earners. So, fortunately for them, we have the majority of maps that we're playing be those. They've not really done all too well when it comes down to Tego and Vikendi. But again, when you're talking about MEA teams coming into lobbies with a lobby that is particularly predominantly EU, you're playing against teams that you're not familiar with. You're not 100% online with their playstyle, their rotations, their timings, and those little things can cause big issues. So it's good to Bumble Squad at the very least when they have that comfortable terrain. They're looking to play it out to their advantage. They've actually somehow taken away BBL's home turf away from BBL, who's slightly over to the west. Both, though, hoping for that sudden shift to come through in about a minute and a half.
I'll have to wait and see what BBL does as well. I've seen them plenty of times rotate around the western side of this hill, not straight up towards Power Grid, but the western side around and looking to third-party teams that are going to be fighting and trying to get up the hill from the western side as well towards the first Power Grid compounds towards the west of it, or even just at the high grounds position, the mountaintops themselves. But, yeah, once again, if that shift doesn't happen, if that's decide to go south, obviously that would be massive shift for them. Marsilek, one of the fan favorites that we saw in the chat. maybe just being the first one to potentially do something big against the foot, and it, oh my goodness, is an immediate headshot. Beamie almost get flushed back down, but Vard is there for the trade. Oh, is this important trade to top it off? Maybe, just maybe Beamie can be saved. Marseille couldn't get that last shot off. And that makes it a 3-on-3 at the moment, with both of these players pretty much an unpushable situation. We can see for Esports, they're going for it. They don't want to let anyone get close to Marseille. They want to make sure they get this flush.
Beamie was so close to being eliminated. Marcelek could have typed a smiley face in his Twitch chat. It would have killed him off. But huge from Vard to turn around and get that all-important trade. ATC, they were a little bit later on the rotation. They kind of went through Los Leones, completely caught Foot off guard. That's happened time and time again to Foot Esports. It's typically, I mean, time and time again, it's BB team that comes out later than they expect a team to rotate in from the blue zone behind. But this time, Marcelek pulled up silently and was so close to getting the opening, but he pays for his crimes, and Vard is the enforcer. 3 seconds to go before phase 2 will arrive. And Twisted Minds already expanding their hold, hoping for a central shift, and they do get it.
Wow.
Batulin's on that rock, home territory. They're going to be loving this.
Look at this split the Twisted Minds have got going on. They still had 2 players in Power Grid. They was pretty much split from the southwestern center of the circle towards the northeastern center of the circle. And shortly with this split, they're going to group up. You can see them leaving Power Grid as well. Even though the circles that we've seen in recent times do decide to favor the kind of southeastern part of this map in terms of endings, but this round might just be a little bit too centered up towards the southwestern side of things, so you can see them try to not only go for the airdrop, but also these positions in the current deep center. This compound, obviously, a very strong one as well, very hard to breach, but on the other hand, pretty hard to push out of as well. But with the split up top, I'm sure they're not going to have any problems.
Twisted Minds, as well as that strong central position, they've got themselves a bit of a 2-1-1 split now, holding on to the shanties on the southwest of Power Grid. Batulins, of course, on his all-important position up on top of the rock to gather and feed the information, but Perfectix just couldn't quite get in the door quickly enough. Almost got a unknock at the hands of the Carnivores, who have pulled up. They made a bit of a send straight through the center of Fairy Tale split, just on the western side, north of Monte Nuevo. Now, ATC, they've pulled up once again, still on the southeastern side of the zone. Foot Esports wrapping even further around, just trying to find any sort of entrance. But Kron, he's crept his way out of the compound, and Azazel, if he starts firing shots from this little shack, he might just get caught out with no chance of a trade.
Yeah, let's see if Kron can make something happen. We've seen these sneaky plays, these sneaky individual plays in recent times very, very often work out in favor of the individual player pushing this one, and you can see, oh, he's just inside the shack. Kron expects it, though. Kron sees him. 19 damage only. Isn't able to take him down just yet, and his position is being spotted out. Usually, the player just creeps on back, but Kron continues to peek it. Almost gets the knock as well, as Carnivores do fall back, just as Fairy Tale does. This is quite a dangerous peek, and I was worried there for the second one, but apparently not too many people. You can see teams as well towards the northern and especially western sides of Fairy Tale's got it all under control. No one else there to really backstab them. No really third-party problem or potential for them. So a pretty good peek coming up from Kron.
Heads up play, though, from Azazel. He's had the first spray come through, didn't get the knock that Kron was looking for, and he knew that there was going to be utility to try and follow up, whether it's a blue zone grenade, a Molotov, or a frag. He could not remain in that shack. So he took a bit of a risk, hops out the window, and makes a run for the ridge and gets the timing just right. Kron lands a couple of extra bullets, but no headshots. And the attempt at a play from Fairy Tale that may just have taken down the anchor of the Carnivores and given them a play forwards does not work out quite in their favor. But at the very least, he can fall back, doesn't lose his life, doesn't lose too much for it. Double crashes into nothing as they try to make a bit of a move now. Any trolls in chat, the zone has really not favored them once again, and now even FaZe Clan have leapfrogged them, taking a more direct approach straight down the line alongside Bumble Squad on the opposite side of the road. They've got 20 seconds to try and scout out an approach to see wherever this phase 3 shift goes.
Yeah. They do have a little bit of time, but then again, there's so many spots already being taken. At least some of the compounds down towards the southern side could potentially be used to just play in deeper, especially since BBL's got a pretty big split going. But FaZe still needs to make it happen fast if they want to, and we've seen them do fast rotations towards the southern side very, very often. Next zone shifts, it's kind of a centralized one again. Twisted Minds, I might just regret taking a position that far west for the other teams. Once again, that means lots of playing area on the southern side has just shifted out, and FaceClan, they're just letting everyone rotate ahead of them, especially for the Esports. Might just come back to bite them.
Yeah, this is a zone that, if we go back 6 months ago, was more than likely impossible. But it's the rework on Miramar, particularly that big section of rocks just to the north of Picardo on the south side of the Power Grid Plateau. Those classic Batulin's rocks, those being taken away, flattened out a little bit more accessible, and the land ratio has been adjusted to match. And so this is a zone that we would not have seen in last year's Miramar before the rework, before the changes were made. But now it's an area that, once again, it's treacherous terrain. There is still high ground around, and Batulins is doing everything he can to hold on to it as long as possible. But there is a huge stack of ridges, little dips that are somewhat playable. It's not going to be a position where you're going to pick up an 18-kill win, but if you're ATC and if you don't get smashed out of your vehicle by minis at long range, you might find a place to pull up and survive for a little longer. But Double does need to be cautious because he's one more mini shot away from going down himself. He will get to safety, but Sparta, unfortunately, will be sacrificed along the way.
Oh, and it actually goes towards the account of BUM, as you can see. Smash not able to finish this one. And you can see Twisted Minds and the Rocks now. They want to get a peek on towards this as well, but FaceClan still in trouble on that rotate. Got about a minute 20 to still find a position in this one, but for the Esports, have got them pretty well cornered. 80 still playing outside of his own compound and outside potential playing spots inside the next safe circle. Just to potentially harass FaceClan some more. They know that these guys need to rotate in as well. Once again, for Esports might just be the first entrance towards them, but playing a 2-2 script right now could be dangerous for them as well, depending on how FaceClan is going to play the next one. They do decide to go for an Eastern rotate. Question is, where do they head? This is an important one now for FaceClan. They need to find an entry. At the moment, they've got very limited information on any of the rotates that will now come through, and they do decide to just send it on through. 2 teams now towards the right, 2 teams towards the left. Let's see if FaceClan can make it.
Well, there's a shack in sight. ATC are already pulled up on it. Maybe this will just be the play, or maybe they keep going. They know about the dips on the southern side of the power grid, but will that really be the play? They hit a tree. It's not ideal. Double can't quite commit to landing the spray, and they have just disappeared over the top of the ridge. They can't overpeak onto this because Batulins has now got Perfectix alongside him up on the rocks, and both of them trained on the door to that shack. But FaZe seemingly going to get away with this. Never mind. Perfectix just sits down, James. He actually tried to expand their hold a little bit further up the hill and gets punished for it. Twisted Minds found an angle towards it, and any trolls in chat were not there to put the pressure back on towards them and prevent the peak over the top.
Desperate play coming out from FaceClan. They just couldn't find an entry, and these northern shifts just kept on happening. And as I said, if you do let the other teams just rotate on in front of you, it's going to be very, very tough. But then again, FaceClan, they had that knock on, I believe it was Correxy, that they had to wait for until they can get the rotate going, and that just made it so possible. Going over to the next fight towards the southwestern side. Bassi, though, gets immediately traded. P19 play again as Arrow chimes into. Gets traded out as soon as I say that as well. Difficult situation for all of these three teams, especially if Twisted Minds come swinging on as well, and you can see Perfectix in the distance. Gets the second frag of this round, and I don't think that's going to be enough.
Oh, he's going to keep stacking them up. No reason for him to feel any sort of pressure at this point. The Carnivores pushing forwards, Dragunov headshot, but it was against a level 3 helmet. If it was against a level 2, it might have been the opening that they needed. But Batulin still keeping his eye down on FaceClan. He has grenades as well. So with the 2 that are huddled down a little bit more directly below, they're not safe whatsoever. But for now, attention has to turn towards the southwest. There's so many teams that have to try and find their way up the hill from the south. Foot Esports may be the next to try their luck. They're not going to take the as direct a route as FaceClan did, having seen from a distance just how much that cost them. But Tuzda actually gets caught out, trying to make a little bit of a peek forwards. It's Boldanini that gets the opening knock, but it's stolen away as Foot Esports just slink their way into the southern side of the ridge.
I see. A drop down, double is dropped down as well, though, by Gustav. That's a good trade to potentially get some cover going for Esports, and especially VAR to get potentially his teammate back up. Gotta talk about VAR again. His trade to start the round off even secured them a 4-man play that they're able to benefit off of now.
That's a big nade. That's a huge nade from Static.
Static!
They put up a smoke outside the shack. Oh, they got the cover.
Wow.
A massive Molotov, perfectly placed as well. That's going to get the flushes. Foot Esports thought they were safe, thought they had the revives, but Static. A couple of throwables, and that's half of Foot Esports gone.
Oh my lord, what a nade, what a Molotov to top it off. Static completely single-handedly destroys the round of Foot Esports as T-Bone is potentially looking to get finished off as well. Double is probably gonna hit that one as well. T-Bone, even if he doesn't, Beamy's not gonna get anywhere close to his teammate, especially with BUM rotating down towards the southern side of things as well, looking to find a good position on that southern street line, maybe pick up some more frags as well. Perfectix shines again as T-Bone is finally finished off. Not going the way of ATC though, that's gonna hurt them as they do desperately need these points as well.
Getting 2 kills from that position is more than ATC could have really expected to have, but just a massive grenade. The fact that they got the smoke up in time to just cut off the vision from Perfectix and Batulins gave him the space to get outside of the shack, get the run up that he needed. And now Lul W are the team in the line of sight of Perfectix. That 8x MK12 has been bullying so many, and Hjort just knocked in the middle of the open, right in front of him. Surely he takes it, but no, Sloy Jacket. The pressure is off them for just a couple of seconds, and that's enough. They finally sat down Perfectix. Beamy has to try and pick up all the work for Foot Esports by himself. He has 4 grenades to try and make it work. Mercil, last man standing for Baldanini. He's under pressure as well. Looks like both of these players are not going to make it into the Phase 5 zone.
No, it doesn't look like it. Beamy, he's got 3 bandages and a dream, and that dream is at least taking out Baldanini. As you said, X has just been finished off, but it is still Mercil over towards that eastern side. I think Beamy knows this. I think he knows as well that they're so far off placement points. I think this is the best chance right now in terms of getting more points. But he's already walked upon. You can see Crossback sneaking up on his ridgeline. I don't think Beamy knows this, unfortunately. Morgo just dropped right on top of him as well. Now the P comes on through. Should be an easy one. Sees Beamy, shoots him at the back of the hat, and Beamy goes down. Foot Esports, we've been looking for their redemption story throughout this day. At least in Game 1, it's not going to be it.
Well, the zone has not been kind to them, and that's so often the case. That's one of the downsides of being such a committed edge team. Schiller, though, just going for a direct approach for BBL, straight up the side of the hill. They've managed to find an avenue to find a little bit of a third party into what was an engagement between BRB and Carnivores. And now they just get to try and pick up the pieces. Azazel, the man who dodged out on the aggression of Kron earlier on in the game, now the last man standing and the next target for Thenderlost. The spray isn't going to quite find him. And BBL, they've got a big rock ahead of them. Twisted Mind still holding the high ground, making it impossible for them to wrap up west. They're going to have to find a new avenue to try and make their way forwards. And any trolls in chat, their game is done.
Done and dusted. BUM, the Bumble squad, transforms into an absolute killing machine. 7 kills already over towards the southern side. No one is really crossing them at the moment. Everyone's scared. On the other hand, though, FaZe is still somehow alive. Twisted Mind's not really having the angles to kind of contest them playing down there, especially if some of the teams are also playing the southern side and they can't really overpeak this. And that means FaZe, despite losing teams, still in a very good spot. Eventually makes something happen. Nasty shots, by the way. I am sorry. Nasty shots coming out from Batulins. But Breedy, do we expect anything else? Looks like he wants to continue his absolute killing threat that he's shown us so far in this first couple of games. In this one as well. 3 already for him, and I don't think it's the last that we're going to see of him. Perfectix looks for the 4th one, gets it as well, and maybe he could have even gotten the 5th one if the first player didn't cross already. But in the distance, April goes down as well, so it doesn't even matter. Twisted Minds is surely getting all of these frags.
Yeah, he's got the backup on Batulins as well. Kron is the last man standing, cops a headshot from range. I think that's example in the compound, and he will surely be falling relatively soon. Azazel just trying to desperately find his way out. BBL have already gone. He tried to backfill, follow in their footsteps, but FaZe Clan are still here, lying in wait. The grenade a little overcooked. Does not quite reach Azazel. Crexy's going to have to wrap around the low ground, but they're getting tagged up from Bumble squad on the opposite side. Azazel, the kill slips away from the FaZe Clan, and now they're in trouble as well as Deep pushes his way forwards, finds out Gustav and just commits to the peak. Vex has to try and hold the line, but Crossberg pops up alongside him, and he can't play whack-a-mole for that long.
No, he can. Corexy hits a headshot, though. Trades things out. It's still a 2-on-1. Corexy, it's all on his shoulders now. Disastrous for FaZe Clan. Not even the frags just below them were able to get picked up by them. Bumble Squad stole all of that away, and this, in turn, means the FaZe Clan has only secured a single point now, apart from 1 placement point, which they've already gathered. As you can see, it's found to the top 8, but once again, Corexy lost all his members. And it needs to make something happen fast now. Maybe the rest in Flex is going to be happening, as Bumble Squad is going for the rest as well, but that also means that Corexi is going to face off more of the players as if he would have just made the push, and that might just be a problem. No utility really, and Corexi has only got the first aid as well, and Bumble Squad is already creeping up again.
Yeah, the longer he stays in this position, the more likely it is that a stray grenade or a peek up over the top from Bumble Squad will find him, but they're looking the wrong way. There was an opportunity there, maybe. Corexi peeks up over the top and takes the most of it, but Fex, he's just got back up onto his feet. He just got a first aid off, but another big grenade is going to soften him up, and they've still got utility to work with. Deep, though, it's not going to be saved in time. 6 kills now for Crossberg, making it a total of 11 for Bumble Squad, but Example has now pushed his way out from the compound, and he might just be the end of their push from the east.
Ooh, little W has something to say about this though, but Dulins goes down. It's the first time the Twisted Minds has really met kind of an aggressor that can kind of keep up with them. Honestly, on that southwestern side, they've had the advantage in all of these teams coming in, and that might just change now. Good nade coming in for Yanni. After the Bumble Squad going out as well. 7th place for them. Another not going the way of Entropic, as you can see, putting out great shots in the distance. They've got all kinds of breathing room down towards the southern side as well. They've got every single bit of control, not only against Twisted Minds, but against Little W as well.
Yep, Entropic, they've had to fight their way through the trenches, through these little dips, and now they found themselves in the perfect position to just backstab onto both Twisted Minds and Lil W. BB team as well, making their way in from the northwest. It's the first we've really seen of them in the kill feed, but a couple of points now on the board, and they're sweeping, they're controlling the full west. Janny with a jump peek almost gets caught out as a doozy tags him down to approximately half. It's Besto holding the back line. He's eyeing up Pod Samalet, who've backfilled into Power Grid. Sticky Gummies alongside them. This is a position, of course, that Twisted Minds actually opted to move away from a few phases ago. Maybe in hindsight, sticking into the Power Grid and holding on to this compound may have been the better play, but, I mean, they profited a whole bunch of kills from that high ground that they had. So prioritizing that over the placement, more than fair enough. But the Sticky Gummies are more than happy to sit back in, take the spot, and if they can get 4 or 5 free placement points from it, they're not going to complain about that at all.
Don't think so either. And once again, they still do have a very high chance of winning this one, depending on how the next one goes. But even so, I think it much rather depends on how the fight against Pod goes, because that's going to happen in this one. Unless Pod makes a crazy wrap towards BB team, over towards the western side, who've, by the way, again, gotten so many placement points. Continuing their streak of getting into late game for another one. And Dropic just looking for that initial opening right now. They also know the BB team is potentially going to have to push in towards them, and they can see the smoke wall now being popped right in front of them, and that means all the players behind them just creeping in, trying to get maybe that initial entry with a nade, maybe a lucky one over the top of the smoke. But for now, it's going to stay a 4-4.
Yep, alarm bells though for Entropic. Seeing this zone shift, they know that BB team can't push to the north. Pod Samalet will absolutely shred them to pieces if they try and crest up over the top of those ridges. So it will be a straight 4v4. No third party from anywhere within Power Grid. And they have to hold the line. They're the ones with the defensive position. Just ridges, smokes to try and play with. Hawkey with an angle to try and get a view up over the top. But Phil first. He's heard that Dragunov. He aims the grenade. It doesn't quite land. It gets a little bit of chip damage, but not the knock they so desperately need. He spotted one up over to the left, but Dedrick's behind the rock. He has no idea, and Phil first gets the opener.
Immediate rage all coming up from Gianni. Bachelor and Spyro, though, with a headshot on their own. And suddenly it's a 3-on-1 as far as I'm concerned. Grandy's, though, being spotted out. Bachelor, right side peek, and he gets it as well. And that cleans up Entropic. What a fight coming out from BB team. First on that first initial contact approach. It's such a deadly player. You can send this guy anywhere, and he's going to get you an entry no matter what. Absolute god at the moment. And on the other side of it, sure, south side is clear, but it doesn't mean the north side is as well. Sticky Gummies will have to defend against the full 4-man team on their own as well.
Schofield wrapping out along the outside. That wall of smoke's giving him the opportunity. That It's kind of what gave the opening for Phil first as well, that wall of smokes, but Schofield puts it to good use, gets a little bit of cover, gets an angle onto Rux, sits him down, almost catches pin as well, but Celtic has been traded back. Oh, no, he ran out of smokes, he ran out of time, he couldn't make the play. Presenti up on the roof will sit down Schofield, and that off angle that was all important has now fallen to shreds. Sticky Gummies, the last man standing. They've done some damage onto Pod Samolet, but that might just hand the win over to BB Team, just lurking on the outside to try and clean up whatever's left.
Absolutely. Man advantage now on BB Team, and this fight is surely not going to go clean for Pod from this point onwards. Very difficult positions against SG. And they've got the Panzer Faust inside of this one as well, so at least one knock should be relatively secure for Laza. Unless maybe he's going to get double peaked, but even then he should have the massive advantage. Looks to go for the res. He's probably going to get it as well. But look, BB Team, there's like a huge gas canister behind it. BB Team, I don't think, can really look into this one. So they might just get 2 players back up. Sticky Gummies left to fight another day.
That's very fortunate, because there was an AWM on the other side of that gas canister, but Presenti's got the information. He knows they're there. He's got a Molotov as well. Just toss that in, and the very second that he gets that opening knock, no doubt, the Molotov will follow. Never mind, doesn't even need it. Just shreds the legs of Laza. He tried to put that Panzerfaust to use, but gets no opportunity to do so. And Pod Samolet, that's important that they kept their numbers high. Don't concede any more knocks, because Spyro, once again, has started to creep his way around the west. And it was that off angle that cost the life of Rux. They can't fall victim to it again now. 4 versus 3. Numbers advantage, BB Team. Position advantage, BB Team. Pod Samolet have their work cut out for them if they want to try and turn this around.
Spyro, cheeky angle, just outside the blue zone at the moment, but just a meter to his right, he's already going to be in. And that means Pod, they will eventually have to run out of this one. And if they don't find an entry anytime soon, they will have to run and cross out in the open, depending on how many smokes they have. They were able to do a couple of bodies, so utility shouldn't be too big of a problem. But then again, Sticky Gummies did use a couple of their smokes as well in that initial fight, so it's still going to be a big cross to do. Almost an impossible one, I want to say. Almost an impossible one. Zone is closing in this very second. I think they know. They must have seen Spyro. First nade comes through, but no initial knock. They really need this one. If Spyro goes down, they might just stand a chance. First tag comes through, though. I think he does have time to get that first nade off. But any other shot to get after that is going to mean huge trouble for Pod, because the blue zone is closing in.
Well, Spyro, he had the jammer backpack. He could have held that angle, but I think maybe just an audio cue, or they spotted him out. Not sure how they found out, but he has been caught. Presenti picked him off. He hasn't had the chance to get the heal. It's only a level 1 vest as well. Doesn't feel good to face an Orm with one of those. But they're getting damage done. Look at the health of BB Team. If there was a hail of grenades from Pod Samolet, that may have been game over, but they haven't got it. They've expended all their utility, and they're running low on time as well. The smokes are fading. Phil first with an AWM shot onto Dante. And now it's a 3 versus 2. BB Team have the defensive lineup. They've got the 3x sprays. Aduzi's only got 9 bullets, but it's enough. And Presenti will give it up to the blue zone. There's nothing more that he could have done in that situation. BB Team had the positioning, they had the setup, and Pod Samolet had no options.
No, I mean, that whole thing started with the fight against Entropic, and how clinical they were on that fight really showed you that they weren't going to lose this in the end, right? They just weren't going to lose this. But then again, Pod with that frag against Spyro, Presenti coming in clutch. I thought it was possible for a second there, but as soon as the smokes fade, just no chance at all. Great play coming out from BB Team again. I thought that was going to be Twisted Mind's position that they would have played on later on, but they got absolutely annihilated by Entropic himself. So, man, so many teams that we have to talk about, and we're going to do that at the studio. So take it away, boys and girls.
I was going to make a joke there, Felix, but I'm feeling nice today, so I won't do that. Okay, let's talk about what we just... I want to celebrate BB Team, and I want to talk about what they did and how deadly they look. But before we get into that, Avenger, what the hell happened to Foot Esports?
Yeah, if you ask T-Bone, it's going to be some sort of a rough answer, right? But the question is just like, when you have so many circles against you, it's just super rough to play, right? And it was this northern circle, they got delayed as well. It's just overall a rough game, but still they got some kills, they got something into it, and that's what they're gonna have to take away from this, and then push into the next few games. We know these guys are super capable. I expect a huge game from them today. I know they're in it to win it here. So, But yeah, it makes it rough when it's BB team and it's a Twisted Minds. These guys, Bumble Squad doing well as well. Pot Simulate, these teams that exactly are the teams you don't want to kind of be stacking up points already, are the ones to lock these amount of points. Like 5 teams on double digits. That's rough when 4 of them is the ones you're competing directly against.
For sure, and the zone was unforgiving, but unfortunately that's the way this plays now. Mark, we're seeing the leaderboard right there. BB team, are we going to call it? Have they done enough to qualify for the grand finals in the first game of the final day?
I'm going to say yes. The doozy, I had a chat with him before actually we started this evening, and he was like, we just want to go out in the first game and get enough points to qualify for the grand finals, and then we're going to have some fun for the other 5 games. So I wonder what that is. I think they might be trying to practice some other rotations as well, but they were keen to secure their spot in game number 1. I think the zones fell well for them. They controlled the north and then they got aggressive. It was a good ending nonetheless.
Probably too early, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think we've got 4 teams already locked in, so those grand finals, and now it's all to play for. Avenger Pod Similar doing a really good job as well. They had a good day yesterday. They're slowly just banking in those points, and if they continue this momentum, could also see themselves in the top 8.
Yeah, honestly, I expect them to be so, right? They were on 55 points, right? So 15, 16 more points, they push out and above win or die. It really comes down to, does Bumble Squad also continue this, right? Because that just makes it super hard for everyone else. Because if you have 4 teams like BB Team, Twisted Minds, Bumble Squad, and Pod Simulate stacking up points at this rate here, I don't think there's going to be enough points available to potentially get over and take out win or die's spot here. So yeah, it's a little bit rough for these teams that are chasing. And yeah, they need a little bit of circle love to come their way to make sure that they can both get some placement points but also continue fragging out. But yeah, this is a treacherous circle as well, right? When you have phase 4 like that and you have some unplayable areas, that it's kind of hard to predict as it goes south or north. So some teams might be questioning that, and also where the teams are looting with Twisted Minds, home turf terrain circle here, BB team, somewhat home turf terrains, Pod Simulate backfilling into the north side of Power Grid. It just sets up for a huge game for them no matter what, right? And Entropic even coming in from San Martin at that raid and then taking the northeastern side, taking the riches on the south side. It makes it so hard and basically like impossible for the majority of the teams, because you have 4 teams that are holding down this kind of a fortress with both high ground and inside the bigger area of the Power Grid.
So 5 more games left, and I'm sure a lot of the teams are going to be praying to the circle gods that maybe it goes in their favor this time. One of the teams we saw in the top 4, and a team that we haven't seen much of. They haven't done a lot, so it's nice to bring them up now. Mark, tell us a little bit about Sticky Gummies.
SG, they prayed to the circle gods because they got it. They obviously there's no how today, so they took that how jump spot, and we did highlight and allude on the first day that they would kind of land where they want to land here in the group stages and make their way in. But it was good reaction speed. Obviously, they know that Twisted Minds were here. They put 2 players right on the base of them. Our young Danes field onto the high ground south of them. But it was the instant reaction. With the moment that we saw the guys from Twisted Mind leave the compound, they instantly went for the field, and they knew that teams were going to come in from that east-hand side. Good defense, but they couldn't drop the ball. As Martin mentioned, we see Pod work their way in, so they had to keep a gun focus on that north to try and stop them pushing through. But at this point, they're kind of hunkered down. They're not really getting any kills. They don't get any more freedom of movement to try and get out. I like the creativity from Schofield coming out, but the smoke ran out. He ran out of time. He got rocks, and it was just unfortunate, though. The rest of the Pod was sitting there and it's clean up. This is what Pod wanted, though, Martin. Is that they wanted to take this compound. They wanted to clear as many kills, and it's that control from the north. And unfortunately, SG, they fell short.
Yeah, I like the smart plays here from Sticky Gummies, right? They're coming out on the eastern side of Power Grid, and they play around with the information that they have potentially from Twisted Minds being there, right? So they're sitting in a situation, all right, they could be in a 2-2 split with the shanties on the west side and Power Grid, or they could all be in Power Grid still waiting for the next circle pop. And Baron Peak and Lhasa is just waiting with information, then drive scouting a little bit, and are like, nobody's shooting at us, we're just going to take it. And they have Power Grid southern side to themselves, right? So super coherent play and smart play here from Sticky Gummies, and they're able to put themselves into a top 4 spot.
BB team takes the first win today and potentially use the first game to guarantee themselves a spot in the grand finals. Who will join them? We'll find out after this.
by the way.
One guy.
I'm dead. Might be able, you can get me.
Just come back up. Just drive back up.
What?
Yeah.
I only saw one in
over
here,
the
though.
Selfridge, yeah? He's alone. Just go kill him. I know.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good luck.
Good shit.
Follow the road. Follow the road. Don't flip your cars now. Focus.
Yes. I'm not gonna peek. There's people on right now.
Yeah, it's okay. Just drive on the road. You guys good.
Looks good
Listen
so
to the
far.
left compound.
No shots from left
It's
compound.
okay. Just drive. It's okay. Just drive straight.
I'm going right now.
Very well. He's safe actually.
I'm
He's
good,
gonna be
I'm
safe.
good.
Smoke him.
In a second,
Go back for him.
Just smoke me.
I'm
Smoke
going
me.
shot.
I can't.
I think we can do that drive, to be honest.
Okay.
Whose car am I coming with?
Me. I'm waiting.
I'm gonna try and flush a guy. There's a flush on the orange mark.
One team is stopping on
He's
the
on
team
our
side.
rotation, that guy.
Come to me, sir.
There's 8. I'm being
Shot on the back.
Enable best.
I'm being shot from.
Again, shot on the back.
I'm knocked. I don't know if I'm reasable.
They're fighting above. They're fighting above. Might be able to. They're fighting above.
Okay.
Kill one.
Nice.
Wait to go there. Both teams fighting with 3 active.
No,
no.
don't go. There's people there, but for sure.
I'm going green. I'm going green.
There was just low presence. Very low presence.
One guy knocked here.
Flipping maybe.
I killed him. I killed one here.
I'm blown off. Stopping on the power crit. Tips.
You getting crashed or something?
Yeah, sure. I'm not smoking. I'm watching.
He stopped there.
He pulled up.
Yes,
Yeah,
in.
on the rock.
Rest.
Not rock.
How about chilling here? One guy on me, I need help.
I can pick over on him.
Okay.
Wait, where am I being shot from? I don't
going towards
me.
Dead.
I need help.
She's knocked.
Can you peek me? Don't see the guy green. I'm knocked.
Stop you? I thought I saw him.
No, I think you're right, Ranger.
He's coming.
2.
One game into our final day of the group stage here at PEC Spring 2024, and it's so nice, Felix, to have all of our questions answered for us. Nope, Howl and August will not be going directly through to the grand finals. They're already out. Yes, BB Team will be going. They're already on 78, but Win or Die still have questions left unanswered, and there's still 16 teams who are there to try and put the final nail in the Win or Die coffin. With 5 games left to go, this will be our final Miramar of the group stage, and there's a whole lot hinging on the results. It's going to be an exciting one.
Gonna be an exciting one for sure. So many teams that we still have to watch. FaZe Clan being one of them, salvaging lots of points from around that originally looked so I want to say chaotic, but it really was. You could see in the team comms as well that we just saw in the pause that rotation path that was actually planned to be taken from way earlier on than what I thought when I watched the game. So great stuff coming out from FaZe Clan, and they were able to get that survivor. They were able to survive in that dip for very, very long. But then again, it's only a couple of points, and FaZe Clan is all the way down there, so their chances of qualifying just as for the esports in their round do not look likely at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. Welcome to the second game of the day. It is Miramar again with a playing path that is a little bit more unforgiving than the last one.
Very much so. Chumacera teams, Valdemar teams, not going to be loving to see it. It will be an alt drop for them, and there may even need to be a contest for a vehicle. If they want to alt drop as far away as maybe Tierra Bronca or Campo Militar, you might just have to contest, but looks like no one's going quite in that direction for now. And everyone will be, once again, relatively safe, keeping their distance to a decent margin. 8C, a little bit close to Broken Bones, a little bit close to Laza, but nothing too ridiculous. That was always one of the concerns that we had. A team like Na'Vi, when they drop out to Impala, they like to loot that compound out by itself to the west of Impala in the center of the field, and there was always potential that they might just get caught out on rotation or an early bit of aggression, but not to be the case this time around. Our Phase 1 circle is going to actually say sorry to FUT Esports after just hard trolling them the entirety of game number 1 and give them a lovely little Phase 1 feed in Puerto Paraíso.
Pretty good circle. Pretty good circle. Any FUT Esports fan in chat, make sure to tag the player unknown and tell him that his gift has worked, his gift has landed. That's an amazing one. Definitely won't be rotating far off. We've seen these guys play Puerto Paraíso. Excuse me, not Puerto Paraíso, but overall, the south and western side, mostly the hills just outside the city, actually, very, very often. And yeah, once again, they usually don't need to rotate that far off, which means, in turn, lots of time for looting, lots of time to get geared up, and we all know how much different that makes.
Stop it. We're not going to the islands. Stop it.
Oh, that's a cheeky observer. Well, that was greetings to you. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see.
No chance.
We know the maps. Look, we know the map. We know the circles would be crazy.
Stop it. We're not. But no, for Esports, I mean, they'll be very happy to take this. They get the chance to have priority in a zone, and that's a rare thing. But it is also a very profitable thing. You ask Ascend, a lot of their points came through from Miramar, particularly when we had those home circles down towards the southwestern side of the zone, the hilltops around Val del Mar. They got tons of points. 61 of their points came through Miramars, and that was a big part of the reason why. So for Esports, massive opportunity. They got to grab it with both hands.
Grab it with both hands. Also, BBL in that regard. Smash, Aro, Schiller, and Thanulos. Schiller obviously with 9 frags, currently the frag leader for that team, but all of them haven't really gotten into the positions they wanted to. Usually an heavy edge team that loves to fight, that loves to take isolated fights as well, but so far in Pack Spring hasn't really worked out as much as they probably would have wanted to. Haven't really seen lots of fighting from them, and that's where they really excel. So I'm hoping we're going to see that, especially in this circle, where they probably will have a pretty good entry towards the northeastern side, as they are pretty far from their original loose spot as well.
That's another early move from Sticky Gummies. They were a little bit more separated than maybe we might have liked for making this early push into the zone, but it's a compound that is very capable of copying a 9-zone hard feed, and if they do manage to get that, it would be very profitable for them in the same way that the Power Grid Circle was in the previous matchup. For Esports, yeah, they made a very early move. He doesn't even have a red dot on his ace at this point, but that's what you got to do when you get the priority on these Phase 1 circles. You have to prioritize positioning over loot. Might mean that you're not getting absolutely everything that you want, but at the very least, you've got a good chance of having some longevity in the game. The opposite can be said for the likes of BB Team, BBL, Bumble Squad. Take your time looting. Make sure you're 8x scoped, level 3 vest, everything that you could possibly want. Maybe even look for an emergency parachute to give you a chance to get into the zone without having to scrap for position, because there's a good, 40 to 50% of this zone which is just water. It's not playable area. So it's going to be extremely congested by the time you arrive. And if you're playing late on the edge, it's not looking good. You're going to have a lot of people to try and fight through.
Might be even more than that. Might be 60% water. Looking back at it, and yeah, as you said, got to go for these priority positions that the zones usually tend to favor. But then again, for Esports doing this is still a surprise to me, because we know how plenty of these qualifier teams especially like to play early and aggressive and not shying away from breaches as well, especially on circles that do tend to have that much unplayable area. So for Esports, definitely, even though they got the circle, putting themselves into quite a risky position, especially with the 2-1-1 split they have going right now. T-Bone is holding a compound on his own as well, so does Bard all the way towards the southern side. And that means all the teams rotating into the northern side especially will probably be looking to grab some of these positions off of the foot players, as they are in weakened position, at least in terms of having any kind of camaraderie around them. And even more interesting is, all of the teams right now going for the northwestern side of Axis. No one else, even Tropic, is rotating into the northwestern side. You can see no one is going towards the southwestern side of things. The first teams that are rotating in are going to be probably getting there in about probably 1.5 minutes, maybe even later than that. Carnivores is going for it. Bumble Squad as well, as we see a quick frag being picked up by Little W. Not sure how that happened.
Sparta's not getting there. I would assume that was a quick seat swap out of the vehicle to knock him, and a quick little bumper hit to splatter him across the road to secure the point for Lil W. It's, again, a potentially impactful point. That's one step closer to catching up to Pod Samalat, who now holds the line. They have the tiebreaker advantage against Howl from Group B. So Howl and Auglas both now confirmed to be making an appearance in the lower bracket. Lil W need to try and catch up to Pod Samalet and Bumble Squad after they got the better of their first match of the day.
There we have it, the rotate. It's going to take some time for them to get in there as well, but it's probably going to be pretty good timing in terms of the second circle pop. of these teams rotating in late, which is quite plenty of them, are obviously going to wait for that phase 2 shift, make sure to get close to the phase 1 circle, and just from there on out, get all the information they need to potentially react to any of these circle shifts that will now be coming in. I'm interested to see this one now, because we've seen the circles out different, we've talked about it so very much. I am not sure how much playable area is going to be the next one. I could very well imagine there's still being plenty of water in phase 2.
I can tell you what won't be in phase 2. The
chaos.
islands, observers.
We'll see.
We're not going to the islands.
We'll see.
No, it's not happening. But for esports, very likely to be in phase 2.
Alive.
I mean, it's like you said, that wide split that they hold, it gives them so much opportunity. Basically, any part of the landmass that they shift towards, they will at least have a foothold and potential lines further into the zone. Maybe with one slight exception, and that is if we hard shift back towards the western side of the phase 1 circle and just run it down with the Los Leones ending. Twisted Minds, dead center of the city. They might even already be climbing up on the scaffolding towards the center. Yes, they are, scouting forwards. So if they get that western shift, if they get the hard feed here, we're in for a horrible game number 2, and Foot Esports really must be cursed if that's the case.
Well, you say horrible, but as a PUBG Esports viewer, I think this could mean absolute chaos, absolute shambles for all of these. I think strategy will just get thrown out of the way if there is going to be a hard eastern, maybe even a hard western shift, because there is not going to be much playing room, not going to be many positions that you can honestly play yourselves into from the edge, depending on obviously how hard the shift is going to be, but especially a hard eastern one.
What's happened
with very few playable area definitely means at least one of the positions for Foot, for example, is going to get breached. Maybe even ATC all the way down there. Next rotate coming on through, as is Azul. Missed his chance, unfortunately. But look at this, Crossback. He stopped. And the question is, did he see him? Oh, he did. Oh! Okay. That is so smart. Look, that was, I'm pretty sure that was a play that they wanted to do. Make sure, probably the first one on the rotate saw that someone was going to be there, so he baited all of the rest of his teammates, apart from one player, to just rotate across, and that way Azazel didn't know someone was standing right behind him, and he was just easily able to pick him off apart then. Crazy pick one off Crossback.
I just don't really know why Azazel was still there. Like, the rest of his squad continued on their rotation. Maybe he ran out of gas. Maybe he just didn't expect another team to be coming in behind, and he was trying to get something better than the M16 that he was holding on to. But his car was outside and spotted as Bumble Squad made their rotation past. And like you said, hearing those vehicles go past, assuming the convoy is gone, but Crossberg just outplays it. Sits, lurks, and waits, and the second Azazel goes back to his vehicle, it's another free point for the Bumble Squad. They now advance their lead up in 7th place above Pod Samolet. Nicely done. And it looks as though the Carnivores are not too happy about it, because the rest of them have pulled up just to the northern side of Partona Bridge and may potentially be thinking about setting up a little bit of a camp to try and get some revenge for their fallen teammate.
I'll have to wait and see if Carnivores and Bumble Squad will still wrap into each other on that western side. Definitely possible. Still plenty of unplayable area, but not as bad as I thought it to be. I can see Foot Esports probably going to creep on Bard as fast as they can. You can see Beamy in the distance already rotating off. Twisted Minds made their way out of Los Leones even before that shift happened as well. Pretty good play out of it. They knew the south side was going to be relatively clear just based off of scouting positions. And with that being said, they will have an easy entry towards the western side as well. All these teams on the northern sides now, Baldinini included, and Tropic, all of them will be in absolute chaos because there's very few rotation paths that you can take right now that not everyone else is taking as well.
Can't help but notice the observers haven't zoomed in on the island after this phase 2 shift, but James zooming in with a big spray onto LulW.
Oh my lord!
Oh, wow. They couldn't get out of there in time. Tracking on point from FaZe Clan. James didn't even use an entire mag to sit him down. LulW will lose a player. Schengen has fallen. And what they thought may have been a safe rotation, taking the emergency parachute on the phase 2 pop, but just a little bit too late. FaZe got within range to sit them down. And it won't stop them from getting themselves a position in higher ground towards the center of the zone. They'll spot Vard as well. Just lurking, hanging out in the middle of the field, but his spray not quite as on point as James's was.
Pretty good shot still, though. Not an easy shot to hit as well if the player's already that far down, and they do have that velocity boost just after opening the parachute, so not an easy shot to take. And Vard mainly just wants to let them know that he's here, and wants to let all the other teams around him know that he's here, especially on LulW, so that he doesn't get breached as Foot Esports. Once again, they did have to make a massive cross to group up at this compound. but they made it happen somehow. No one really went for this position. No one was really greedy enough. But then again, it's a pretty hard position to scout as well. Really tough sightlines on it. You need to be relatively close in order to see all of these buildings. No one really was at that point. FaZe Clan, they are having trouble at the moment. They're in big trouble, actually. I'm not even going to play it down. They need a big win, not only for the leaderboard situation, but for confidence as well. I think they're waiting for it at the moment. This talented lineup, these absolute fraggers. Right. I mean, we saw Flex as well in Brutality. This guy played out of his mind. And as soon as these guys are having maybe 1.5 bad days, everyone's thinking, what is happening? Are they going to do lineup changes next? Because that's just not what we're expecting so far from them.
No, definitely not. But I mean, you can take the Martin approach. You can hard cope and say, oh, it's fine. We'll play the lower bracket. It's free practice. Listen, the guy who loved to say that just announced his retirement because they didn't make it through the open qualifiers again. So let's maybe, let's stay a little bit realistic. You don't want to be playing in the lower bracket. Of course, you can look at it with a positive twist and say, yeah, we get a bit more of an extra chance. But this isn't a roster that desperately needs that. It's not like they've just made changes. It's not like they need that practice to get their experience playing together and playing as a squad. It's just things haven't really gone their way. I mean, we could make the same argument that we made for FUT Esports. They've had to chase the zones. A couple of the sends that they've made haven't really worked out, particularly, on Miramar, Mad Bulls, making a full crash on the phase 2 pop, getting immediately eviscerated. This time, in the previous game, trying to make a play up the side of the hill, but it was the zone that forced their hand. This time around, they at least have an edge where they can play and be relatively safe. It may not last all that long because when phase 4 comes around, it's getting shifted away from. But first, Mogor gets caught out in the open, back turned towards Phil first, and he does not miss those sprays.
Nope, not Phil first. I've been hyping this guy up for so many days of broadcasts now. And I think deservingly so. It just keeps on getting better. He's such a key and integral part for BB team at this point. You just cannot imagine this lineup without him. Absolutely massive. And BB team, look, once again playing the edge. One of the last teams to rotate in phase 1, one of the last teams to rotate in phase 2 as well. As we're looking to go into phase 4, they're not changing up anything due to the fact there's so many teams were rotating in towards the northern side. We just keep on playing it still. Bumble squad on the complete other side of the circle though, looking to get into their first fight. That is one of the only teams that's really playing faster than Entry. And we said it before, we were expecting these teams to potentially meet up again, and they will. Bumble Squad and Fairy Tail right on the other side as the first player pops an emergency parachute, I think, and drops down on the first compound right on the edge. And you can see Fairy Tail scouting away from that drop, scared of being breached. But I think that fight is far from over.
And FUT Esports, still as of yet, not regrouping their split. T-Bone playing the opposite side of the ridge. He has the cover from multiple angles, and he has a vehicle there should he desperately need to fall back. But I like the confidence. They're not letting the fact that sometimes they've played a split and it's cost them a player or two, but they're not going to let that prevent them from playing their own style and the way that they want. Take all the control in a zone like this. And they control the damn lot of it, that's for sure. This is an area, this warehouse around it that's pretty much unplayable for anyone else to try and push on foot. There's a couple of ridges along the side of the road to the north and to the west, but that's really it. So any control, the longer that they can hold on to this area and not allow people to get entry, the better. Grendis did spot out Anonymous, but doesn't want to take any shots, especially with a bolt action, before he gets to the cover of the tree. If you miss that opening shot, there's a very good chance Anonymous would just swing around and two-tap him with that SLR. But he's going to get up close. He doesn't trust the bolt at all. He wants to get it done with the ARs, and Hawkey's coming in for support. Dedrick's creeping up the side of the hill as well. The young Danes need to be prepared.
Ooh. The suspense is killing me because I think no one really knows about this. No, they don't. Hawkey's right behind them. He could get the drop on Anonymous, but he might just wait for his teammates. Oh, no! That did not just happen. He didn't get Anonymous, but Dedrick's did.
It was a bait.
I was about to say Hawkey. Yeah, it was all planned. It was all planned. Let's keep it chilled down because I think it's not over just yet. Even though Entropi did get the flush immediately, BRB is just there in the distance as well, and who knows how this fight is going to end. YD still has the opportunity to drive away. Doesn't matter. Dedrick takes him down. And now he gets his revenge. Second frag potentially secured. Depending on anyone gets the drop onto its mix in. And the distance, it's Vianney with another one as well. It's Short. Falls too. And look, this is an easy wipe. No problem at all. And Tropic completely gets the drop on them. Young Dames didn't even know what would hit them, honestly. The first two knocks immediately going their way. And That's what happens if you don't expect anyone else to creep in behind you in the blue zone.
Yeah.
You were done and dusted. You're out of this one.
They played the high ground. They got crept up on by 3 angles at once. They tried to respond to one. The second pounced and the third pounced. And now Gustav takes his opportunity in the sandstorm against BB team. Phil first just about gets the revive onto Spyro, but it costs him. And Gustav knows there's another over there. That blue zone grenade may just expand far enough. It bounces a good way. It forces Spyro to push further than he wanted to. And I think Gustav just spotted him on the cross. And he gives the information over, but he just got dominated. What is that repeat from Spyro?
Oh my lord, he just set him down. What a shot coming out from BB team. I thought that blue zone nade was gonna steal the team fight for FaZe Clan. No, once again, big trouble in terms of fighting, in terms of making it cleanly as well, so far at least in Pack Spring. As they are looking more and more likely to go down towards that, well, lower bracket run, but let's keep on fighting towards their southern side because all of these teams still need to find an entry in, just as Lil W does. Good first nade coming out from Slow Jacket as he hits the Colby. April, though, with a nade on his own. Wow, that's a good one as well. I think takes down 2 as the shots from the distance are raining in as well. Beamy wants to get part of the action. Doesn't get it just yet. Slow Jacket. Oh, gasket taken out from Kron now. This is a 3-way fight, and it's not looking like it's really helping anyone.
Yeah, Lil W wanted to get those opening knocks. They did with a grenade. I almost thought it was Madzi that was kind of going to be the one under threat. Crossberg was like down to 10 HP, but the grenade hits Madzi instead. 108 damage, knocks him entirely, but April follows up from the opposite side. But Lil W just can't commit to that push. Foot Esports holding down the position. They've been there for so long, and now they're finally reaping the benefits as the teams that have to try and play around the edge. They can't commit to any sort of push. Beamy with the Mini 14. 2 headshots just takes Zubila's head off. And on the opposite side of the road, T-Bone is still causing problems for ATC. They've gone down Laza and Baron Peak with Dragonovs as well. There are no trolls left on the northern side of the road.
No, I don't think so. On T1, he's even got the option to do more than that. There's still the Carnivores on his edge. Just a couple of ridge lines further in. As we see BBL picking up frags on their own. Fighting against Entropic, who have now made it down the hill. In the meanwhile, Fairy Tail as well, cleaning up that edge. Southern side secured for them. As the vehicle explosion comes in, and Fairy Tail picks up their 6th frag as well. Great stuff from them. They really need this round as well. You can tell they're hungry for these frags. And it's not over either. BB team is creeping up on there, and I don't think they have any idea first nades are coming on through. I think this one should hit Kron. 38 damage! Doesn't take him down just yet, but the first one still goes the way of first before being traded from way further as Perfectix here sits him down, and it's only Spiral left alive now. At least gets one more flash, but I think that's just about all they wanted. Honestly, I don't think they even expected more than this with how many players Fairy Tail still had in this one, and the nades didn't hit either. But he's going to look for more, that's for sure. He's got about 40 seconds until he needs to make a move for sure.
Just BB team written all over that. Creeping in from the blue zone, getting a freebie with a grenade. Kron going down to the blue zone as free kill wraps around the side. April will finally clean up Spyro. Man, he just completely ripped Gustav a new one. It's like a quick little tiny repeat. 3 bullets, all it took for him to sit that man down, but nothing that he can do against the 4-man that still remains, or the 3-man of Fairy Tail. Zubila has already left to try and get a position in the zone, but up towards this northwestern, this exit out of Los Leones, this little valley. And Tropic once again, they've crept their way up onto the high ground where they cleaned up Fairy Tail. Broken Bones were on the opposite side. They had the high ground before, and now they're forced to move down towards the lower. On the opposite side, Foot Esports are finally forced to move out of the positions they've been holding on to. That compound, the warehouse, no longer in play. But they've done an excellent job of cleaning up the zone on their side. They'll be relatively uncontested, whatever their angle into the zone is from this point on.
Pretty good control from them, as you said. That means they've got plenty of zone control now going to the next one. But unfortunately, the zone shifting just outside their compound means they haven't really got any playing room now going forward. I don't really know what kind of positions they will take because they're still 2-2 split on the other side. You can see kind of the same thing going on for other teams on the northern side. I mean, Pod even had to commit towards that dip just next to the street, which is a pretty good dip, to be honest, but you're just not really getting any control out of it. And as soon as SG or Ford are going to be the only ones on that edge, it's pretty easy to clear with the nades.
Yeah.
And you can see SG is now fully focused on their edge as well. I think by this point, they should know any second that no one else is rotating in. They will probably looking to fight for the PUBG Esports as soon as that happens.
Yeah, PUBG Esports has one of those positions that you might not consider playable, but you can definitely call it survivable. You can just keep your head down, stay out of the way. But if a team pulls up further along that ridge and drops some grenades on you, you might be in trouble. Or even the ridges to the north and the northeast, where Foot is now committing all 4 players crossing the road to the north. Going to take the fight up close against Sticky Gummies, or maybe for now just coexist. Put pressure on everyone who's on the opposite side of the road. 15 seconds or so will be the difference maker. That it's unlikely that the zone will shift up towards the northeast, favoring these teams. So they're going to have to try and find an avenue forwards. Already setting up a wall of smoke in anticipation. And actually, PUBG Esports wraps back down to the south. They're going to play the low ground.
Interesting.
Entropic, they're going to commit now. Broken Bones, they've got vehicles for cover. It's difficult to try and peek up over the top, though, because Sticky Gummies is still watching like hawks.
Such an interesting play from PUBG Esports. They decided to go for the southern approach. They probably knew that the zone was most likely to shift over there, but as you can see, there's not many positions that you can play, and depending on how Fairy Tale defense is and how aggressive they are, it might just be a really tough spot for PUBG Esports that they're driving to, as they have made it into the dip. All 3 in one car. They left T-Bone out on that backside. Probably too risky to transport him as well, and it's a pretty good anchor, but he's in all sorts of trouble now. So Bila spots him out, and he's only got that one smoke to cover him. So his teammates need to help him out ASAP. They want to play with T-Bone in this round. With Pod on the other side, though, they can't even peek Fairy Tale too aggressively either. So this is just a really tough spot for T-Bone. They might have just had to sacrifice him right there, as he has only that one rocket you see in the distance. Beamy, though, puts in the work. BRB trying to cross the street. That is Bibin with very aggressive play. Tries to make it inside somehow, but gets denied.
Yeah. I actually think Entropic might have been one of the biggest threats to this new position of PUBG Esports, but they're being forced to keep their head down by the Sticky Gummies. They push out a couple of mortars before they have to leave that thing behind, and now they have to make a play, but the mortars land! Schofield just wiped out BRB.
Oh,
they made a push forwards, and look at how clumped together their names are in the death cam. That is ridiculous. Barely even needed a chance to try and range find, but now Beamy is going to try and punish. They've taken the position that they've just cleared for themselves. Baron kill along the back line, holding the anchor. Those grenades are good. A good spray around the side as well as Pod Samolet pop up the opposite side of the road. T-Bo's still alive with that MK. Oh, he can't quite land that shot.
Oh, he would be so important, especially with that weapon for Esports, but he's going to go down. They did have to sacrifice him to get into that dip in the first place. And for Esports, losing 80 now in that dip as well means there's only 2 players left alive. That's good for Pod. That's really good news for Pod if they do have to cross the street at some point. Before the teams around them, they're still looking for these frags. It's also still going to be very tough on these edges, as Entropic looks to find a way forward. They need to wipe SG as well. Mortar would come in handy, but it's too close, obviously, now. That play has already happened. Good nades to kind of force them back a little bit so far. Not really too much third party going on, and obviously for the Esports has to kind of fight on their edge as well. Pod is now making their way across. Maybe just now, Entropic has got that little bit of breathing room to make that happen. One knock is already gone their way. Second one as well. Grandis with a headshot. As Celtic falls, it's only Schofield left alive as Yanni peeks around the left side of the smoke.
Oh, he spotted him as well. Trying to creep through, but Schofield gets shut down. It was Sticky Gummies on the northern side of the road that was preventing Entropic from creeping their way forwards. And now, after making their play, taking the position that got bombarded away by Broken Bones, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure those were preemptive mortars that came flying in as BRB was making their rotation. Just landed perfectly,
200
putting
IQ.
themselves in that spot. There was just no cover. They couldn't prevent Entropic from coming down. The push from Pod Samolet at the same time onto PUBG Esports. It will be enough for Sticky Gummies to fall victim. Twisted Minds trying to do what they can, creeping their way up the hill. Perfectix is looking for an angle but can't find one, as Lou will be the opening knock at the hands of Iro.
I'll see how much more they can do with this one. Twisted Minds is one team to be feed at the edge, but so is BBL, especially Ibro, who's had such a massive impact in recent times as well. He's come back for BBL in some of these rounds in Pack Spring. But they will keep that distance for now. Lou, obviously, is looking to get flushed any second now. You can see Batunas is kind of trying to kind of figure out how deep BBL wants to really push this, but so far BBL is keeping their distance as well. Not really wanting to push down there, kind of expecting Twisted Minds to do the pushing, actually. But since no one's really doing a move, and you can see Thunderlost already down in the compound, they were probably looking to group up. It's a quick trade. Thunderlost takes on example. This is a massive, massive frag for them. This gives them the opportunity to breach the compound now and over-rotate Twisted Minds. What a great frag coming out from Thunderlost.
Yep, huge to find. There's a Panzerfaust on the floor again. We always got to point those out, but Batulin should just about be able to get this revive. Example, there's a big loss in the hands of Twisted Minds, but they can wrap their way around, may at least get a position where they can survive. But Batulins, can he even get there? Denderlost holding the angle, but the last bullet isn't going to connect.
No, not going to connect. Sheila is still looking for some kind of opening towards Twisted Minds. They know that these two next players should get on towards their leaderboard as well. They need these elimination points. It doesn't really get any easier than this. Lou is being spotted out as well. He gets damaged, but Tulins, though, with a shot against Denderlost, gets the revenge for his fallen teammate as they will cross the street.
Perfectix is already pushed further than this. He's about to walk face first into April. Waiting arms of Fairy Tail. And there's no happy ending for Perfectix. He's going to get stats down immediately, and Twisted Minds now have to turn their attention away from the fight over the road with BBL. Try and get Perfectix back up. Such an impactful player. But him going down already. Fairy Tail with 12 kills on the board in a better position to try and hold the line. Looks like Twisted Minds' run might come to an end.
Yeah, looks like it. Perfectix gets finished off with a headshot at that. Splays through the smoke and finds him miraculously. As Twisted Minds is down to just the two players, and BBL sitting on the other side, sort of thinking to themselves, what have we just done? Breaching example, getting that frag, and that was all that was really needed for them to get an access on Twisted Minds. Same thinking process for them. How the hell did it just fall apart? We're in such a great spot. We could have just rotated in, but no, BBL is there to cross that dot.
Fairy Tail actually creeping their way forwards now. Forcing Twisted Minds up against the wall. Kron with a Groza will sit both down and even take a peek across the road in towards Denderlost. 15 kills for Fairy Tail. And you may have just seen it just before the graphic disappeared, but they're creeping their way up now. They're extremely close to throwing their name in the ring as well for some of those top 8 positions. April has to try and hold the line against Foot Esports, leaving the opposite 2 number of his team.
Can we talk
pressure
about
on BBL across the road?
Can we talk about them having 15 frags? Fairy Tail absolutely cleaning up that southern side. Kron, Zabeel, and April, 5 frags on each of these players as they are making their way to potentially some more. This could be the biggest round we've seen so far in Pack Spring, and this is no one else than Fairy Tail. With 3 more enemies left alive for them, they are looking hungry. And they've got the best kind of rich line as well, I want to say. They've got a good job onto potentially not even only a Tropic and BBL, if depending on how the next zone is obviously going to go and who's going to have to move first, as it is phase 9. But also on towards Foot Esports. They've got a pretty good vision, as I've said. They might just peek over. First of all, it's going to be in Tropic facing a BBL. Sheila's trying to get that initial knock. Yanni very low, but both of these guys will get the first aid off.
Almost 1,000 damage club for Vard as Beamy cleans up a team. That's Entropic gone on the northern side of the road. They have to turn their attention swiftly, but April's there, ready and waiting. Another knock. Now, make out 16 kills for Fairy Tail. They'll get the revive onto Zubila as well. Beamy. It looks like he's not getting his way in here, but BBL have taken the opportunity. They're pushed across the road, and Kron has to be there ready and waiting.
Yes, he has to. First aid is coming on through. BBL has to expect Zabila just down there. Excuse me, not Zabila. Zabila's obviously played out, but I mean Kron down there with the Groza gets taken down by Schiller. What an easy and important frag for him as he peeks over the ridge line. No problem for him at all. Second frag in the round. April goes down.
We'll take that for Beamy. A second place. He's going to give it up to the blue zone. Nothing he can do in a 1 versus 4. BBL held the line for as long as possible, and they come out ahead with a 6-kill win in map number 2.
Great stuff coming out from BBL. And that breach on example. Wow, that trade, especially from Denderlost, that really secured in the round. Twisted Minds just fell apart from that point onwards. And we said it before, these guys are not to be underestimated on the edge.
No, definitely not. They are a very capable team, and it's good to see that their first day on Miramar only getting a single point on the board has not come back to haunt them. That this time around they've turned their fortune around early, and maybe, just maybe, there's still a chance for them yet to come. We've got 4 more games to go, but Miramar is done and dusted, and so are we. We're going to send it back to the studio to break down game number 2.
Right, what did you think of our second Miramar and our final Miramar for the group stages, Mark?
It's always interesting, Miramar, normally a slower start, but teams eager for some points. Fairy Tail, they came out huge though. They were clearing out the bottom, watching some teams on that south side did never drop the ball at all. Shame they didn't get the chicken dinner, but arguably they put a lot of kills on to get themselves into that top space.
For sure. Avenger, were you happy to see BBL finally get a win? We've been wondering where they were going to eventually show up.
Yeah, I'm grateful to see them pop in and again get a win here. They're going to put themselves in the head of potential contestants for that top 8. I think it's going to be hard, but still. Impressive here for Fairy Tail as well. They are a little bit further ahead in terms of points overall. So, yeah, it's a good game. Fairy Tail, the most part of this, though, they're going to get 21 points. They had 16 kills. Super impressive. And the third place, of course, going their way. Foot also with a decent game here. They could have had more, though. I felt like they could have been 3 or 4 guys alive, potentially taking it to BBL here towards the end. But yeah, it's I have to look back at that and see if it was actually worth it for them to go that much of a greedy split and not stay more together as a unit here. But yeah, we'll see. And yeah, let's see if it's possible for them to kind of hold on a little bit. They've had a better start than FaZe, at least.
For sure, much better start than FaZe. We'll talk about that in a bit. Let's talk about the leaderboard right now. Of course, you want to finish in the top 8 because that means you are guaranteed a place in the grand finals. And you can see as those teams, BB team, Twisted Minds, starts getting more points, it's going to become more and more difficult for teams that aren't sitting close to that to make sure that they can get through. Bumble Squad and Pod Similat as well, they are trying desperately, Mark. They still have 4 more games, but they're becoming big contenders here to potentially make themselves formidable opponents in the grand finals.
I think it's that magic number of win or die, right? It's that 70 spot that we're looking at. Fairy Tail and How, obviously Fairy Tail now dabbing over How, that's huge, and I think they've got their targets also locked on. So I'd expect Bumble Squad to try and stop anything from Fairy Tail, and historically, especially looking back at Fairy Tail on other events, they do perform a lot better on a Miramar. They do slack a little bit on these kind of wildcard maps. So I think the next 2 maps are kind of key for that team, that they can't have bad performances now. Great momentum on game 2. Can they do it again? They're chasing down those Bumble Squad.
I'm curious, Avenger, because we normally talk about maths at this point, so let's do some maths. Do you need to get above 70 points to make the top 8? Do you think that's going to be the cutoff? Can Win or Die get knocked out of the top 8?
Yeah, they can. I can see Bumble Squad, Pot, and maybe now Fairy Tail get 14 points minimum each. I can see that happening for a game. So the question is really again, Foot, do they continue to pop off? We're gonna see more from BBL like this we've just seen here. So yeah, there's lots of potential here, and there's only like 2 or 3 spots to fight for, and 2 of them are kind of fighting back with Bumble Squad and Pot Similat right now in that top 8 here. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard for any teams not inside the kind of 50+ points mark, but back-to-back games, 10+ kills in each, you're straight back into it, right? And that's makes it a little bit worrying for Win or Die, I gotta say.
For sure, they'll be watching very closely, hoping that some of the teams aren't able to catch up. One of the teams that had a great day 1 and seems to be struggling to find the momentum now is LLW, Mark. Why is that?
Is it because of the different group? Obviously, we had Group B, and they were storming away with it, and this group feels a bit more balanced, A versus C. I still believe we're coming into this as anyone could potential. There's some really good insights for them. They hit that normal drop spot of truck. There's that seat swap they've done, as the casters mentioned, and they positioned themselves. This is such a key compound. Obviously, the zone potential with the shift going back down, they held out. But then, as much as I love a glider, they were flying around for quite some time, and that was like a massive red beacon. Great shots came in from FaZe. Maybe they would have got with 4 if they didn't have the glider flying around and getting closed down. And a lot of teams as well will be thinking the glider's going to be a doozy because he's well known for it. E-pickup, unfortunately, they get the opportunity to come here, and the unfortunates come when the zone shifts away. If you E-pickup in, you're without a vehicle. If you're without a vehicle, you've got to go in on foot. You're going on foot, and unfortunately, they've run into Fairy Tail and Bumble Squad, 2 outperforming teams at the moment. They had to hold down, and then it's that really weird Foot. They kind of chimed in. We saw Beamy take some shots from behind them in the compound. I feel like if Foot Esports at that point were a bit tighter, they might have stopped LWLW, but it was ensured destruction. Third party action coming in, great nades going in, but Fairy Tails was storming through Martin, and it goes down to a solo player, and all you can do at that point is find yourself a little dip, try and survive out, and you did for a while, but the moment he got up, it was the end game for LW.
Yeah, it's a rough three-way fight here with Fairytale and Bumblescore and LW in the southern side. When you also have Foot, Twisted Minds, these guys are going to be shooting in your direction, trying to maybe steal a knock or trying to get some points, trying to make them force even more utility being used and heals being used, right? So rough overall for them, but still LW was extremely impressive in our open qualifier. So let's see if they can push maybe 10 points or so more on the board here to be one of those top 8 contenders.
I wanted to talk about FaZe, but much like how they've just been falling out of the game, they're going to be falling right on out of this discussion. Hopefully, they'll have a better shot when we head to Tego, which is coming up right after this.
Yeah, we can try. No, he's solo, I think. I sound it.
Cars not behind me.
Behind
one guy's very next, close to me. I'm just running away. It's SG. All around me.
If you feel like you're gonna get crushed.
They're driving in circles. Now. Oh, Mackinock. I'm fine. Am I coming up with me?
Marcel, exactly.
I see 3 guys in the double warehouse.
Yeah.
Different team then.
Bad net. Nice.
Nice.
UW.
Full form sending up of your blue weapon, be careful.
I'm taking their car, by the way.
Yeah.
We need to just like...
How's west of me?
Yeah, going up over you.
Can we just move beach side now?
Yeah. I see 2 of them, Vex. I fell down from the roof.
Going to nade them.
I cannot see him.
Trying to play next course.
I'm taking a peek now, I'm taking a peek now.
One is on this yellow. I'm nading. Find yellow container.
They know something's up. Yeah, they know something's up.
Knocked. One more there, I think.
One
more
concrete
literally on
still.
that same spot.
Yeah. I'm nading left side. One still concrete, one no info.
There was one more here, no?
I don't know where the other
one on you, one on
he was there.
One on yellow container.
Nading it.
Vex is alone.
Flash on
one concrete, one
in the
no
concrete
info.
now, yeah.
Is it last guy?
No, only one.
One is concrete then.
Yes, last guy.
Okay, copy.
I'm not gonna rest that yet.
Me and Vex are both safe though, right?
No, one of Vex is spotted.
Okay. No one's on me.
There is guy on your container already.
No, we knocked him.
Big news for BBL, Miramar is back on the menu, as alongside is the chicken dinner, but bad news for Win or Die, because they're another team that is now creeping their way up towards that top 8 position, and 70 points is not looking quite as safe as it did at the start of the day after that big game from Fairy Tail. It was a 3rd place finish overall, but the 16 kills to go along with it has now put them tied on points with Pod Samolet on 57, and with 4 games left to go, only 3 teams need about 15 more points, and Win or Die is going to the lower bracket.
Gotta be honest, Fairy Tail I wouldn't really say it surprised me, but I think the majority of the viewers that were out there watching, they had one of the toughest entries out of all these teams. Southern side, I think it was 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 teams at some point, and they still made it work. I'm excited to see whether or not they can continue this form that they've just set up for themselves as we are heading into the next match. 3 out of 6 with this one will be played, and that means we are nearing the end of the group stage. One of the last chances for plenty of these teams to make it in towards the upper bracket, and as you said, BBL just made a big move towards it.
You know what that means too, Miramar's done. That must mean it's time to take out. And we're going to squeeze our way in on relatively pretty much no part of the Northwest Island is anywhere close to the flight path. So surely there's no way that this can go to the Northwest Island, right? We're coming from airport up above Song Am. We're not even going to get to as far as Hosan Prison off the south of the map. So surely there's no way this shifts to the Northwestern Island, right? But it does mean that a lot of the teams are going to be relatively squeezed close together. Dedrix and Beamy looking like a potential bit of contest over a vehicle, but Dedrix will get there first. Beamy goes for a gun, but nothing more to come.
Nothing more to come. I'm excited to see this phase 1 circle.
Hosan.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a hard job in our hands. Bring up the big guns, because these guys will need it. Shilla with the shotgun is probably the first player to watch in this one. We all know how strong, despite the nerf, these guns still are, especially in a hard job scenario like this one. And these teams, they do not want to mess around. Look at them. All of them pretty much spread out between 3 buildings. And the first one to make contact is probably going to be Smash, walking in towards the second story of his building. Third one is where the enemy is at. And he has found a shotgun to top it off. That's what he was waiting for. The cheeky shotgun. And as he found the double barrel, excuse me, not the double barrel, the S1897, the Pumpy. He's looking to make his way up there. I don't think he knows someone's at the top, though. I think Smash doesn't either. By the way they're moving.
Oh, I suspect they suspect it, but hey, maybe the shotguns in patches to come are maybe not going to be king in these scenarios. SMGs getting buffed upcoming. May definitely see a little 1 or 2 of those squeeze their way in. The MP5 is looking extremely tasty. So definitely when that patch comes out, arcade mode, TDMs, give them a test and get called cringe by everyone who's trying to practice their org sprays. But Shilla right now holding on to that Vector. That thing does shred close range regardless of patch. Celtic, though, needs to try and find some healing. He has copped about 30 damage. I think that came from a grenade that was tossed in his direction, just bandaging his way back up to whatever health he can find. Baron Peak and Iroh further to the south, kind of in an isolated 1 versus 1 for now, but BBL could always just turn their attention back to the south and just run him down in a 4v1.
They very much could. Let's see if it actually happens. Still, none of these players really engaging more than what we expected them to do, even though they landed so close. I'm actually surprised. We gotta be honest, I'm surprised none of these teams really engaged as aggressively as they landed. Schofield on the top of the roof, pretty much still waiting for any kind of information. So listening for any of these players creeping around his building. As Iroh might have just spotted out the first player. Pops the nade. This might be a really good one. Iroh's looking for it. No, doesn't get into the window. And Iroh misses his first chance.
You know, we're getting to that point where hot drops, particularly Pachinki, there's been teams that have hot drops there and contested so often that they've gone in and started practicing grenade lineups to get through windows on some of the more popular positions to play. That one just not quite making its way through from Iroh, but he had a couple more. Just Baron Peak was well aware of the threat and repositioned swiftly. No swift movement for anyone else, though. 2 DMRs in the hands of Thunderlost is, I'm not sure that's the ideal engagement, but it seems like Baldinini has caught wind that this has happened. Maybe they saw all the parachutes, maybe they heard some explosions in Hosan. They're setting up shop on the eastern ridge, just on the outskirts of the city. And now, as the gunfights slowly start to creep their way up to higher ground on towards the roof, there's a chance that those boys in that teal in the background might get a free knock if they can line up some DMR team shots.
See what happens.
No, they're leaving. Never mind.
Plenty of DMRs, as you said. Yeah, doesn't look likely. Surprising to me that Sekiganis do not want to make any kind of moves whatsoever. You can really tell that even this crossfire at the stairs was pretty much only there to potentially wait for any Stikigami players to make a move. And the same thing goes for them. So how they get spotted out. This is the first contact. 24 HP lost from Smash, but he's got the adrenaline sirens immediately there to get him back up to health. As yeah, doesn't look like anything else is happening. Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe this one? Zaga, maybe this one? Maybe this is going to be the entry?
I feel like we said yesterday, Game 6, Howl and Auglis, all they had to do was not do anything stupid, not run it down, not throw the game. BBL has put themselves within 8 points of a top 8 spot by picking up the win in the previous game. Like, all you've got to do is not do this. Not walk into Molotovs that Celtic has just tossed through the window. There's just not hot dropping would give them a much better chance, but stubbornness has always been the BBL way, back from the DA days, back from any sort of team that these guys have been on, and they're not one to back away from a challenge, particularly not one that comes from a fellow MEA team, the likes of Sticky Gummies. Maybe that's part of the reason why a couple of maybe previous teammates cross over in drop spots, whatever it might be. They're both committed to the cause. Whereas everyone else, the other 14 teams in the lobby, have started to make their way into the zone. We got a bit of a glimpse earlier. It has gone hard towards the southeast. They're centering up around Ohiang, Kangnung, that sort of area. And that's a big wide split from Broken Bones Esports, straight down the middle.
And while everyone else is looking for their spot in the circle, it is still BBL, just aiming at buildings, as much as Sticky Gummies is as well. Cannot imagine them waiting for too much longer, but then again, it is a really important fight. Both of these teams really need the point, especially BBL. You said it, they're not allowed to just throw this round away now. And I think at this point, they're both regretting their decision, especially BBL, even more so than SG, that they're really committed to this hard job in the way they did. So close, so aggressive, all in the same buildings. That doesn't really give you the option to just leave this. And they knew that when they originally dropped.
Right? It's like, we've seen these kind of engagements on Miramar, around Picado, towards the center, between Young Danes, Sticky Gummies. They can just fall back, Auglis as well. Like, they can just fall back, go to the northern side, take the Murado and leave. That's not an option here. They're so sort of intertwined between one another. Like a Baron Peak still behind enemy lines, and Iro holding the back line, just looking to see if he's gone for any sort of reposition. He's got an angle now, finally onto the rooftop to start putting some damage in. I don't know whether he saw Schofield lurking through those leaves on the side of the tree, but now he's turned his attention that way to give some cover to his teammate.
Maybe now Celtic can find someone peeking out, but really just no one make a move. This is such a tough spot for both of these teams. And if you don't want to make a move, then it's just about waiting for the other ones. And usually it's the first team that makes a move that really just... Look, you can. It's not necessarily that you're at a disadvantage by making the move, but at least there's so many more variables that you need to be careful for, and so many more potential mistakes that you can do that it's just easier to just wait. You bring news.
Huge news from elsewhere in the circle. Schengen is knocked. Lul W has conceded a knock. Someone is actually fighting. Someone shot a gun in our FPS game, and it looks like it's Bumble Squad, because they're the team that's trying to converge to clean it up. And meanwhile, Broken Bones creeping their way forwards might just catch out a free kill onto FaZe Clan as well. They will. James, no idea, was not ready for it at all. But Corexi, at the same moment, springs a trap on any trolls in chat. Just was not quite ready for the same thing to occur to them at the exact same time.
Yeah, once again, sure, it is an FPS game, but once again, I really can't blame these two teams. I really can't blame. There's so much on the line for both of them, and as we said, making a move in this one is just so tough. But both of them realize, with a limited amount of meds, especially nothing even on Smash and the blue zone coming in, they both need to make a move now. And Baron might just be the first one. He sees Smash, misses the shot though, and Smash returns it. Him and the shotgun is an absolute bromance as well. Not potentially in the league of Diffix and Akatori, but it goes to show you that he's still strong on it either way. And I think there was another threat. I think Schiller went down as well. I think he's flushed it out as well. It might just be a 3-on-3 at the moment. Schofield trying to get that first aid off.
Shotguns, SMG, shambles, all the S's between BBL and SG. Now the blue zone is starting to creep its way forwards. I don't see any jammer packs, so this fight is now on a timer. And I sure hope it's not going to be a case of who can sit in the buildings and heal for the longest. But someone will have to commit to the push. It's one knock and one flush on either side of the engagement. Everyone else back in action. Now any trolls in chat, they've committed their push now on towards Corexi. They've figured out that he's isolated, seeing the team's got taken down in the kill feed at the same time as he picked off double. He just couldn't get the better of the peek around the side from Static. The support has come in. But not quickly enough. Master Lake secures the flush onto Corexi. Gustav hops out of the vehicle on the unsafe side, and a double peek might just come through from ATC. FaZe have to fall back.
Yeah, they do. And the meanwhile, it's back to the sticky gummies against BBL fight. Another shotgun flush comes through. We've got Schofield secures the second frag. And this is falling apart. You said it before, this is a nightmare scenario for BBL, and it's really turning into an even worse nightmare at this point. Because they're not looking to get anything else out of this one. Gustav, he's got the Panzerfaust. Same thing for them. They really need these points at the moment. It's looking highly, highly unlikely. But we've seen FaZe comebacks happening. Maybe the Panzerfaust can be the beginning of the revenge story for them. But no, it's not going to go anywhere. And with that first aid, he might be back to 75 HP, but his teammates surely won't.
It sure is a good thing that we are not on any sort of timer, are not going for any sort of leaderboard, that none of these points matter, so that BBL and SG can just TDM, run it down, have fun. There's definitely nothing on the line, boys. 100%. Nothing to qualify for by playing the game. As everyone else who's doing that, they get a zone that shifts up towards the north. Now BRB, they're committing into this fight as well. FaZe Clan, any trolls in chat? Even their fight now is being third-partied by the boys in blue. Partially because of the zone shifting up towards the north, giving them an opportunity to make their move forward. They spot a couple of weakened teams. They want to try and jump on it, they will. One flush stolen away from FaZe Clan, and then a knock as well. Batulin from miles away with an MK14. He's just going to chime in as well. Maruna finishes off Marcelek, and any trolls in chat fully eliminated. FaZe down to a solo. And it looks like they're not going to walk out of here with any points either.
Seeing players in the distance that you know you can potentially push, but actually, never mind, let's go back to this one. Laza finds Smash in what was an absolute millimeter of an opening. I don't even know how he got that one. Somehow Smash still goes down. And now it's only all down to Iroh, as Smash does get flushed as well. He at least gave him the information that there's 3 players in there. I think he just about saw that, might have heard it as well. It's a very tough job for Iroh to do, and I think at this point, he's not even dreaming about going into the circle. He just wants to get any of these remaining players. And I think maybe 1, maybe 2 will be a success already, judging by his position.
I'm almost wondering if some of these teams are kind of just resigned to the thought of playing through the lower bracket. I don't know, maybe they are hard coping with Martin in the Copium Club, thinking, you know, just get the extra game time in. It's been a long off season. Whatever we can do to get the reps in. But it's not looking like teams are really playing to qualify at this point. BBL down to Iroh, last man standing. He was trying to play across the road, trying to find off angles. Has not worked out in his favor, and now he's crept up close. Schofield still with that double barrel shotgun. A quick jump peek around the side. He gets tagged up once. He does sit one down, but he immediately follows, and BBL, they did all the hard work to put themselves in with a chance of closing the gap on the top 8 and squandered on a hot drop in Hosan.
Man, you can't help but wonder if they would have had a better game if they just wouldn't have hard dropped. I mean, the answer is pretty obvious, but unfortunately the decision just wasn't made for them. And instead, they really chose to do this, not only do the hard drop, but additionally do it aggressively as well. Same thing for FaZe Clan at the moment, in all sorts of trouble. Freakill expects Vex to get peaked. And look at him, he hits the headshot as well. FaZe Clan being eliminated very early on as well. This is leaving lots and lots of space for all these teams are out. We saw Kobu talk about this in his interview, with maybe some of these teams expecting more to be happening on these edges. But instead, having lots and lots of space to rotate on in, you can see Bumble Squad being one of the teams, they just haven't free entry. They can even take one of the best compounds in this current Phase 1, excuse me, not Phase 1, Phase 3 safe zone.
Yeah.
And it's all up for grabs.
Seemingly no pressure on anyone. I don't know whether it just comes with the territory of getting that Phase 1 priority shift or the Phase 2 priority, but Twisted Minds just hard chilling, straight down the middle. No one's even really shooting at them. They've got 2 of the compounds that have a very good chance of getting better position later on down the line. Basically dead center, no pressure on them at all. They just get to sit and put shots in at anyone who rotates past or anyone that they can see. Carnivores kind of playing out kind of in the open fields for now. But at the very least, it gives them a spot that they can try to defend as Lil W gets sent packing and straight into a compound that's completely free. Again, just so much space that's unoccupied just because of teams that are A, not in the zone, and B, just fighting for some scraps in the early phases of the game.
Talk about fighting for scraps. That's what Young Danes is doing at the leaderboard. They just cannot seem to catch a break, unfortunately. They just... I mean, that Pixelic lineup change is probably the most impactful change, I want to say, out of anything I've seen in the last half year. Like, a team that went from contesting for the very first one, Brutality, that's how great these guys were playing, and it's not necessarily a tough competition as for teams, to absolutely being down there with, what, 14 points after 9 games? Well, 8.5. Absolutely crazy. Talking about... Yeah? No, go ahead.
It says a lot when you have Sparking coming in and subbing for a team, and he's not the most impactful sub in that tournament. Like, Pixel just completely transformed that team, 100%, and now they've still got a long way to go. But at the very least, they've got an uncontested side of the zone. The downside is that it's down a hill and then a whole bunch of open fields ahead of them. At the very least, they don't have as many teams contesting for their side as we have on the eastern side of the zone as Entropic to deny Fairy Tail entry, or at least force them, funnel them down towards the south, towards where Foot Esports and Pod Samulet are trying to desperately make their entrance.
Yeah, you can see Entropic looking for these shots, but they have to be careful as Foot Esports is approaching as well, slowly but surely making their way up there. Now some pretty good shots from Datrix, just one more bullet needed. April barely gets behind the rock. This would have been an absolute flush for sure, and an easy entry into this game. Finally would have got them at least a single elimination frag, because they haven't really gotten one so far, despite them pretty much shooting at people for the last 2 minutes. But they might just run into a whole different team. Question is, do they know this? Foot Esports is... Wow, they're split so far. Foot Esports doesn't even expect this necessarily. You can see T-Bone and Bard being all out there in the open. Grennis just about spotted him, but he hasn't got support from his teammates, so he has to fall back for now.
And what we can't see on the mini-map, but you can definitely see on the map stream, so make sure you've got that open on your second monitor or on your phone or whatever, is Fairy Tail are split very wide as well. April was the target for Entropic. Zubila still out in the blue zone. He couldn't find an entrance, but Brightside tried to wrap his way around Foot Esports, and Pod Samulet was there lying in wait. So many teams trying to come in on the eastern side of this zone, and there's just no way in for Fairy Tail. They've done so well in the previous game from a side of the zone that was difficult to play from, but it was far less congested. Almost everyone else playing from the north, they were one of the first to wrap in on the southern side of the zone, and that gave them the ability to get pretty deep into the zone and play there until the late game. This time around, not the case, and it looks like they're not going to get any sort of chance of making it anywhere close to this Phase 4 shift.
Foot Esports now looking to just send it in, not even drive scouting this anymore, not even waiting for any kind of information. That they have found some rocks on the edge, but immediately getting shot by Carnivores. We're just outside the zone. This is a pretty good over-rotate. I think Carnivor's looking to play these rocks. But unfortunately, Foot Esports, fortunately for them, Foot Esports has taken that position ahead of them. Even though that one knock did go their way, they can't really engage. You can see so many teams still right around the corner. If they would be entering this, I think they would just get that party on their own, so they can't even make a move. This is a tough spot for Carnivores at the moment. As you can see, Bomb the squad in their south. North is just Pod. We've got a pretty good fight to third party on their own. So, yeah, really tough to make a move.
Yeah, it's one of those positions where sometimes the best thing that you can do is sit there and wait for people to go in front of you and shoot them in the back at the same time as Twisted Minds is third-partying them. No chance to do that for Fairy Tail, though. They have no vehicles left. They can't sneak by on foot, but Pod Samulet now, hearing these shots, this might be one of those games where you think, okay, we're not going to win the game. The zone has kind of taken that opportunity away from us. Let's just play for kills. Let's just push gunfights. Pod Samulet, hearing the shots, are making that call.
Presenti sees him just behind the tree. He needs to rotate in as well. Pod is actually in a great spot now to potentially pick up some frags here. Hawkey probably going to peek down there. He might just catch them driving away. Hawkey somehow still gets damaged. Almost gets taken down as Dante shoots a couple of shots back at him. But this fight is far from over.
Lurking next to the tree. Picks one up as they disappear into the background, but he's quickly traded away. Lol W with a single grenade wipes out the entirety of Bumble Squad as they were creeping their way forward up into Foot Esports. Those rocks that they pulled up on not looking quite as safe as they thought, and now the Carnivores having to make their move. The blue zone at their back. T-Bone has been sat down, but Vard holding the line with grenades.
And Bart, we saw him hold the line for plenty of fights. Easy frags for Foot Esports by the looks of it. As another nade comes in and Beamy cleans things up. They've got a pretty good spot in the zone now. And just like Pod, plenty of more kill potential now if they do decide to wrap around it. Pod, once again, not out of this one either. Tropic gets taken out. Grennis is the last player could take down with the blue zone as the rest are coming on through.
Alex, Twisted Minds is so unpressured in this game that they've regrouped their 2-2 split into a 3-1, left Lou to hold that compound by himself while the rest push outside of the zone up the hill. Baldonini not even looking in this direction, so no third-partying shots from distance, but they're pushing up to try and find the opportunity onto Pod Samolet, but they won't get it. The smokes are still there. They've got the revives. They've got a little bit of cover from the rocks. And just for now, Pod Samolet will survive just that little bit longer, at least long enough to try and recuperate after that first engagement. Now, the Young Danes on the opposite side, northwest of the zone, have got a knock. And a big one, a second as well, with a follow-up grenade from Keta onto Axe. Mogor, as the last man standing, has the cover from the foliage, but that may not be enough against the 3 Young Danes.
Pretty good nades coming out from the Young Danes. This is what they needed. They need a couple of more points to at least get some confidence going for the lower bracket, which we will see them in 100% at this point. On the other side, it is finally time for 4D Esports to rotate in. Any kind of position, any kind of building would be advantageous for them. It looks like they've just found the exact one building that is currently free in the safe zone. That is the one building that Broken Bones Esports left free for them to take, and they took it. Great rotate coming in from 4D Esports. It was a risky one, but it paid off.
But Broken Bones, they can't even really focus their attention towards that because now Lil W have followed their way in. They picked off T-Bone as he tried to scout his way forwards. Wasn't ready for Schengen to be pulling up from behind, but Pod Samolet now come flying in. And Pin with a quick trade back onto 8Z after he gets the opener on Rocks. And Pin gets all 3 of them. Foot Esports have just pulled up into this compound. They didn't get a chance to set themselves, and before they know it, Pod Samolet crash face first into their building. And it may not last long because the Blue Zone grenade, a free kill, finishes off Pin, and it looks like Rox is going to go down as well. But Dante, last man standing. Huge play from Pin.
Wow, what a play, as you said it. That one was massive, securing them plenty of points. But then again, it's only top 7, so the placement points really not on their side just yet. Dante's still alive, but Tulins was for a second thinking about just driving over them, maybe taking him down once and for all, because as I said, this is the last player for Pod. And Twisted Minds, they're unpressured, as you said as well. Could have the freedom to do so, but Tulin's not, for the moment at least, looking to go aggressive. Twisted Minds, I think at this point, they are having their heads turned upwards in terms of leaderboards. I think they're looking to at least catch Na'Vi. You can see how dedicated and how calm and how methodical they still play these rounds, just like Maple did as well, even though they don't have to necessarily. These guys are qualified no matter what. They're still looking to play these rounds as best as they can. And with the positions they have, I think there's lots in store for them.
How is it legal, for example, just to be sat on top of this roof like this? Lou just to be hard peeking over the top with the AWM. The Young Danes, they're just keeping their head down, no confidence in their peaks. Despite the fact that they picked up Baldonini, they have full control over the north, but BB team just using the ridges on the western side of the zone now. And anytime the Young Danes peek up over, having shots put in towards them, it just gives so much freedom to Example and the rest of Twisted Minds. No pressure at all. Even Batulins has pushed out of the compound, trying to creep his way forwards towards where Dante lurks. Schofield, the last remaining Hosan dropper, has made his way in towards a relatively central position, just lurking behind the vehicle. Definitely not the most inconspicuous of places, and if anyone spots that out, I'm sure they'll toss a grenade towards it and get themselves the final pick off onto Schofield, but the fact he even gets a placement point from the start of their game is really more than they could have asked for.
To wait and see how this one's going to look after all the 6 games today from Plate. Couple shots coming out from Spyro. Doesn't really face Keta too much. Rest of the Young Danes rotating in as well. And honestly, for this amount of zone space, very few positions that can be played. And these teams, they, as you can see, they're going for very desperate positions at this point, because as I said, there's not really any safe position that you can play from their point onwards.
No.
And the Young Danes, well, not really finding much luck on the northern edge. Rotate in and not finding much luck here either, as the nades from Schofield are coming in and the shots from Spyro as well.
They pulled up, they had the cars on the right-hand side, the smokes on the left. Gave them a little bit of cover, but not enough. Schofield, though, now that he's sprung into action, he's given away his position. That just signals the push for BB team. A couple of grenades is all it takes for them to sit him down, take him out, but he does get 2 placement points out of it, so not all is lost. Spyro, though, making sure that's not the case for the Young Danes. Pushing forwards, grenades in hand. He still has 3 more. He doesn't even need them. Hjort, last man standing. He's fallen back a little bit further away from the smokes, so the grenade won't quite land. That one gets a little bit more damage, but BB team just taking full control of the entirety of the fields on the western side of the zone.
They should probably get shot as well. I think it's only a matter of time at this point. So we might find ourselves in an end circle with BB team and Twisted Minds, as well as Lil W, with all 4 players left alive. This could be a massive, massive ending for any PUBG Esports fan. Plenty of space for all these teams to play as best as they can and give us an explosive ending into game number 3 of this day. You can see BB team, yeah, complete western side is in control. And this is a shift that makes it even more interesting. Very fair for all of these teams, especially for BRB right in the center of it.
Not for Hjort, though, especially now that Spyro has made the junk peek. Makes an assumption that the bush will be where the man is lurking, and he's correct. Another grenade kill for Spyro. Hjort has gone down. Top 4 now in full effect, and BB team still get to hold on to the ridges along the western side of the zone. Twisted Minds, there's very little that they can do to get peaks up over the top onto BB team. It might just have to be a push through this construction zone. Broken Bones will be the first to meet their wrath if that's the option they go for.
Broken Bones out. It's probably going to get pushed by Lil W. If not on this one, at least in the next one. But actually, now that I say it, Elu Senpai is rotating around the warehouses, tries to get an entry towards the open fields as well. Southwestern side is being secured, as BB team is more so focusing on towards the northwestern side of things. I'm very surprised they don't spread out as much. I'm not sure about the sidelines. But it looks like they can't really take more at this point.
Yeah, very little for Lil W. They have their backs against the wall, but they have a little bit of high ground. They have a warehouse. They have to be thankful for that. Gives them a chance to get into the top 4 for now. And maybe, just maybe, Hello Senpai's off angle could get them an opening onto Phil first. A headshot, as well as they try to reposition, get themselves back into the southern side of the field. Can't get the follow-up, though. Would have been a huge one to get that knock on Spyro in rotation. And they get themselves into the position that they needed. But Sloy Jacket with a spray through the smoke, and Phil first has been sat down. Any follow-up grenades, they need to be placed well. But there's none coming. Lil W doesn't have that in their arsenal just yet.
No, I think the distance is just too much. I don't think they want to risk engaging BB team now. Not with the 2 teams. They are pretty much standing right at their doorstep, excuse me. Doozy does take down one, but yeah, same thing for them. Even though they do get the knocks, I think maybe if they get a second knock, maybe. But against 1 knock, there's just no reason to push at the moment. They've got so much control.
The BB team just get really every single opening in these warehouses. They get vision in towards them. And even Twisted Minds, who are playing outside the warehouse, they need to be cautious. Perfectix peeking his way forwards. The red dot on the MK14 won't get the better of Skinsy. And the Molotov should finish the job. He was pushing forwards. He was trying to find that opening to give Twisted Minds an avenue to get into the cover for themselves. But no, the position on top of the box, Perfectix just couldn't react quite in time.
Interesting. It's so interesting. None of these teams really had to do any kind of position change throughout the last phase. And really couldn't either, because as soon as you engage, that's the problem with these 4-way fights and them happening so early. As soon as you engage and, you know, try to essentially make a move on any of these knocks, you'll just have third-partied almost instantaneously. So no one really in a position to make anything happen. And I don't think that's going to change in this one either. Well, one team, though, surely has to make a change, and that's Lil W as well as Twisted Minds. Both of these teams will have to make a move, and I just saw Twisted Minds actually being zoned out there as well. I'm not even sure where they're going to be going. One thing's for certain, though, they will need to use these smokes, and they will need to use them fast.
Yeah, it's tough now for Lil W. If they try and push around the right, isolate the 1v1 against Maruna, that's where Twisted Minds are lurking, and well, they're not even going to get there in time if a Doozy's hitting the Dragunov headshot as they send it forwards in the vehicle. Knocked out of the car is Sloy Jacket, and now a Doozy with the blue zone grenades. Those are going to be so important, so crucial, so valuable in a position like this. But the spray from Schengen's slightly better than that of a Doozy. He gets the final knock with the final bullet. And Sloy Jacket's back up as well. Lil W survived the breach.
That is not like a Doozy to miss an option like this. That could have been a great entry, as they do get the player back up immediately. Lil W now tries to get on top of the building. This is just such a good play. Oh, depending on how the sidelines from BB team are, this could win them the round potentially. They should have options to maybe look at Twisted Minds from up there. And as you can see, yeah, just unfortunately, the nades are not really in their inventory anymore. This could be Otherwise, this could be disastrous for Twisted Minds, but they will make it past. And do I see an AWM and an MK14 on Twisted Minds and an MG3 as well?
And an MG3? Oh yeah, they've been hard farming. But hey, one thing that they don't have is the ability to use that team vault that was added in the most recent patch to PUBG and get up on a roof. This might be an angle that, go back a few weeks, a month or two, this angle wouldn't have been possible. But making full use of that new addition is Lil W. Doing everything that they can to get any little hint of an advantage. Hello Senpai was originally the one playing the off angle over to the west. He's now wrapped all the way to the east, buying the space for Sloy Jacket to make a push around the side, but Batulins, he spotted out Hello Senpai.
And he takes him down immediately. Looping, knocked the hole. That is such a cheeky flash. Sloy Jacket might just get this one. It's one more bullet. It's only 10 damage being dealt though. And Lou stays alive for at least a second longer, as Twisted Minds might have the opportunity to go for the rest. I think his Apple is already on it. Just need to be careful now. Oh, that Molotov maybe would have been impactful a second earlier, but at this point it might just come too late. BB team still 4-man Shrimpy Spyro already trying to get more space now towards the LW players, as Broken Bones now have to defend this warehouse, and he's got the Panzerfaust in hand as the first knock goes the way to BRB anyways. Good nade coming out from Maruna.
The Molotov to buy the time. Oh, the vehicle exploded and flushed out Schengen as well. That Panzerfaust still could come in clutch. But it might not be the way that they anticipated as the push is coming through from the opposite side. BB team tossing Molotovs in, covering every doorway but smoke grenades. Flying all around. Maruna does get taken down by a doozy. Sloy Jacket's still looking for toes that he can try and poke. And Hello Senpai. Oh, he's not going to love to see this. But no, Skizzy fires it wide, but does get the win anyway.
Oh, yes, he does. Goes Headshot coming out. In the meanwhile, though, Twisted Minds putting in the hard work. So is BB team. Both of them secure massive amounts of frags. And there we go. BRB has to kind of wrap out of the warehouse, and BB team's so consistent with them blue zone grenades as well, making sure to pop them at the exact right amount of time, and so is Twisted Minds. Lou, last player still standing, left standing in this complete entire match for BB team to push. Oh, and Filfers gets it as well. This man is unstoppable at the moment, and it is another win for BB team. These guys are on an absolute roll right now, and you just do not want to meet them, especially Filfers. I've talked about this guy. He is an absolute 19-year-old god that just burst into the scene and seems to be unstoppable.
Their second win of the day, their third of the event overall, and Win or Die is going to thank their lucky stars because it's those teams, the teams that are already ahead of them, that they need to be the ones absorbing all the points. Everyone else in that game is someone who could potentially threaten their hold on top 8, in particular Lil W. They had a big bunch of kills on their side, and getting those placement points, inching them ever closer to that direct spot to the grand finals. That's halfway through our final day, and let's send it back to the analyst desk to see what they have to say about Tego.
Double chicken dinner for BB team. They have clinched 2 of the wins in the 3 games that we've seen so far. What is it about this particular team that just makes them so scary to face off against Avenger?
It's just the pure fragging power and kind of fluidity that's running between them, right? They are super clean in their fights. They're winning so many of their engagements, and yeah, putting 21 points here in this. Broken Bones of 15 and Twisted Minds 14. And as the guys mentioned on the cast there, it's the right teams that are getting the big stacks here to maybe potentially keep Win or Die inside the top 8.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard. We'll get back to talking about this particular matchup in a little bit. I think what I'd like to do now is look at where we're sitting. So, of course, you want to finish in the top 8. We are halfway through the final day. Mark, there are some teams that are going to be looking at this and have realized that they have a hope in hell of qualifying for the grand finals. That's going to weigh pretty heavy on them. Do you think it will change the game plan, though, for the last 3 games for those teams?
Oh, huge game. Look at Pod, look at Bumble. They are in reaching distance of Win or Die. But Fairy Tail, not a bad game. And look at the end zones there. LURW using the new feature to get up and be creative. They just need to be a bit more creative and find themselves in this 8th spot. I think they might get a bit more aggressive. Like, you've got 3 more games. Like, what else have you got to lose now? You've got one Vikendi. A team like How actually, realistically, has been quite aggressive on this wildcard map. LURW, they're not too bad as well. They're really strong in their angles. So, do you know what, Sam? You've got nothing else to lose. Just go for it. You've got 3 more opportunities to get yourself in top 8, and maybe that 70 spots is not looking as strong, and Win or Die will be in chat.
I'm curious, because I've seen FaZe do this once before, so I don't know if they could do it again. But Avenger, for the FaZe fans out there, What the hell? I mean, can they? I'm not going to ask if they can qualify. I don't think they are going to. I think they're going to go into the last chance qualifiers. But what exactly is going on there? Because this is a team that should be in the top. No questions asked.
I think you're forgetting what day it is. It's Sunday, baby. No, I'm joking. 32 points here coming in, being 25 points plus behind is just too rough, I feel like. But then again, a back-to-back big game on Erangel is still enough points to put them in there, right? But it comes down to
But you say that, but I mean... Yeah, let's just be honest. Based on their performance, the chances of them getting a big back-to-back game, I don't think it's going to happen. For 2 days now, they look terrible.
Yeah, they have had some rough games for sure. But then again, it could just come down to, again, 2 big games. But I'm really looking at Fairytale, Little W, Potsamlet, and Bumble Squad. Like, that's really the question. Are these 4 teams currently fighting for, let's say, 3 spots if we take the win or die spot into consideration? Are we going to have these 4 teams get 10, 12, 14 points total on all of them to make sure kind of they push that out? Because that's the 4 teams that currently is fighting and is really, really tight in those fights, right? Sure, Foot could have a big game, could put themselves into the kind of a hat here. They are also only, 21 points behind win or die. So still 1 good game, 2 good games, also potential for them. But I think we have to keep our eyes on Little W, Fairytale, Bumble Squad, Potsamlet. I think definitely is the teams that potentially are going to hold on to 2 of these 3 spots here. We could see a big one from Foot of FaZe. I would love to see that, but as you say here, it's going to be hard. Extremely hard for FaZe, very unlikely for FaZe, but Foot could still do it.
And what are we thinking about BBL, Mark?
No, we want to take a quick look at BBL because it was going to be the one game that could have been a hot drop, and it happened to be so. But they had an opportunity not to take it, Sam, which baffled me. Obviously, SG, they're well done. They're trying to claw for as much opportunity as they can. But BBL, after the performance and that win, you would have thought maybe they'd second guessed this. They stuck at it. Maybe region versus region. There's a bit of pride there. They were sort of different around. We didn't really see the fight start to kick off into this point, sort of 9 minutes in. It's worth mentioning Iro, though. He played like a little bit further out. He went towards the south side. He did cross over. But as it all started kicking off, you can see him in the background there. He was just too far away to get involved. And it left him down to the numbers. The numbers eventually fell. He was the last one left. And they did catch SG trying to leave. They're trying to be sneaky, but Iro doing Iro things, great headshots. And unfortunately for him, the guys come rolling in. And Martin, there's not much more you can say about the performance for BBL there. They should have had a better game. And arguably, I think they should have picked a different drop spot.
I think so too, but I think the confidence that you get from a win, they might think we're gonna scare them off with that win. Like, now we're gonna have too many points, they're not gonna fight it. But there's just too much pride, like especially as you said, going up the Turkish guys against each other here. Like they're not backing down from that. And now we're gonna throw it over to another kind of a little bit of a fun map here with Candy. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens here, Sam.
It will be interesting. We'll find out, of course. The fun map coming up next. Round number 2, and it's everyone's favorite. It is PUBG Geography, where you have to guess where this particular picture is on the map. We're focusing on Erangel today, and you just have to put in the coordinates. We've also changed the point system up a little bit for this season. So gents, the closest person gets 3 points, the middle person gets 2, and the furthest away gets 1. So you can still get some points on the board. Are you ready?
Ready. Let's go.
Chris, great chat. Aduzi, T-Bone, it's chilled. I like the low energy, saving it for the actual competition. Tell me, where is this? super serious thought going into it. Silence. Very serious faces of the players. So here's the answer of exactly where this was on the map. And the closest to this point was, in fact, a doozy. So congratulations, you get 3 points.
Thank you.
Chris, you were the second closest, and T-Bone, you were the third. All pretty much in the area, but it comes down to those fractional numbers that make all the difference. So congrats. Chris is having a bad time here. All right, let's move on to the second pub geography location. Let us know where exactly this is on the map.
Oh, easy.
This is easy?
Yeah.
I don't even know, bro. It's gotta be where Doozy loots.
No. It's too hard.
Prima.
That's what I'm looking straight away. Bro, where is that? I'm so clueless.
I have no idea.
Okay, gents, Doozy, you were bang on the money. You knew exactly where it is. Here it is on the map, 43 meters off. He knew, he said it was easy. T-Bone and Chris, you were both way off. But T-Bone, you were the furthest away. So only 1 point.
Oh my lord.
Sorry, mate. Right, final one. Let's get into it. Tell us where in Erangel this is.
Easy.
Doozy's too good at this. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not fun at all.
I mean, I was here like 1 week ago.
Okay, so this one was a little tougher, but we've had a little change here. It appears, in fact, that T-Bone, you were the closest. And by closest, I mean not close at all. Okay. But we're going to give it to you because it comes down to the numbers. Chris, second closest in a doozy. You were way off. Actually, not way off. You and Chris were around the same spot, but this is actually where it was on the map. So that changes up the points considerably.
That's easy.
Before we move into the final round, let's do a quick points recap. It is so tight. I know it didn't seem like it when you were watching all of this, but it turns out Chris and Adoozy are tied currently on 8 points. T-Bone is still in the race though, 6 points. So round 3 is really important because we've changed this up a little bit. We've made it possible for you to take the victory if you are sitting at the bottom. This is what's going to happen. It's called Who Dis. And I've got 5 different facts to tell you about a specific PUBG player, and you can earn points depending on when you guess who the player is. Obviously, if you have to wait till I've given you all 5 facts, less points than if you answer right at the start. So gents, get ready. First fact for you in Who Dis, he was born in 1994. I love that. That narrows it down to so many players, but there you go. Okay. We're going to move on to the second fact because I'm pretty sure you're going to need it. He started his PUBG career in Groovy. Adoozy's are you taking a risk there, Adoozy? Yeah. Okay. Adoozy has submitted on the second fact. Let's move on to the third. This is going to be really tough for me because my pronunciation is shocking, but I'm going to give it a go. He used to call himself Piyama Inota during the early days. I butchered that pronunciation so bad, but there you have it. Toby tried to help me off camera. It didn't work.
This is fixed. Only a doozy would know this stuff.
Well,
I mean, it's easy.
He's born 1994. Played for Groovy. This name. I know his name, but I don't know the player again.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Okay, we're going to move on to the fourth fact. You got 2 facts left. This one, I think, hopefully, should give it away. His first big tournament win was the Global Loot League Season 1 with Na'Vi. Come on, boys. You can do this.
I have no idea. Maybe?
Last one. Final facts. We got all the answers, but let's put it out there. He currently plays for Gaming Gladiators. 2 of you got it correct. A doozy right at the start. Obviously now also our champion for the PUBG game show. What was the player? Who is this, a doozy?
Uber?
It was Uber. So there you have it. A doozy is our winner, and we actually have a tie, not for second place, but for the losers. Chris and T-Bone, both of you lost. Sorry about that, gents. Well done, a doozy, and thanks to everyone who was watching, and hopefully you'll join us for the next PUBG game show.
Game 4 about to start, and it's great to see that BB team just cannot stop winning. Even in the game show, in the break, a doozy still bringing home the dub for BB team. Do we call that their 3rd win of the day? We'll count it. We may as well at this point. They're flying 44 points so far in today's games, but they were one of the few that are pretty much already locked in from their first day of games, but it leaves the door wide open for the other teams to swoop in at the very end and win or die. That hold that they have on the top 8 spot is looking extremely treacherous, and it's getting even more so by every game that goes by.
Absolutely. 23 points in the last game. Even before that, as you know, the last game, before the last game, they had 23 points. This way around. And then there's another 10 placement points to top it off. Even with everything we've seen, these guys just do not stop. Absolutely crazy stuff coming out from BB team. And the one team that maybe got swept on the rock a little bit because BB team is performing so massively today, and very jealous as well, is Entropic. Because Entropic has been playing pretty consistent as well. 24 points in the first 2 matches and a couple of points now in the last one too. Kill-wise, by the way, one of the best teams of the first 2 games that we've seen. So great stuff coming out from Entropic. Really hoping to see them. And look, I've always said about Entropic, this is kind of a silent team. Because we don't really get to see them until they really just explode and kind of get the points that they need. And I feel like it's the same here in Pax Spring. They've really shown that in brutality that they can really rotate well and make sure not to lose any of these players. And it's the same here. And I feel like that's such a solid foundation. If you have that, that's such a good early game. And we saw it for the map balls as well. Teams that consistently do not lose players earlier on, just like ATZ almost did, will in the long run make more consistent points per game. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing.
Fair enough, they went for it. They saw an opportunity, they tried to add to that tally of kills that they have. Sticky Gummies on 26 kills, but 36 points overall puts them a little bit behind the pack. It's still not impossible. I mean, let's be real, there's only a 10-point difference from Bumble Squad, currently in 8th place. Again, that's the target point by the end of the day. And Foot Esports down in 15th. There is a massive mid-pack, and there's still time for the teams who are not currently within that sort of threshold to put themselves there and give themselves a chance. FaZe Clan had an opportunity in the previous game, got the chance to play towards the center, but just got crept up on a little bit too much. Pod Samolet, of course.
Rocks?
Look at those kills. Rocks, I mean...
What's happening?
No, don't worry. There's still time. Maybe we just missed a digit off the kills column. It all starts with a 1. It's all the same.
I don't think so. Well, 11, 12, and 11 on percent dependent Dante, and then Rocks just with the 1 there. But I mean, I guess he's the anchor,
listen,
the backup.
Every team needs their support.
The one who holds back, yeah.
It is what it is. They're mercenary.
It is what it is.
Like, he just sits back, he does the healing. But Twisted Minds, I mean, Perfectix.
Yeah.
We've said time and time again, there's a reason he was an answer in the game show as the top fragger of PEC Fall towards the end of last year. It looks like that's not slowing down whatsoever. And they almost came out with a win in the previous matchup, but BB team snatched it away at the final seconds. But yeah, Twisted Minds, I mean, look at him. Perfectix already well on his way to making it a move more towards the center of the circle. We have gone up to the northwest towards Coal Mine and the Frozen River in that area. Baldanini going to be taking a very, very early position in some of those... what do we even call those? The camps out towards the center of the river. Very, very difficult area to push and very easy to defend.
Perfectix, 19 frags. That is By the way, just for your information, that is the most out of all the players. They've only played 8 matches. The next one is Phil first, who's got 15. Maybe the last game 16, 17, something to that regard. Is very close, definitely. But all the other players above him, which is Kiliakai on 20, Lukarux on 22, Diffex on 26, and Nixie on 28. Depending on how this day goes, depending on if Twisted Minds is another big game, he could even steal the very top spot in terms of kills out of all the teams in the group stage that we've seen so far. You have it on the right. Perfect. Thank you so much, production. That is one hell of a timing. Before getting into that statistics, let's see if Dante is able to pick up Schofield. One shot needed. Should get it as well. Taps it off with a Dragunov. This is not an easy shot to take, especially since Schofield was already driving away, but makes it anyways. Dante finishes it off with that shot as well, and that's the first wreck on the way of Pod.
No, it's in these kind of situations where we look at Sticky Gummies and we think, like, was it a mistake to only send one player over there? Should they have committed more, or would it just have cost them even more had they done so? Dedrick's going to run out of bullets, but thankfully Grandis is there to provide the support. Kishir, nothing that he can do. Another early loss. Sticky Gummies lose one, and the Carnivores will lose another. Those teams that are down towards the lower half of the standings, just really not having the best opening, not what they wanted to see. But Entropic, they will take that. That puts them a little bit closer, now on par with Auglis, and only 6 points behind Bumble Squad in that all-important top 8.
Let's see how the next rotate is coming on through, as Twisted Minds might just have the 2 players in the back lines rotate off a little bit too slow. We'll see. I don't think for Esports it's going to be fast enough to make anything happen against example Matulans. I don't think they want to either. But they still have to be careful. Example Matulans, do they stop there? No, they're not slowing down. For Esports with that wide wrap is coming through the southern side. We'll look for a good opening as well. As we said, Perfectix and Patulans already further in. So that shouldn't be a problem. Oh, example. Oh, example. Oh, he just hit something. Vard might just be able to take him down. 25 damage has already been dealt, but he makes it past. That was dangerous for a second.
I thought it was just going to be a nice amicable rotate. Both teams just happy to drive alongside one another, but Vard puts in a few shots. The Zimas don't like it when you do that to him. And spins out, takes a tumble, but thankfully manages to recover and get back to safety of the rest of the squad. Free kill with the M249, though. Does land a headshot on towards Madzi. Not quite enough bullets to take down the tire or the vehicle itself, but he's going to really funnel Madzi in towards the rest of Broken Bones. We're waiting, lying in wait, but the position isn't quite there. Bibin, if he lands another headshot, it might be enough to take down Madzi, but he's done a little bit of healing from the driver's seat with the bandages. He might just get himself out of danger.
Yeah. Couple of more shots, but I don't think he expects to hit anything at that distance. He's going for the highlight reel, and I respect it.
Yeah, man, people have to make montages.
Let's see. I think Foot Esports is just about to drive into Twisted Minds here. And they should know that Twisted Minds is playing this as well. Perfect is just rotating out as Beamy drove right past him. This is still far from over, I think. I think Vard is very close to Perfectix still. This could still be an entry for Foot Esports, maybe. I think all the players have now left the buildings. And Twisted Minds shying away from this fight. I'm very surprised that they maybe weren't quite expecting Foot Esports to reach the buildings, but they have secured the compound, at least for now.
Well, someone finally has to put a stop to Twisted Minds just gathering up airdrop crates left, right, and center in every single match. I think it was the previous game. They had Orms, MK14s, MG3s. They had all the loot in the world. So thankfully, Foot has put a stop to it. And Foot, at the same time of doing so, has decided no longer will we be playing the edge. It is time for us to stop respecting our opposition and just take the fight against whoever's in front of us. They know that they're good enough to make those fights work. And it's even been enough aggression to force Twisted Minds' hands, force them to regroup, and force them back slightly further towards the edge of the zone. It's not too bad. Still gives them a decent possibility should we get a southern shift, but not quite as wide of a split as Twisted Minds usually likes to hold when they're in a more central position like this.
Yeah. Interesting circle, for sure. Plenty of space still in the northwestern side, but Port is making sure to not let anyone rotate past them, at least not unknowingly. As we have low W. And driving in slowly but surely through the western side of Dinoland as well. Have to be careful as well. There's Baldinini right in front of them. BBL to their west. At least no one's in Dinoland as far as I can see, so And W might just be stopping there to get some additional information, which is fine. There we have 4 Esports. We just saw them rotate off past Twisted Minds, and they have passed them again. Over-rotated further in there, and while I was talking about Dinoland, here they are.
Heck yeah, man. They found themselves a position. It's not on the edge for Esports. What a day. They've changed up their approach. They're not playing full wide wrap along the edge, although certain teams definitely are capable of making that work. Ascend had a very solid group stage, and BB team now even better. They've overtaken them with 9 games played, as opposed to the 12 that Ascend ended up on a nice round 100 points. And BB team, of course, are one of the latest teams to arrive, only just making it 9.5 minutes in to phase number 1. They start making their entrance on the northeastern side of the zone. And, oh, cutie. Alex's Wonder Wheel. Put an F in front of that. Phalix's Wonder Wheel. And let's see where we're going for phase number 2. That. Spin the wheel, Phalix.
Ooh, I'm going to guess it's going to be a very centralized, a little bit further towards the east kind of circle.
Oh, phase bias? Fantastic.
Yeah, phase bias. Definitely phase bias. Well, Ascend's not playing, so...
We have to.
Gotta give the bias to someone. Well, that is... Well, yeah, no worries. You can business inquiries at Phalix on Twitter. If you need circle predictions, just hit me up. As once again, this is a very good shift for FaZe Clan and Fairy Tail, who are both going to be rotating into the eastern side.
I think Fairy Tail is definitely one to keep our eyes on. They're currently our 9th place team. Entropic as well. We talked about them. They've had a pretty solid day so far. Maybe not shining to the point of BB team with back-to-back wins, but it's very difficult to do exactly that. But keeping themselves in 3rd place so far for the day with 25 points on the board. Keep up those margins, and there's a very good chance they could close that gap, and this is a great opportunity to do it as well. They just have to be a bit careful, because Batulins has just taken an emergency parachute, and he's got on top of the roof of those cable cars, and it's very, very difficult to dislodge anyone from up on these positions. So Entropic can't really overstep their boundaries too much without coming under serious risk.
Is it actually impossible to get someone who's up there? Like, actually get a look on him, unless he peeks.
You can launch grenades at them, or you can go far enough away that you can see them with the curved routes. That's
I feel like if you stand in the middle of it, I feel like your nades don't even reach it.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, I don't even know if it's technically possible. We'll have to wait and see. Someone in the chat, please answer that. If anyone's tried, maybe some pros in there and knows about this. Either way, Vardis can open things up as we have Lil W approaching in from Dinoland. This is one unexpected place, gotta be honest, as Vardis getting the first one. Who else than Vard, who's been stepping out so massively for 4 Esports, not only today, but in brutality as well. But they might just need 3 more frags to close this out.
A foot. They had to fight tooth and nail to take this position. Now they're defending it. Lurex has been taken down. T-Bone not aware of Sloy Jacket's position. That's horrible timing for T-Bone to have pulled out a grenade. Sloy Jacket watches as he pulls the pin. It's not going to get enough damage to instantly flush him, but it's enough for Vard to have to turn his attention back from holding the angle and turn for the revive, but it doesn't matter because Beamy's holding the angle, and 8C's got a grenade of his own that sits down Sloy Jacket. Schengen now, last man standing. T-Bone will be revived, and a 1 versus 4 for the last man standing of Lil W. It's not the ideal scenario to find yourself in. It's not a very fun game. We were promised a fun game on the analyst desk. And he's not going to have one.
Depends on who you're rooting for, because any 4 Esports fan surely appreciates 4 Esports cleaning things up. Very clinical as well, not losing a single player, as they will get 4 more eliminations on the board. 53 points at the moment, which is looking like a very straight path into the top 8, depending on how obviously Pard and Bumble Squad, as well as Fairy Tail, in fact, that one massive round that's not to be underestimated, are going to perform throughout the next ones. But at least Howden August, maybe even in this game, could be caught already. And behind them, sure, there are a couple of teams, but it is still a pretty good buffer at the moment. Schiller, though, talking about this fight, takes down Baldini. Oh, my lord, what a peak! Coming in from Myro, I believe it was. Stenelos with the flash, though, as they do get the entry on towards them.
Very BBL thing to do. Just take a full send fight against whoever's closest. Mr. Shimada is holding the line with the DBS, but he can't contribute as his teammate in the building next door just gets ran over completely. Axe tries to get involved, almost loses his life for doing so. But he will manage to get himself into the compound. Mogor across the road, holding the line, but getting tagged down. It's actually third-party shots from the Carnivores out to the east that's going to force his reposition. There's very little that he can do other than dodge this hail of grenades from the hands of Smash. That one might bounce well, not quite far enough. Oh, if it had an extra quarter of a second on the primer timer. That might just have been Mogor taken down. But Axe almost getting the drop on Smash, and now they know the DBS is in play. Do not push that door.
Oh, Toth, I think he just spotted out one of the players from Baldinini on the outside corner. And Axe, yeah, I think he's going to get peeked in a matter of seconds. He hits the first couple of shots. Not enough to take him down just yet. Venelost tries to take him down so desperately, even the Molotov to take it off. But Axe somehow makes it back around the corner. And he will stay alive for at least a couple of more seconds as BBL is really desperate to fight this off fast. 11 seconds on the clock until the blue zone starts moving. Good shots against Sheila as another frag comes in.
Back and forth trades. Now Beamy's putting his name in the ring again, pushing out. They hear the shots. They're not too far away in Dino Land. They need these points. They're going to creep their way forwards. For Esports now up as far as 12th with the 5 points they've picked up so far, but Smash leapfrogs them once again. Baldinini removed. Axe does manage to sit down his teammate in Sheila. Smash is the last man standing, and Foot Esports are going to try and swarm around this, but the Carnivores again putting those third-party shots in from distance. Sitting down 8-seat gives Beamy something to think about before they can really commit to cleaning up what remains of BBL.
Yeah, BBL, they so desperately needed this fight as well to at least go cleanly. As we said, these guys, after the last initial hard drop that they lost, pretty convincingly, by the way, too. We all said that more was needed. More was needed in order to qualify. And this might just be the make or break round. They need a couple of more points in order to really have a chance of shot at this, if it isn't too late already. We'll have to wait and see. Put Esports in a prime position to gatekeep them now, and I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I've managed to get the revive on Beamy. It took a little bit longer than what they might have expected. I think it was actually Beamy got re-knocked. It was 8-seed that was originally the knock, but look at that. The shot from miles away. Batulin's up on top of the mountain. He has angles on everything. He always finds a way, doesn't he, to get up onto the highest ground possible. An emergency parachute on top of the cable car roof is definitely... I mean, it's Batulin's written all over it when you look at the vision that he has on just about everything. Entropic were forced to back away. A BBL now forced to try and make their move. Actually going to wrap back through the blue zone. Maybe it's a good thing they did because Vezavai was there lurking and lying in wait. But he knows that Smash has not found his way into the zone just yet.
Oh, Carnivores are looking for it. It's a 2-on-2. This might be a good opportunity for BBL to engage this unless they don't know. And I think they don't at the moment. Who's right there in front of them. I think otherwise they would surely engage this, but they are rotating off, you can see in the distance, trying to find a different entry. Unfortunate for them, because I think this would probably be the best case scenario right now. Getting to an isolated 2v2, with the amount of teams that we still have alive, this is, one again, their best shot at actually making something happen. Shilla, he spots him out as a seal. Oh, he sees them getting out of the car, maybe a double peek. Shilla immediately, 57 damage being dealt. And I think they're going to try and go for this. I think so.
I mean, Azazel, it would have taken him so long to heal. Only with bandages, no first aids available. Not even worth it, he's just going to turn back. Now we saw that phase 4 shift come into play. Jeans pretty much dead towards the center. Oh no, for Esports, they've pushed up on the back line of Carnivores as well. T-Bone does get sat down with a quick little peek from Vezavai. 8-seat doing what he can to Bad Boy peek him down, but not quite landing it. But Vard spray onto Azazel. For Esports a little bit of more time. The grenade not quite going to land. Vard needs to get over and get this revive. T-Bone has been knocked at least once or twice before. He's going to bleed out relatively quickly, but he does get over. He's still got the 3 grenades to work with, no. But look at BBL on the back line. They smell an opportunity to push forwards. Doesn't matter though. 80's grenade lands beautifully,
80.
and the Carnivores removed from play.
Removed from play indeed, with an absolute Kobe. I think he'd be proud of that one. Good nade coming in against the Rock. Pretty well timed as well. Pretty much the perfect name. Textbook nade, if I may say so. Either way, Twisted Minds, we still have Batulin's on, in my opinion, unbeatable position. As of right now, looks like he hasn't been spotted from Bumble Squad either. He's going to get lots of information. And also has pretty good options to actually get a frag and entries onto all the teams surrounding him. For Esports going to be rotating in. Once again, we saw them lose one player already. That's going to make it at least somewhat easy if BBL attempts to drive into them, as they have been spotted as well.
Yeah, 7 kills for Foot Esports. And they've managed to get ahead of teams behind them, and they're not having to play through the opposition. But I've got Beamy, hello? You didn't see the man across the road from him, standing right in the open? Okay, Pin and Pod Samolet, they're creeping forwards. They've got to know now. The shots coming out from Rocks. Foot Esports definitely alerted to the danger that's lurking. All grenades in the hands of Pin. It's a long toss that he has to try and get it up over that ridge line, but he might just be in range.
Is that a good one? Is that a really good one, maybe? Oh, almost hit perfectly. Pin trying to go for the big one, but he's gonna need to get a little bit closer. Now the rotate is coming on in. Good teammate, actually.
He's got 5 more.
In general, good team play with how they handled this so far. For Esports, not really giving any chance to be fought back. Sheila goes down. BBL is now limited as we are nearing that top 8.
Not quite getting these ambitious nades over the top to land, but T-Bone doesn't need grenades. He gets it done. A quick double spray. Pin answers back with a knock onto Beamy, but it's Fex from miles away with a bolt action that sits him down. Keeps Foot Esports in play. They're going to have to back away, reset, get the revives. T-Bone's down for, what, the 3rd time, but no VOD commits for the repeat. Dante gets the better of him, and 8th now, last man standing for Foot Esports.
Oh, this is falling apart right now. T-Bone bleeds out as well. I think that was his 3rd knock in total. And Nate is trying to salvage as much as he can. Smokes towards his backline to not get shot from Twisted Minds as much as they have been. And now it's all down to Dante. As we said, I think he's got one more flash. Maybe that was that was it, actually. Now he peeks around the corner. He knows they have to be somewhere inside these smokes as they are dissipating. He spots the first one. BB goes down. Vard is down to 1 HP. And that would be it. It's only 18 now. I think both of these players, they're done and dusted. Both of them being secured by Dante, as it is down to a 1-on-1.
Good Molotov through the smoke, though. The sound cues, giving 8C everything that he needs to aim at, but can't follow it up with the spray. Dante taken down to about half HP, just looking for any more utility that he can find, because he knows he's on a timer. Twisted Minds are on the move. Batulin's hopping down from his god spot up above. But Dante's had the time to reset. He turns his back for a second, and it will cost him. Wasn't quite ready. He checked behind to see if anyone was looking to third party. As he wrapped around the side, Dante just bided his time long enough.
Dante, gotta be the player of pod so far in this tournament. Great stuff, and I highlighted him so very much for being going through these games. Deservingly so. Saves pod, I think another 2, maybe 3 kills, and then obviously on top of that, placement point now as well as Foot Esports. Surely made a bunch of frags as well, but wasn't able to secure any of the placement points that they obviously would have loved to get and were in a position to get as well. Twisted Minds though. Next fight's coming right up as the entry on Tropic goes through.
Been just hounding Entropic from the high ground ever since Batulins took the emergency parachute, got onto the roof above them, an exchange of Panzerfaust. Nothing connects. Batulins, I mean, look at the hit points though. Extremely low, but survives. Level 3 gear, definitely paying off. But FaZe now starting to regroup as well. They've made the full push. All 4 players now on the position of Jeems, where he held the line so effectively when Sticky Gummies attempted to make their crash. They know that their backline is clear. There's absolutely no one on the northern side of the zone. That entire road is just a cut-off point to a dead zone. Maybe Dante might look to wrap that way eventually, but he's a long way from having any sort of impact. So FaZe will push forwards. Over the top, Correxy gets spotted out by Batulins, and the spray marks the signal. It's actually separated out into 2 separate engagements. Bumble Squad arrived in. They did most of the damage onto Entropic, but they get cleaned up as well. Twisted Minds take down 2, and now they can fully focus their attention onto the fight against FaZe.
Yes, and I think that's exactly what they want. Keep the back clear. That's why they didn't push on towards Foot Esports in the first place. Because they wanted to focus up towards that western edge and make sure to clean all the teams, at least in close proximity around them, which they have now. Pod is now out of it, and that just leaves, what, 7 teams maybe alive? Yeah, I think it is 7 teams only. With this amount of space in the circle, there's only 2 squads at the moment really having an entry. Now Lou gets the first drop on towards FaZe Clan. It's only a couple bits of damage, but it's an entry.
His headshots traded. Madzi caught well out in the blue zone. No way forward for him. Deep, even with that AWM. Can't find the opening that he needs. Batulins taking a bit of a risky peek, despite the fact he's got the level 3 gear. It is an AWM that he's peeking up against. Lou, over the top, finds the timing to get damage onto Correxy. Correxy dropped a nade as well. Got a little bit more damage on towards Gustav, softening him up, and Batulins is ready for the off angle. Maybe the grenade pulling the pin gave the audio cue, but Batulins just knew exactly where to look.
Knew it exactly. Small flashes are coming on through. As it's 2 players standing for FaZe Clan. They have no chances to rest this. Fex is in the far distance. He's only got that bolt action to suppress as well. And if he misses these shots, there's not really much to potentially make anything against that push that might just come down the road as more nades are just flying on through. Yeah, and I think there's a bunch of them. More and more. But Huan says 4 in his back pocket. I don't think he's going to just let them leave that flex now. Close up towards his teammate. Maybe that nade is going to do massive damage. He pops it right at the ridgeline. Oh, gets the double as well. And it's only Fex standing left alive on that ridgeline together with his teammate, James, who's now slowly creeping up on them.
And he threw another one, and the fadeaway took down Fex as well. The first got the double flush, and then the knock as well. James, though, creeping forward. He just catches them out completely. Batulins and Lou had no idea that the push was coming. James's position, lurking, patient, biding his time. And that might just turn the tide, but...
Huge.
Twisted Minds, they've already dealt the damage. They've dealt with Bumble Squad. There's no threat to their backline now. They can get the revives.
Oh, they're leaving them.
They're even going to leave Batulins behind. They want to clean up the fight first, but the revives, it's not come through. Fex is still down. It's a 1v2.
Oh, that nade might just be perfect. James peeks around the corner. Oh, example, what are you doing to them? Everyone just gets eliminated up towards that western edge. I thought James was going to have an option to potentially do something against the brush from Twisted Minds. His nade could have been absolutely perfect, but Example is just too damn strong as he clears out any opposition. They do lose 2 in the process, so maybe the chances of winning this game have just been significantly reduced, but at least they will make it out with a bunch of frags. I think 11 at the moment, and that's as much as any Twisted Minds fan can really hope for.
Big knock onto Fairy Tail. They were lurking in the compound. They've been holding that position for a while. The BB team, though, on the eastern side of the zone, they wouldn't do it again, would they? Surely. 3 in 4 games has to be too much. Surely someone has to stand up to them at some point. Broken Bones might be the ones to give it a go. M249 still in their hands. They've had hold of that from the very early phases of the game. So definitely coming equipped for a gunfight. The zone has shifted away from just about everyone, pretty much straight down the center, slightly over towards the west. The only real cover that remains in there is just a hail of airdrop crates. Of course, this is Vikendi. A couple of rocks scattered around, but other than that, it's just a complete dead zone. BB team's hilltops and the trees that they have might just be the most attractive position to try and make a push in towards, but Broken Bones are finding out that it's very difficult to do so when Bestelok is holding the angle.
Spyro gets the flush as well. Bibin put on the board for Bestelok. They have lost first though on that eastern edge, and that's unfortunate for them because a straight push towards them, wrap around the western side, it's not really possible at the moment. But April, well, they're chiming in as well. Fairy Tail wants to get a piece of the action, and they do pretty convincingly. Maruna goes down and flushed immediately after full frags at the moment for Fairy Tail. They're looking to make another big game.
They see an opportunity to make a move out of the compound, pick up a kill. That's exactly what they do. They just need to turn back around, and free kill is exactly that. Coming down on 20 HP. Blue zone is going to force him forwards even more. He has no smokes. 1 damage. 1 shot to the head. He's gone. He's proned up. 3x on the M249. They're waiting to see whether or not he makes an appearance, but he's not going to. Spyro catches him, lands the headshot, and free kill has been removed. Once again, Twisted Minds and BB team in the top 3, and it's Fairy Tail once again. This is the team to try and deny them. 4 standing. BB team and Twisted Minds both having suffered casualties throughout the course of the game. Brightside taking the aggressive play, making a push towards the center of the zone, trying to claim control for him and his squad.
Such a tough ending zone for all of these teams. Fairy Tail sure has got the most, I want to say, space at least that's been controlled, but that doesn't really secure them anything because they still have to fight both sides. Example now gets hit with a massive nade. That's an absolute Kobe as well. From Brightside, you can see it pops the next nade through as well. Another Molotov that's going to follow up. Another flush going the way of Fairy Tail. 5th one so far. Not the highest kill count that we've seen today, but if they manage to win this one, that might just be the instant qualification anyways.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're on 58 points coming into this game. Well, they don't need to do that much to get over that 70-point margin. Pod Samalet took a tumble earlier on. Bumble Squad have already gone out. They're leapfrogging someone. That's all that really matters. If they secure this win, they secure their spot that little bit more. Still doesn't guarantee anything. Just bear in mind there's still 2 games left to go. Anything could happen. what's very unlikely to happen is Perfectix getting out of this spot alive. Phase 8, blue zone at his back. The Jammer Pack runs out of juice. Spyro pushing forwards, trying to dislodge Brightside. The third grenade will do so. The Fairy Tail spread out wide along the southern side, just can't answer back. They've lost their IGL.
Gotta be careful of Doozy. Someone is creeping up on your eastern side, and that is Kron. If Kron gets that entry into a Doozy, it might just all fall apart, but at least the care package is there to support them a bit. And with Brightside knocked, they've lost the very front line as well. Fairy Tail, that big split might just come to bite them, depending on how the next fights go. Doozy now very aware of this edge. Kron has been laying down, so I don't think the audio cue has been given towards him, but he still needs to make a move, and that's the flash going through with Brightside.
Well, before he goes down, Doozy will take down Perfectix. Long range SLR spam on the opposite side of the zone, gets the job done, hops in the vehicle. He's very aware that Kron might have pushed up in this position. He knows that his team doesn't have vision towards it. He's not going to let himself fall victim to anything like that. And now the score is evened, 3 versus 3. BB team looking for their third win of the day, a back-to-back across Tego and Vikendi. They're trying to find a position that gives them the best opportunity. A smoke grenade between Bestelok and Kron, but an exchange of grenades might just signal it's time for Kron to fall back, but he does not get a chance. Besto, a huge spray around the side, and the sneaky play comes undone so quickly.
So quickly indeed. Aprons, Zabila now the last one's alive on that ridge line. Peaks coming over through. A Doozy gets one. The Zabila can trade things out. Doesn't even matter as a Doozy takes one and the second one to top it off. Good round again from BB team. And oh my goodness, is there any team more consistent in the late game scenario than BB team at the moment? I do not think so. They just win everything.
Said they wouldn't do it again, surely, but they've absolutely gone and done it. And we asked the question, who's going to be the team to stop them? It's not going to be Fairy Tail. They tried their best, even with a little bit of contribution from Twisted Minds on the opposite side. Nothing they could do. Just so aware. BB team have been the team that backstabs Sport Esports so many times. They're not going to fall victim to those sneaky shenanigans from Kron. Huge awareness from a Doozy and Bestelok to clean up that potential threat and pick up their third winner chicken dinner of the day. Can anyone stop them? I don't have the answers to that question, but maybe the analyst desk does. Let's see what they've got to say about our Vikendi.
I don't know if we have the answer to who can stop BB team, but right now I think we do have the answer as to why they are being so successful. This team has come together. It's a fantastic lineup, Avenger, and they just seem to have a really good game plan no matter what map you throw them at or where they have to position themselves in the circle.
Yeah, Spyro as an addition to this team here just makes this team an absolute insane contender for top spots in EMEA in general. So super excited to see them play, and also they are playing this loose and confident game once they know that they're qualified, right? And they're just fragging out. And it's beautiful to see. I love how they analyze the terrain, play around what they see in front of them, and just absolutely destroy and win almost every single battle here. 19 points for them after having just having 44 points is huge. They could beat the all-time most points for a day here in our group stage. That'll be cool to see.
Pretty cool. 3 wins for them, 3 chicken dinners. And it's interesting, Mark, that we've got a selection of teams that are now the front runners for these 4 or 5 spots that are available in the grand finals. I'd argue, obviously, BB team, Twisted Minds is up there, Pod Samulet, Bumble, but Fairy Tail, and you can see there now, currently sitting on 8th spot with my favorite number. They're starting to make a play, and if they continue this consistency into Erangel, Mark, this will be fantastic for them.
Stop throwing with 69. It's like a throw to mark every time. Fairy Tail doing well. Look, Win or Die are on the cusp now, and you say it right. Bumble squad hunting down, and that was the first game I was like, FUT Esports could do this now. They had a massive game, didn't quite get the placements, but they were getting huge on the kills. Another 2 good games from FUT Esports, and I know we spoke about FUT and FaZe. I don't think FaZe have shown up, but at least we're seeing FUT Esports now potentially maybe stamping a ticket to the grand finals.
Avenger, do you think Fairy Tail can do it? Can they make themselves one of the grand finalists?
Yeah, I mean, now with them having 69 points, they could just get 2 more, and that they secure that win or die spot, right? So Pod Samulet already above them with the tiebreaker. So yeah, it's looking pretty dire for Pod Samulet. I could definitely see Bumble Squad or FUT or even LOLW take that spot away from win or die there. So that'd be scary. I think Fairy Tail I think they can hold on to it, and then it's the kind of last 3 teams that's going to be fighting for winner dice last spot. So yeah, there'll be 7 points for Bumble, 13 points for Foot, and 14 points for Lil W in 2 games. Very doable.
Yeah.
Mark, I mean, Avenger brought them up there, Pod similar. What do they need to do if they want to finish in the top 8? Can they finish in the top 8?
Pod Samlet, yeah, they should continue going. They just need to sort of gear it up a little bit now. Not quite the drop zone that we expected. They went for a little bit of a different, but it was controlled. They sort of came in late. They played in on this sort of high train. The zone shifts away. They just stopped. They scouted, kept the cars. They were following in. They understood the team that was in front of them. They didn't over-aggress. They didn't try to leapfrog. They took the high ground. And I found with Vikendi, the high grounds are all give or take the same. There's no like Everest here, right? So they were there. They were looking. But unfortunately, yet again, the zone shifts away, a bit like Foot Esports, and the guys had to sort of crash their way. They come to a bit of a crossroads. Foot Esports, though, and Pod, they end up clashing. Pod actually got the better of them, but I just believe Foot Esports at this point were in a stronger position. But there was a bit of overconfidence, Martin, at this point. They were high up on kills, and I think Foot could easily clear them out, and it didn't quite work out for them. Went down to a 1v1, and Dante, he laid in the snow and was able to pick up this final kill. Not much more happened from there. I would have expected, hopefully, I would have said expected Foot Esports to maybe clear out Pod, but unfortunately both teams decided to go.
Yeah, especially here with Pod 7, they realize it's Foot, guys. It's Foot. We gotta break these guys down because it's one of the teams that are chasing for a potential spot in the top 8. So there's definitely a hard focus and a hard commit to make sure that Foot goes out as soon as they can here. Even though Foot had a fantastic run, they made 9 kills, no placement points in that last one. So still doable for them. Again, as I said here, I'm really hoping and hyped to see if Bumble Squad, LW, or Foot can step the foot on the gas here for the last 2 games of Wrangle, Sam.
We'll have to find out if they can. It is time for a break, and when we return, we'll be closing out the group stages on Wrangle.
Here again.
Headshot body the guy in gas. Help.
One on your left still. Close to you.
1 HP in that.
Okay. There's a lot of like small shit houses on this, so people are mixing.
One guy on me.
Yeah, just continue driving. Don't get knocked.
I will play with you, Keter. If you take yellow.
Trying.
No, I'm coming to help mixing here.
Yeah, heard.
They're just nading T1 right now.
Gonna die for sure.
One's crossing the road.
Knocked.
Knocked blue.
One active. One active.
He was middle
waiting.
house. He was middle house.
Chill,
I
chill.
think-
Resing.
I might have killed middle house. He was like this guy was in the middle of nothing.
Wait, one guy crossed the road. You didn't knock that guy? That wasn't you, beat me.
Yeah, on me.
Play safe, play safe.
Come outside, beat me. Can't help you.
Hit twice.
Nice, guys.
Yeah, I just didn't know.
On you, Keter. One guy on yellow mark. Knocked.
Nice
knock. On the rock on yellow.
I'm coming up as well.
One guy running far on new blue. Flushed. Knock new blue. Nice. He's like on the rock. No.
Can I pull up somewhere?
Yeah, come to me. I like we're being shot. Close me, come to me.
Pull up one
It's on me. Knocked. Nice. One left.
I'm smoking.
It's a smoking risk.
Good info.
I'm driving Keter down.
He's behind.
Where?
North.
Nice, guys.
I'm resting.
Reset, you could have people pushing like blue line or something.
Yeah, I think they will.
The same I'm safe if you pull up on me.
2 active now.
I'm coming, watch out.
That's the anchor, he helped him, he joined him.
I'm still safe.
They're gonna blast check on the backside.
Are they in or behind it? No,
One
outside.
is in. 2 behind it, they're behind it. Go right, Gustav, don't go left. I'm dead.
They died, I think.
I'm looting them. Then I come back.
Look out, I guess.
I need to move this car, but I'm gonna let you shoot first.
What's going on my wall?
Knock one.
One more on the wall.
Whole team.
I'm reparking.
Just run out or something.
That is rock.
Oh, I'm getting knocked.
That's,
They're both out there.
That's one of them.
One of you needs to come rest me, Insta. I'm safe. Just one of you watch.
You want to do
Knocked one.
Nice.
Knocked one.
Nice.
On the right.
One was orange. One was orange.
Yeah, no, here. Blue left.
Yeah,
blue left.
I'm gonna go on the roof, I think.
One of you needs to res me.
I think Vlad is gonna get you.
He's holding across.
We need to get to
Headshot
green.
him.
Yeah, just go.
Headshot.
Twisted, knock one.
Yeah.
We need the
He's on my-
cars.
he's on my kill.
Someone go get the car. We need to drive to green, marker, boys. We need to drive to green.
Yeah. Hit.
One.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice. Get.
I'm nading over you.
Yeah,
Give
they
me
have
watch out.
blue. Yeah, just nade the road.
He died in blue.
We built it. We built it.
We need to kill them. We need to kill these guys.
I'm getting shot from top hill.
One knock.
Nice.
2 knocks. 2 knocks.
I'm knocked. One active, one
3
active.
up. One up. One up. One up.
Smoke towards Twisted right now, guys.
Smoking.
Is the last guy in smokes or across the road?
Yeah, he's on you.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Can I pull up somewhere?
You can pull. I don't know. This is
Those
pretty
people are
bad.
holding me.
I silent rolled. Yeah, I silent rolled. Now we drove. You're being shot from the hill southeast. We have to go together.
Can't do much.
Smoke
West peeking
there.
as well.
Oh.
How is this guy not getting punished by combat?
How is he peek? Yeah, I was silent rolled down here.
One on the rock still nading.
Just you two now.
I'm running back a little bit. I'll give it on.
Shaping up to just be one of those days for BB Team. We talked about Mad Balls and how dominant they've been over the 12-game series. Well, BB Team have played 10 and they're only a single point behind them at the top on 122. Insane stuff. 3 wins on the day, but realistically, you know, these wins are great. They don't mean all that much when we're talking about the top 8. That is where we're looking. And right now, Fairy Tail have crept their way in, and Win or Die's 70 points. That's not looking like it's going to be enough.
No, really doesn't look like it's going to be enough, especially if you consider the Bumble Squad and 40 Esports as well as Lil W are right behind there, looking to get additional points in the next 2 games that we have coming up, 2 games Wrangle. And yeah, honestly, looking at the average points per game these teams do, as you said, I don't think it's going to be enough.
And it will definitely be close. That's the one thing that we can say for sure. Podge on 70 points, but have the tiebreaker. Fairy Tail a single point behind. They also have the tiebreaker over Win or Die as things currently stand, but that's it. That's all that they have. Group B's last hope is Win or Die. I mean, that's the group that really we looked at this and said, probably the strongest of the teams, particularly when we look at the top 3, but the rest maybe not quite living up to their expectations. But certainly the outliers on Group A and Group C on 100 points apiece, despite having played 2 less games than everyone else in Group B. BB Team and Twisted Minds looking so incredibly strong.
Yeah, and we gotta shout out not only Twisted Minds, but Pod as well. These guys have been very consistently fragging and have made the use out of the rounds that they really were given in terms of circles. And that's, look, Tingleton put it best. PUBG is a game where if you do get the opportunity to win, you need to grab the wins. You need to take the opportunity. And I think even though they haven't finished the rounds as best as they could have, they have at least very securely gotten very close to double digits almost every single time. So I'm really liking what we see now from Pod right now, and I think they would have a great shot as well.
Yeah, Pod Samulet, definitely a team that was on a lot of people's lips. Have they'd watched some of the stuff that happened in the pre-season, in that big gap between PGC at the end of last year and then the first sort of instances of the competitive scene coming in this year. Pod Samulet has been one of those big performers in the in-between, alongside their fellow European East players. The likes of Win or Die, the likes of even Fairy Tail have come up looking very strong in some of those smaller events and scrims in particular. So definitely exciting things to see that those teams are looking to fill the gap that's been left when we have teams like Gaming Gladiators or Exalt who didn't quite make it to this point, and definitely there to fill in those gaps.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, that's one story of a downfall. Talking about downfall, at least what we expected to some degree, FaZe Clan, once again, like barely missing out on one of these big rounds. I thought James was really having a great opportunity to maybe clutch things out. Maybe that would have been a tiny bit of a comeback, but it looks like they just haven't been able to really find their groove. And as of right now, I don't think they're going to qualify for the grand finals immediately. I think they're going to have to go through the brackets as well.
Yeah, it's not been an awful day all in all, but it's not been good enough, not even close for FaZe Clan. And yeah, it's particularly when their day number one was not great, not up to that standard that they've set for themselves with big performances, then yeah, it's definitely not looking great for their chances. It seems like we've had one player crash and they're trying to reconnect before we get into our first of our Erangles. The first of two, the final two chances for any of these teams to get themselves into those all-important top 8 spots, and maybe at this point, more importantly, for anyone other than BB Team to win a game today, because it's getting ridiculous.
Yeah, BB Team is just, I mean, they seem to be unstoppable. Now, look, at the start of this day, I was asking, do you think anyone can catch Matt Bulls? And I think they have not only the perfect setup now to do so. Wait, have they actually not caught them now? That was the last
1
game.
point behind.
1 point behind. Okay, so I wasn't able to over Leaderboard at the top of my head, but yeah, 1 point. So I mean, I guess that question kind of just becomes, you know, irrelevant, because they're going to do it, right? They're going to do it. They're going to overtake Matt Bulls, and that's kind of absurd because Matt Bulls has just been the story of this tournament so far. But BB Team, yeah, a new rising, not unsurprising, but at least a new rising star now on this tournament, at least before the grand finals are going to start.
Fairy Tail being the team to creep their way up and now holding on to that 8th place spot with a nice round 69 as their score. Weren't quite able to close out what potentially could have been a win that would have put them more solidly in those qualifying spots, but there's a pretty big gap now. The Bumble squad on 64 behind them, and then Foot Esports on 58. Just like a game or two ago, there was multiple teams within 1 point of qualifying spots, but they've built themselves a little bit of a buffer. But it's all in the hands of Foot Esports, all in the hands of Bumble Squad, and any potential late pushes from the likes of LulW and maybe even BBL. They could still do it, but they need Erangel to come out in their favor. And a large part of that comes down to the decisions that they make in the early phases of the game, because BBL on Tego, even if they win that hot drop, I'm not sure it's the play they want to go for. It just delays them getting into those circles later on. But let's not delay any longer as our first Erangel comes through. And Felix, that plane path goes over the military island.
Yes, it does. Might just indicate at least a little bit something, I guess, maybe. At least it's not a fast shutdown from east to west. Or the other way around, kind of plane path, because then at the very least you could almost kind of predict that it's going to be at least some type of southern circle. But with this one, I am fairly confident it doesn't really matter too much, as the plane path once again does end up north. Still not an ideal one for plenty of these teams, especially considering all the teams that will normally do towards the eastern side. You can see plenty of teams already going for alternative loot swaps, especially Sticky Gummies, who would I think much rather with a different playing path prefer to lose somewhere else, but they will have to opt for the military base. Same goes for FaZe Clan. They're probably going to spread around that eastern side. Not even going to show if they're going to stay there. Could imagine them going to cross the bridge as well, depending on phase 1. But either way, 3 teams at the moment in military base, and we are going to have to wait and see where the first phase goes. If this does decide to shift mini base, it's absolute carnage. I think it's going to be absolute carnage. So many teams run around the bridges, destined for chaos.
Not Millibase. Look at that.
Not Millibase.
The Sticky Gummies won't be too upset, though. They are the team that has hold of the Western Bridge, and I don't think Fairy Tail, given their current position in the standings, are going to risk setting up any sort of bridge camp, so they should be easy enough to get out from there. I think their sort of default on a wrangle would be to fill in those howl loot spots around shelter, but West Millie on this flight path and a team that's very unlikely to set up a bridge camp ahead of them, not too bad whatsoever. Though Pod Samolet, once again, has full control, full prime real estate to take a nice central position for themselves around Everest. Perhaps Foot Esports might have similar ideas as well, getting up on top of Everest itself. It's a risky position to play. There's always the chance that teams could come emergency parachuting in. You could get pushed from multiple angles. There's always going to be teams with long-range sightlines on you. But it's one that if you can hold on to it and play it well, can pay off massively. Bumble Squad, 6 points away from the safety of a qualifying spot in the top 8. They have a position in the zone. They're going to have to cross the river, and Foot Esports are just on the opposite side, who may just be in their way.
Rotate is coming on through as we have some statistics for you guys. Marsalek, the unofficial star of this one, does have to bow down to double, apparently. 15 frags for double. Pretty strong with Sparta. Unfortunately, looking to probably improve this number with only 2 eliminations so far in this tournament. But overall, yeah, always a team that's good for an upset. As ATC is still clinging on to that 40-point mark, desperately tried to drop into that 50-point mark, hasn't got it though. Obviously, Foot Esports with a... Well, we see Foot Esports with a quick early frag. Not sure what happened there, but apparently it is going to be Beamy picking that one up.
I can tell you what happened was that Foot Esports made the push out from South George to this compound, and Bumbledeep didn't respect the fact that he might have had someone there, just drove face first into it. Beamy gets the spray with the M4, finishes the job with the VSS, and Bumble Squad, who we just said were 6 points away from the top 8. They just needed to avoid any early entanglements with Foot Esports. They lose a player to Foot Esports. Carnivores, though, all the way up north on Severny, they're very likely to be one of the teams that does hedge their bets, play towards the northern side of the river. There is still every chance that this zone shifts up to the north, around shooting range, around the plane crash, or maybe even slightly west of that. And if they can hold on to one of those positions, play the numbers game, and get that zone shift in their advantage, it could be big. But currently, their points are not. They're anything but big. 21 points after their 10 games played. They've got a long way to go. And at this point, I'm not sure it would even be enough to get back-to-back wins to get into the top 8 from their current position. But at the very least, build up some momentum, build up some confidence for next week's lower brackets.
Build up some confidence. Couldn't agree more. It's what you're going to need in that lower bracket in order to survive this tournament, as it will be their last chance. First rotates are coming on through. You can see Fairy Tail. Once again, one of the teams that we have to watch out for the last 2 games in terms of making it into top 8. They are currently in there. But do be reminded, once again, Bumble Squad, Foot Esports, Visual W, all of them pretty much in striking distance of having a good game and rotating in towards the top 8 as well. That is dangerous. We haven't really seen many bike rotations. And BBL not shying away from it, though, trying to make it work. And they did as well. Barely making that. I thought it was going to happen.
I mean, I'd also say it's dangerous for Batulins just to sprint along the side of a hill while people are rotating alongside. There's every chance that Iroh might have had an angle towards it, or if that wasn't a rotation on a bike, if it was in a car, could just as easily have been seat swapped himself, but no. Everyone will get out of there relatively scot-free. And it looks like Twisted Minds are just going to leapfrog and make their push over towards the northern side of the river, avoiding that more congested southern side of the zone. Example, second place in damage, still a decent margin between himself and Nixie, but still 4,500 damage in 10 games played is pretty disgusting numbers.
Pretty disgusting numbers indeed. Circle, once again, doesn't necessarily favor any 2 centralized spots, where we can see plenty of teams taking things relatively slow. Foot Esports hasn't even rotated out of hospital, apart from obviously AC picking that cube compound, or at least cross cube compound. But apart from that, you can see Baldinini, BRB, none of these teams really making any sub moves just yet. They want to wait and see where this one goes. Once again, not too many 2 strong positions currently in the deep center. Lots of water and play obviously kind of takes away some of these positions, as well as we have BBL and Young Danes. I mean, kind of a standoff in ruins. Let's see how this one goes. I can't expect BBL really committing to this one, but maybe they don't know about Keta. And that could be an option for Keta. They don't. Schiller gets taken down almost immediately. Tries to get into the bike, and that will eventually be his downfall as the flash comes through. And this is disastrous.
Time the bike rotate is punished. It's just a little bit too slow trying to maneuver his way through the ruins, and Keta this time will make good on the shots that Batulin's attempted earlier on, but could not quite land them. BBL losing their player when all is said and done. And it's another one of those squads that was kind of in with a shot. 16 points away from win or die's 70-point cutoff point that we kind of set as our unofficial target at the start of the day. It may not end up being the target. They may need to exceed that, but losing players early on definitely does not do anything good for the chances of BBL. They picked up one win today, the only team other than BB team to do so, but losing a player in that kind of situation is definitely not going to do anything for them.
Nope. See if ATC this time around maybe can make something work. It's only Lou at the moment. Sure, Batulin's there in the distance to potentially support him, and he does that right now, but they do decide to breach that one story. He would be all alone without support. I'm pretty certain Lou would be able to get taken down, but he's going to be able to get to safety by the looks of it. Yeah. Groups up with the rest of his teammates. Next fights are coming right up as we have another rotate that's driving into FUT Esports.
Alex,
tell me, Zaga.
You said Ascend isn't in this lobby. We had the interview with Koho yesterday. He was talking about the degenerate playstyle that they're able to get away with because no one's holding the edge. This time, FUT Esports is holding a massive 2-2 split. They're all the way on the west coast, while the opposite two players of FUT Esports are in the same compound where Bumble Squad lost a player, north of Everest, more than a kilometer away. Just so much space for them to work with. No one has made the rap in that direction. Baldanini have attempted it, but Skinsy has sat down Mr. Shimada as he tried to make his entrance from the North George Bridge. Mogor is not going to get the chance to do so. It's not really looking like he's going to be able to get into a position, either himself or Mercel, to answer back. Definitely not getting the revive. Shimada is gone. He's forfeit. There's no way of getting him back in action.
Pretty understandable that the positions that FUT Esports can hold, and no one's really going to make a move on towards the garage building just yet. But then again, as you said, definitely a very, very wide split. We've seen these circles. I don't want to say 10, but we've seen plenty of endings so far, especially in Brutality and Apex Spring combined. Shift down towards Gatka and kind of end that open field right around the yellow buildings. As we do see another shot come on through. Somehow, Baldanini is still trying to make this rotation work. There's also a player even before that still deciding to just rotate over close to the bridge at least. And Broken Bones is not gonna shy away from this. Obviously they're not. They're gonna try to pick up all of these frags, and suddenly it's only Mogor, the one man that has fragged these qualifiers. Absolutely out-fragged almost everyone. At least one of the days, and Free Kill's gonna be able to take him down to easy frags for BRB. Not really much danger there coming in against them, as it is only one player left alive, and he's on the other side.
Not 100% sure of the scenario that ended up with Baldanini being so heavily surrounded in North George, but Axe is the last man standing. He was the only one who was able to get over the bridge, and maybe he regrets that decision because the zone has shifted back towards the north. It's gone about as far to the northwest as it possibly could. Any trolls in chat were thinking about a pre-drive to maybe send it over one of the bridges. They swiftly changed their mind, fall back to the compound, and Carnivores, they're grateful that they did not make the send over the river when they did, that they played the numbers game, that they held their nerve, and now they might just get the opportunity to be rewarded for doing so. FUT Esports sending the first of their 2-2 split over the bridge, but the others might get some unfortunate timing if Pod Samolet continue and make the same path that they were about to take.
I'll have to wait and see if Pod does. I mean, that is, gotta say, definitely one of the more creative shifts. And we were all talking about it. Everyone pretty much has been. Oh, what a breeze. They just straight up run into the building. I was surprised to see the Smash not even ready for this. I don't think he even didn't expect this. His face is plowing through these buildings. They need a big game now. They need a massive, massive game right now. It's not just over. At least not yet. But if they lose Dreams here, I think it depends. If they win a game, imagine they win a game, have another good one, maybe even win two. I could see it, but them losing a player right now definitely slims that chance.
We gotta be realistic here. We're in 2024. 2018, 2019 phase Sundays are a thing of the past. Let them lie. But 42, I mean, one thing that's definitely not a thing of the past with the FaZe clan is just full sending it. Like, it seems like any opportunity now, okay, the zone hasn't favored us, let's just kill anyone who's in front of us. And even BBL is not ready for that level of aggression. But FaZe clan almost getting the white, but getting pushed on by the Young Danes, who have a similar idea, surrounding Corexi, sitting him down. Keta will claim a kill of his own, and Mixon finding Gustav as well.
Oh, and suddenly it's only James left alive. This is falling apart for FaZe Clan, unfortunately for any fan. I think with this round at the very least, yeah, you are 100% right. They don't really have any chance whatsoever. James comes up huge though, picks apart Keta before being taken down on his own. Great headshot, but that doesn't really change the situation that FaZe Clan is in, as he will be stuck on 42 points going into the last one.
Yeah, now I think it's fair to say that it's not happening. This is not the PAS. No one's going to walk away with the 21 kill win on game number 1 like the Falcons did. This is EU, where only BB team is allowed to dominate lobbies. And sometimes Twisted Minds, but first they've got to try and fight their way through Foot Esports, who, well, they made an early cross over the river, but they've decided that compound close to the river, the option, just in case Phase 3 does pull the rug and send us back down south towards Everest. It's not good enough for them. They want to push further up the hilltop, but Twisted Mind is there to be the gatekeepers.
Oh. Dante, we've talked about this rotation, doing pretty much exactly what we expected them to. The, so to speak, star player from that lineup, even though I may not say that, but honestly, all of these guys have been performing so amazingly. I'll be interested to see, once again, the stats on these guys and the kill distribution.
Take just a moment to draw your attention.
Go for it.
Once again, over to the map stream. Make sure you've got it open because you might need it for this. Look at the BB team split. I'm not sure how a doozy got to the northern side of the river while the rest of the team were in hospital. Maybe took a one-man emergency parachute, but he has the opportunity now to hold the line for his team and give them a chance to pull in the back line as Brightside gets taken down. The zone does shift to the north. A doozy finishes off Brightside. Fairy Tale holding the line. Twisted Minds have to hold the line against Foot Esports, but it's actually Dante from elsewhere, way off to the east, that lands that headshot, and it's Sticky Gummy Schofield that steals away example.
Yeah, everyone's just chiming in right now. For Esports might just play this ridge line, this start of this mountain a zone, maybe 2 zones too early, because with Twisted Minds not letting them wrap further inwards, they're stuck there, and they're being shot from left and from the right side. So Twisted Minds, also very smart from them, make sure to kind of close that rotation path. And look at this, Carnivore's playing proactive as well. That's where we want to see this. They need a big game. They need to be aggressive. They need to be creative on their pushes too. And they are trying to get these shots off.
Well, Baron Peak just kind of flexes on BBL, knocks himself out as he takes down the final player. He gets himself killed for it as well. Lil W more than happy to just steal away the flush as Baron Peak falls out of the vehicle to take down his countryman. And BBL now eliminated on 55 points, slightly below Howl. But Bumble Squad, Foot Esports, they've still got their work cut out for them. Still under a lot of pressure from Twisted Minds. Bumble Squad, though, have gotten a little further into North George itself, so a little more safety. But no safety for the Sticky Gummies. They have just lost a teammate, and they're well aware that Lul W is lurking on the northern edge of this zone, but do they know that they've pushed up quite so aggressively as they have, and they're currently looking for an angle on Celticoglu?
Question is, do they find one? Because for both these teams, this is a very important fight. If they lose one, I'm sure Sticky Gummies has one already, but if they lose another one, it kind of makes that position very, very weak, because you have to be a squad to some degree in order to wrap around this. This position, if you play this position, you're expecting to make foot rotations almost exclusively and kind of try to fight, and this is a good entry. Look at this, Hellos Empire catches off Lazo, who tried to make a move. Quick strike though, coming in from Schofield, who's taken down to very, very low HP. Hellos Empire might not just realize that he's being looked at from the left side, taken down to 1 HP, he barely survives, as Lil W stays with 3 players for just another moment.
Oh, and it's a good follow-up grenade as well from Hello Senpai. Gets the roll right, lands it a little bit uphill, so it bounces down low. And even though, despite the fact Schofield got the heal off in time, the second grenade was there, beautifully timed. Zubila, they managed to slip away from a doozy who was holding the bridge, and now finding angles to get the third-party shots to get the flush onto Laza. Schengen really trying to force them to turn back. They don't want to let any of these points go to waste. Every single point so important for Lil W now on 58. 12 to go to try and overtake Win or Die, who, as it stands, they've slipped all the way down. They are the next team on the chopping block, and there's 3 teams lined up, ready and raring to jump over that at a moment's opportunity.
Well, that moment might just come any second now. Lil W can see them very close in that ridge line. This is the circle shift that I think everyone expected. No one's even further towards the southern side. And look at this. Yeah, they want to close this out. Celtic, the last one. Lurix with a quick catch shot on the AOG. Puts him down. And we are down to just 12 teams. No placement points for the Sticky Gummies as they are out and will be preparing for the next round coming up. But one thing is for sure. They're not going to the grand finals either.
No, certainly not. Fairy Tail, they have a good opportunity to do so, but Broken Bones might just break their spirit as well if they can win this gunfight. Hold the line, 6 grenades, and free kill with 3, but he doesn't even need any of them. Just hops up on the balcony, catches Kron with his back turn, trying to find an alternative entry into the building, but he won't find any. April, though, answers back, and free kill is the last man standing. Catches sight of April just as he disappears, but he could be anywhere in the building now. Has to land the pre-fire. April knows the push is coming. An exchange of grenades. His won't reach. He heard him hop out. Has to try and take the peek around the side, but there's just too much debris in the way. Free kill can't find it. Does not matter. Schengen more than happy to clean up. And Fairy Tail eliminated. LOLW, perhaps some of their closest competition in terms of getting that direct qualification slot, will profit from that kill, and they should know that it's a solo in this compound now. If they commit to making the push, they could dislodge free kill, get themselves another, but right now they're going to prioritize holding the high ground.
Puts them into a really good spot. I think LW has got a perfect opportunity now to just hold that northern side and play off of that space that they've just fought for as long as they want to. I think they can literally finish the game off of where they're playing from right now. No cars needed. No other utility really needed. They just need to fight it cleanly and defend everyone else that is going to try and dodge this. Looking at the other side, though, BB team tries to engage. And Trappy, good first nade. Spyro is still looking for the first one. But Taki goes down on the other side. And I think Spyro just spotted out Detrix as well, as the first 2 players actually falling. And this is another one. Spyro takes down Detrix as all of the players are suddenly falling in very quick succession. And Trappy left with only 1 more player, and he's inside the city still. That means BB Team just rotates on off, uses that timing to get another position. What a fight from them again.
It feels a little bad that it might just be decided of who gets to get direct qualification to the grand finals might be based on just who runs into BB Team. But they've done the damage onto Entropic, and let's keep it fair, they say. Turn their attention over towards the Bumble squad, but Crossberg and Tuzda, combination, good grenades, sits down Bestelok. That's damage dealt. That's a big frag to take away from BB Team. And there's still threats that lurk on the opposite side. They're not safe on this side of the ridge. The vehicle's getting absolutely peppered from up north. That's LOLW. I think they know that this is BB Team. They want to eliminate them. They want to deal the damage as best they can. Tusta trying to play the low ground, but they've run out of lethal utility. They've got to be careful. Grandis is creeping his way around as well.
Tusta needs to find that next knock. Such an important one. No one really behind them except for Grandis, but that might just be enough in order to really destroy that position they've got and that opportunity as well to maybe take down one of the best teams that we have. Legitimately the best team at the moment, at least point-wise, in this tournament so far. And there it is. Second knock goes through Philfast. Now the last one alive. We've seen him do crazy things. What more can he do? Nothing is the answer as the shots through the smoke come on.
Finally, they've been put to an end, and it took a combination of several teams. LOLW, the ones to put the final nail in the coffin, but hats off to Bumble Squad. They did a lot of defensive work, and they've now immediately turned their attention over to the Carnivores as well. Pod Samolet trying to make a push up the hill into the backline of Foot Esports. They find themselves sandwiched between between Pod Samolet and Twisted Minds. They've been holding on to this position for quite some time, but they really can't commit one way or the other without exposing too much of themselves to the team that's pushing from the opposite side.
No W, let's see if he can make something happen. Sloy Jackets start things off. Good spray. Lurix is there for the flush as well. And this is the 8th frag that's already being secured. Lil W, this is what I was talking about. They need that a proactive, aggressive approach. Don't let anyone push up the hill just as much as Foot Esports is trying to do. Denied is the answer. Put Zamelit screams it out into the open as they put down Foot Esports.
Made it look too easy. Foot Esports, they played that position. They tried to get any sort of opening to make a move on Twisted Minds, but just couldn't find one. Time was not on their side this time. Pod Samolet pushing in from behind. No chance of a third-party opportunity. Lil W was otherwise engaged. Maybe if they pushed a little bit further south and put some shots into the back of Twisted Minds, it might have alleviated enough pressure for Foot Esports to be able to fight back, but not the case. Lil W not only onto any trolls in chat, they found Young Dane's Hjort. lurking. Last man standing. Long-range grenades, a couple tossed out. Not quite going to reach. But they want this threat dealt with. They want him eliminated just to keep their freedom of movement on top of this hill.
Might just work out. Might just work out, depending on how the next shots go on the other side. Let's take a look back at team that just wiped the one contender for the very top spot. And the one team that has already safely, securely qualified, BB team. They don't realize his Krendis is right behind them. This is an easy pickup for him. First frag goes the way of Entropic, who's also at the very cusp of qualifying. 57 points now with his frag being secured. Maybe Krendis can make something miraculously happen, because they've only got one more chance after this one.
It might just keep Bumble Squad below the cutoff point for now, but Lil W is the problem. So much freedom, so much movement, and don't need to get involved in any of these gunfights regardless, as Pod Samolet desperately trying to find their way forwards, but they get a couple of knocks up towards Twisted Minds. They make it look possible, but any trolls in chat now popping up, forcing them to keep their heads back down. But no, it's Hello Senpai using that freedom of movement on the hilltop to get their 10th kill of the game. Sparta is taken out, Static and Double. He might have 15 kills on the board. He might have contributed the most, but this position is not the best for any trolls in chat to try and make any sort of move further into this game.
Don't think so either. No, 2 more teams just around the corner for them. None of them can really coexist on that eastern edge. Double, though, takes down Batulins. And suddenly, I think it's only Lou now that's being left alive. Yeah, he's somewhere further back. With Pin creaking up, I'm not even sure if they can go for this. I think he is. Then Pin is looking downwards, doesn't see anyone just yet. No, he's Static. Easy spray coming in from Pin. But he gets denied from the flash, at least for the time being.
Love the aggression from Pin. Rock's holding the back line. Support. Long range spray. It's about half the health down from Hello Senpai, but that's a lot of targets ahead of Pin. He's running out of space, running out of time, running out of opportunity to make a move. Lou is still a threat lurking on the low ground. They need to be cautious, need to be aware, but they've got to deal with Double first. He's up close and personal. He could peek up over the top of Pod Samolet. Once again, there's a slight opportunity now as Lol W have turned their attention elsewhere. Sloy Jacket finishes off Lou. No chance really for Rox to get a heal off. Lol W just announcing their dominance from above.
Hello Senpai, keep wrapping around. This could be their ticket for safe qualification. 11 frags already. What more can these guys do? They have half of the lobby, or feels like half of the lobby already. On towards their leaderboard. Now, first one comes through. Is this the situation where it all falls apart? It looks like it. As Rock's being taken down and he gets the flush in towards Hello Senpai. Unfortunately for Lil W, they will lose a player on that wrap. Just not convincing enough. 2 players tried to creep up, but that was just not enough to handle all of the pressure that Pod Samolet has put up against them. As a result of that, there are not just 3 players left standing.
Lorix, I mean, he put some shots in, but Rox doesn't even have any healing left, but he's still got enough bullets in the tank to double headshot Lorix and make Lil W's grasp on this game that little bit weaker. Pin will give it up to the blue zone. Pod Samolet, they've done so much damage, but they've done enough. 80 points, they're far clear of that cutoff point. And Lil W, all of a sudden, they've gone from 4 men strong, but the 2 of Pod Samolet just not quite catching a glimpse of Rox on the low ground was Hello Senpai. Gave up that opening knock, and the damage has been done. The Carnivores have pushed up as well. They smell the blood. And although they've been pretty toothless throughout the remainder of this competition, they've got an opportunity now. Up against 3 solos. They have to play together as a team. Schengen with a grenade over the top. Gets good damage onto Rox. Needs to finish it off. Just get the peak. And that will do it. Lil W's 13th kill of the game. He's got a hard work ahead of him. 1 versus 2. And free kill. Making absolutely no moves out of the compound for now.
No. I think if Schengen wants to win this in a miraculous fashion, I think he needs the support of free kill. And as I say that, he chimes in. He takes the first one as Carnivores lose yet another player. And that is down to one of the most exciting endings we've seen in the group stage so far. It is a 1v1v1. And ladies and gentlemen, it is Lil W, Carnivores, and obviously BRB Esports. All of them have an equal chance. Let's see who takes home this one.
And Carnivores surely knew.
Oh, he didn't see free kill.
Compound. They surely knew. I think he did. He got a glimpse of movement, perhaps. No, he has now.
Probably did.
No, he's definitely seen him now. And even if he didn't, he's heard the gunshots. But Schengen falls back behind the vehicle. Azazel wants nothing to do with this anymore. Doesn't feel confident now that he doesn't have his teammate there to support. And Schengen might just grab this spray from above. Big damage down onto free kill, but not quite enough.
Not quite enough, and Azazel in the meanwhile doesn't really do anything in order to get closer to Schengen. He wants to ride out the zone that he has, as both these players currently outside the south, so Schengen still continues to look lower. He really wants to secure this flag, take home the second place for sure, but at the moment, he just can't seem to find them.
If you'll allow me to be British for a second, I'm just baffled at what the Carnivores have done in this. Like, surely they knew that the BRB was still one up in the compound. They were close enough to have heard all the gunshots, maybe just slipping their mind, not reading the kill feed properly, not holding on to that information, but just exposing too much of themselves as they tried to make that push up towards LOL-W, cleaning up Pod Samulet on the opposite side. It's honestly, when you get to a certain level, it's pretty inexcusable to make those kind of mistakes. Of course, this is one of their first times running out at a lobby of this level, but those are the things that are the difference between those top-level teams and teams that maybe don't have that quite same level of experience. But he still has the chance to make up for the mistake as Free Kill makes a quick dash out from the smokes, gets to the tree for cover. And he can't provide cover from both sides. Long-range grenade almost bounces around the right side, but it just feeds the kill directly over to Schengen. Now Azazel has no choice but to take this 1v1 head-on.
Schengen is already looking for the lurk. You can see, tries to make something happen with the western side. I think he's somehow... I think you can kind of feel where Schengen is probably playing as he expects the ridgeline just in front of him, but there's a Groza on the other side, and he's got a broken level 3 vest. This might just be an indication that maybe Azazel has kind of an advantage in the fights that's to come. He looks for the right side peak, no one's there, and Azazel is still unknown.
Ridges left, right, and center. Azazel. Okay. Well, that makes up for it. A quick little spray with the Groza, big damage on the broken vest. It's enough to get it done. I thought maybe there might be an opportunity for a reposition, a repeak. Not needed. That little jump peak just costing Schengen his life at the end, and Azazel cleans it up. It's a 7-kill win for the Carnivores. They do get it over the line in the end. They made it a little bit sketchy with giving up that kill over to Free Kill, who was just lurking in the compound, but they held on and they get the win.
Gotta talk about LOL-W though. What a play there from the northern side. And I think that's what the analyst desk is going to talk about as well. So take it away, Sam.
Thank you so much. We are going to actually talk about LOL-W. I think fantastic that Carnivores won it, but to be fair, Mark, it's not going to change their position. They're still going into the last chance qualifiers, whereas LOL-W might have just actually done enough to make sure that they're in the top 8.
Well, coming into this game, it was 57 points I think they're on. They did claim themselves a top 8 after farming so many kills. The control on the high ground was really good, but they didn't drop the ball. They continued to look either side of the hill, and every time someone played peekaboo, they put another point on the board.
Avenger, what are you thinking so far when you take a look at Erangel, knowing we're moving into our final game of the night? What are your thoughts?
It's amazing. It's all the right teams that needed points here that is able to secure themselves. And looking at LOL-W here, like the way that they played, like they should be celebrated. They came in from the northern side, they took control of that whole hill, and they played extremely well, being able to put 14 kills on the board here in second place is 20. Of course, Carnivores as well, 7. And a win is going to put them 17, but I'm not sure exactly how much that matters. And as the guys pointed out, even with back-to-back wins here, is it going to be enough for them?
There it is. That is your top 8 currently. Remember, the teams are fighting it out to be in the top 8 because that guarantees you a spot in the grand finals. Unfortunately, with this game, Win or Die is not going to the grand finals, which is such a pity. And it must suck for them having to watch this from home and having no control of this situation. But right now, you can see there the teams that are making it through, specifically from the groups we've seen today. BB team, obviously, they're right in the front now. Twisted Minds, Pod Samulet, LOL-W, and Fairy Tale Avenger. Not a team I would have thought would be sitting in the top 8 currently.
Yeah, it's like H.C. Anderson wrote this for them, but on that, I gotta say, it's still not close. They are the team now with their 5 points behind LOL-W. They know that they just gotta have a few points to kind of defend them, and they're gonna have so many teams chasing them down to potentially try to close it out, right? We know there's gonna be teams third-partying. Once they see Fairy Tale in that kill feed, they're gonna be focusing hard on them, trying to get them out because they want to deny as many points possible.
It's going to come down to the last game to determine who our top 8 are. However, there is one team that has guaranteed their spot and the top spot on that leaderboard as well. BB team, Mark, what a showcase they've put on today.
I love it. Even from the drop, right? They jumped and they went for the boat, expecting that military island. Went for their normal drop, control. But Aduzi, like, he was one of the first players for me that really started consistently using the glider. Saga said he picks an E pickup. No, Aduzi's got his own personal E pickup as he descends his way over, and it was such a good play. The zone shifted away. He knew that there was a team in between him. Spyro was taking the shot to him, and he just positioned. He was waiting for them to make the run away from Spyro. Great kill from them, but he just feels controlled, and they don't even stop here. What happens is they make the call, the rest of the team come running over. They don't chase down Fairy Tail. Aduzi picks up and they go straight through to the other side. They're like, hey, if he's going to come round, he's going to come this way. They eventually do pick him up. Entropic do play in. It just feels good, and as I said before, they wanted to have a really good first game, and the rest of the games were kind of being used as practice. If this is practice, Martin, this is scary.
Yeah, and as we've seen so far throughout the day, like, these guys, once they have confidence, once they know they're safe and sound, they can play without any pressure, and it looks so much fun. And it's so much fun to watch them play. Of course, there's some times where it's like they get a little bit overconfident, and that obviously will get punished here throughout.
Fantastic performance from BBC, Mark. And like we've said it already, but 3 wins for them today. That's half the day is being guaranteed by them.
Big maths.
I was going to say, punishment is gone for them. They just got so many chicken dinners on the board, but some of these other teams really needed it, though, and they wanted to ensure that points being taken. It's going to come down to the wire, and I'm an agent of chaos, you know that. My big fear is Fairy Tail, as Martin said, in the kill feed. If they get identified, teams like Bumble Squad, they're going to come chasing for him. I do really like, though, we've got a lot of teams that are still in this game to fight it. It's not like Win or Die, unfortunately. They are on the outside. They are sitting at home. They now know they're going to a lower bracket. The teams that are in it, they're going to have to go all the way with match number 18.
Match number 18 will decide your top 8 teams for the grand finals here for PEC Spring. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we will be able to lock those teams in.
He's knocked, one of them. You might be able to res me on this tree. Be me.
And it's very low. I'm
putting one more smoke on you.
Example got knocked today, trying to kill us.
He sees smokes on my mark.
I see smokes.
Only shoot if you have a knock.
Third. What if you wrap it all around?
I'm wrapping. I'm doing it right now.
Should we go
one
with you?
person should be with me. Yeah, one person should be with me.
Yeah, but they have a lot of space, that's a problem. But yeah, but we need to go to like all the way blue.
FT, BRB
yellow and
Western
down.
No? FT, BRB fighting on green.
I need to come with you, yeah, oh yeah, I'm coming. I think we go to blue side, guys, and then we look to fight.
Yeah.
There's top planes already.
Okay.
Okay.
Markets? Because
It's a large shot.
It's a large guy. Okay. I mean, that's blue. One yellow. Green. Nice knock. This team should be 4.
Flash him.
Let's see. He's getting smoked. That's a shit team, by the way, so...
Can you flash him?
Can't. Maybe from 2nd floor. I'm going. They're driving, young things are driving. Shoot tires.
Hit once.
Got the tire. Nice. He got knocked.
No, it's not him. It's not him.
One more got knocked. Him.
Okay, nice. On the zone, you meant. Yeah.
One up now.
One up. Relax.
One up.
Yep, one
Relax.
up. One up on
The guy with UAZ is up, right?
People behind peeking.
We are dead.
Oh, this full team. Got a smoke?
Nope, don't have. Use their
Foot 2. Nice shot.
Oh. Oh, where did you go?
Nice.
If there's one thing that we love out here with PUBG Esports, it's a final match with some stakes to it. And Fairy Tail, right now, have the better half of that engagement. LOLW have put themselves pretty much clear, 7 points ahead of falling out of those top 8 qualification slots. It's a good margin to have, but it does not guarantee their safety. All they need to do is not fumble the bag now. But we've got hungry squads, the likes of Bumble Squad, the likes of Foot Esports and Tropic. We're all looking to hound it down and take away that slot in our final wrangle of the group stages. Felix, it's going to be tight, but do you think that Fairy Tail is going to be able to hold on?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but yeah, as you said, 4 to 5 teams all playing for that one spot, and you were asking me about Fairy Tail. I think so, yes. I'm just going to put it out there. I think yes. Not only do they have the point advantage at the moment, you can see Bumble Squad is 3 points behind them, which might not sound like much, but after all, it's only one game, right, essentially. So you still have to get 3 points for, you know, to even get close to it. And then Fairy Tail, obviously, they've played so consistent throughout the day. They've really played a very frag-heavy amount of rounds that we've seen from them. And that's something that surprised me as well. So, yes, I'm just going to put it straight out there. I think, yes, Fairy Tail is going to qualify. But then again, Bumble Squad have also shown us how to win games. And that's something we haven't really seen from Fairy Tail. That's the main differentiator, in my opinion. So, it's honestly, I'm just excited to see this last game.
Yeah, fair to be said, though, that Bumble Squad, the current advantage that Fairy Tail has over them is entirely in the placement points. Exactly tied on kills, 48 apiece. It just comes down to that all-important placement points tiebreaker at the end. It may very well come down to that tiebreaker to decide who gets that spot, but for a team like Foot Esports, they've got a little more work to do. They're a bit further away, and Tropic as well, kind of in this same boat. We're talking about maybe a 15, 16-point game. A win would definitely be what is on the cards, or at the very least, a top 4 appearance with some good, solid fragging to be done. And leaving it to the final game does not give you the best of opportunities. The pressure is just that little bit higher now.
Yeah, what kind of crazy comeback story would that honestly be? That's a dream story that's about to be written if Foot Esports really comes out swinging with this one and make sure to qualify immediately and get into that top 8 position. That would be one hell of a story, and one that I would very happily see Vard do as well. He's been performing incredibly well so far in this tournament, and honestly, who can really say anything else for the esports? We all love these guys. So let's take a look into this last round of the group stage. Matt, 18 from 18, the very last one to be enjoyed before we head into the next games next week, and it is going to be Erangel once again.
You know that PUBG is a team game, and it's all about the team performance and the team's points, but when your team is in 11th place overall, but you've still got a player who is top 5 in overall damage, then it's definitely worthy of a shout out. So Vard has definitely been performing up to his level of expectation. They just need the results to match. Starting off, again, very close to Bumble Squad. There was a slight tangle between the two of them, but It's a 10-point gap that they would need to close, and that only puts them a few points behind Fairy Tail. So Fairy Tail's points, all important, and it may just start off with this. Young Danes dropping in Pachinki, in Brutality, and in the qualifiers, and then Tropic now looking to chase them away. Hjort tried to get in, couldn't find a gun.
Oh no, oh no.
Might just get caught out as well. Oh, I can't hide in the bush. No ghillie suits available. Dedrix, 3 bullets. An early point for Entropic.
That was a cheeky play that Hjort tried. I really like his thought of maybe I'm just safe here in this bush. Maybe he'll not see me. But unfortunately, just too smart on the other side. And Tropic will pick up that first one. Unless Keta has something to say about this. He is relatively close by, but I don't think he's going to risk it. I think he knows that Dedrix most likely is going to watch the cross. And if he does, there's no way for Keta to really make a move on this. As of right now, at least he's not flushed. And Tropic, as we said, one of the teams also in desperate need of exactly these kinds of points.
Well, they ain't getting him back. Keta's not going to give it up for this, despite the fact that they're pretty much in dire straits in terms of the points. FaZe Clan, well, this is a rotation, isn't it? The zone has shifted about as far to the west as it could possibly have gone. He dropped onto the military island. They're hopping in a boat to make their way over towards Milta. I thought almost for a second they might just try and make a full send and wrap all the way around Primorsk, go towards the lighthouse on the far western side of the zone. But no, they are going to go over to the east. They're going to be playing extremely late. But I think they've left it too late anyway to make a push in towards the top 8. So it doesn't matter all that much. There's the likes of Pod Samolet, Foot Esports, maybe BB Team, Bumble Squad as well. They have the chance to take priority positions, and we've seen a zone that ended sort of towards the northern half of what is now the playable space in Phase 1, down towards the south, a little bit less tested in the group stages so far. Certainly some very impactful areas. Oh, Dedrix. They've actually tried to make a play over to try and pick Hjort back up, but he might just get more points for free. Oh, Anonymous was not ready for it at all. Dedrix just lurking, gets a second knock. Hjort will bleed out, and Mixon can do nothing while the rest of Entropic make the full send in towards Keta.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable the dedication to hold out for that first initial knock, but it's going even further. Yeah, Krendis, that's a great push coming out from Entropic as they will isolate another player, and YD is just being outplayed on all levels at the moment. They were trying to look to kind of salvage that initial knock to maybe try to get him back, but it's just not happening. Entropic is just there from all angles. They've waited patiently to make this move. They've waited and set the trap, and then they just sprung perfectly. Look at Entropic, the way they positioned themselves, the way they isolated these players, nothing short of amazing. And this is giving him 4 points. Once again, that they so desperately need. As we go over to BB, oh shit, like it's dropped from a dwarf. I thought that was going to be both of them, but no, it's only one frag for shit. I think
he wasn't ready for
just about to be revived.
I don't know whether he thought it was just one person in the vehicle. He got the first, but kind of stopped on the spray. Skinsy just switched to the passenger seat, caught him midair. Schiller, there's nothing that he can do. BBL's chances once again taking a tumble. It's another early loss and another early engagement as well, as Twisted Minds are starting to make their way out from the school and apartments. Getting caught face first, but Batulins this time won't catch Iroh out on rotation. He does lose his life for it. He has been punished.
Yeah, maybe another one is about to be punished as Iroh is looking for these shots, and BBL with 56 points and one player less needs to go for these aggressive moves now. There's no way in just holding this out, waiting for everyone else to pick up their points. Need to be aggressive, just like Foot.
This one feels a lot like a Game 6, doesn't it? 6 players dead, less than 6 minutes in. Barely anyone even fighting inside the zone. All of the fights are just out in the middle of nowhere. Maybe the exception to the rule is Foot Esports in a race up against Bumble Squad for position on the northern side of the field. Pod Samolet as well, starting to stake their claim around the observatory just south of the radio tower. It's all very familiar positions to where we saw Mad Bull pick up a big win in day number 2. A big part of it came down to the hold that they had on the compound, which is currently occupied by 8C and Beamy of Foot Esports. If we see a bit of a repeat appearance of the zone that we had then, that might be excellent news for Foot. But the fact that Bumble Squad are some of those that are also in that position, the team that is just ahead of them with a big 10-point margin, that might not be good news for Foot at all. They've got really Fairy Tail, 72 points. Whatever they get from this game, And there's now 2 teams with Entropic picking up those 4 free points at the start of this game that are ahead of Foot Esports between themselves and the safety of the grand finals.
Absolutely. Maybe the circle is going to play a role in it. Lots and lots of space available, but also lots of space unavailable. To take a look at it, almost 50, maybe even 60% of this circle, much rather 50, is currently water and without a boat, deemed unplayable. And now we have them again. And Entropic, the one team that's already made a squad wipe happen in one of the most crucial rounds for them. They do not want to go through the bracket. No one really wants to, especially not if you've come so far as one of the best teams today after the first 2 initial games. The best team, indeed. 24 points just based off of the first 2. And then they kind of just, I don't know, just dropped the ball, unfortunately. Looking to bring it back.
And one game can make a big difference. I mean, LOLW went from the 12th best performing team at the start of today before our first Erangel to the 5th. Up 7 spots, 35 points on the day, and it's put them in, I won't call it a 100% guaranteed safe position, but it's definitely much safer than they were. 77 points, 7 clear of getting overtaken for elimination. Entropic, while they did get those 4 free points, they are still struggling to find their way forward. It took a lot of their time. They maybe wanted to make a slightly earlier move or do a little bit more thorough looting of Pachinki before they were forced to make their move, but Broken Bones are wrapping around. This is all of the teams that realistically have no chance of qualifying. It was the Young Danes that tried their hand. Broken Bones are going to try again. And now the Bumble squad will catch out the Carnivores as they make a wide wrap along the western coast. 1 free knock onto Kashir, should be stolen, flushed away. He's not, he might just try and make his way up towards where Alphatir and Azazel are lurking, but still has to get past Crossbirken deep.
Yep. That's a long road ahead of these players as well. Because we've seen these circles shift time and time again further towards the eastern side, at least in some of these games that we've normally seen Brutality Pack Spring as well. And that means everyone's towards the western side is not safe just yet, even though they have found a safe spot somewhere close to Circle Center. Let's take a look at Broken Bones. Also going for a huge risk. They know that they need to camp Entropic here. Look, this is what they're doing. Really interesting. With 46 points, they need frags early, just like Entropic did. They're also setting up a trap. Entropic might just find themselves in just as bad of a spot as Young Danes did in the early game as well.
They're at least aware of the threat that's lurking, but Twisted Minds might actually be the team that inadvertently bails them out. They're now making their move kind of around the forest to the north of Pachinki, and if they catch sight of Free Kill, put some shots in towards him, or vice versa, it might set the alarm bells ringing for Entropic. I think they know that they're going to have to try and make an exit at some point. Free Kill will hear these vehicles. He's turned his attention to the south. So maybe Broken Bones might have to split their focus a little bit more for the time being. 20 seconds will decide on where phase 2 is going. I think it's going to be an argument between going north and going south. Don't think we're hard shifting all the way back east, so Entropic are eventually going to have to try and find a way out from the chokehold that Broken Bones currently have around their compound.
Yeah. Twisted Minds, first time, they're going to be in phase 1, rotating on in over the open fields as we have a far northern circle. Pretty good for Baldinini. And for Foot Esports as well. Probably going to group on Beamee's position. I could definitely see them just staking out there, but they do go for the 2-2 split as of right now, which is a pretty strong 2-2 split as well. Some of the best compounds in this circle. I want to say arguably the 2 best compounds by far, as we've seen endings go right around there plenty of times as well. ATC and Twisted Minds rotating over the mountain hill. Oh, Free Kill shoots off that Drake, says Entropic loses another player.
They had to try and find a way out, but Broken Bones, they lurked, they waited, and eventually Entropic falls into the trap. Cost them Dedrix. He got 3 points for them at the start of this game. He's still got another, 11 at minimum to try and get for the squad, but now with such a tough position, still surrounded. Other teams just rotating by, having no say in what goes on in this compound. No one's pushing Broken Bones to a third party. Broken Bones are just pushing in towards Entropic. Maybe, almost like they're trying to keep them in the lower bracket themselves. It's like they want to play against them, but Janny has pushed his way all the way out into the blue zone. Might have a impactful off angle if he can find a chance to land some shots.
Yeah. Let's take a look. If he does find these shots that he's desperately looking for. I mean, this trap has been spun now for what? Last 5 minutes, maybe even more so. Now SG is rotating on in as well. This could be disaster for all of these teams, maybe even BRB. Maybe Yanni has just spotted out one of these players. Yeah, first one goes down. It is Grandies against Maruna, who did take out Hoggy before that. Grandies with the second one. Such an important frag as well. Squincy goes down to the hands of Grandies as he picks up a quick double kill. Is that enough already?
And it's Janny's position out there in the blue zone, gonna feed them any information on where the remaining Broken Bones players are. He comes flying back in towards the compound, but they've still got free kill towards the south. He had to actually dip behind the trees a second time as Sticky Gummies were rotating past. And they maybe have heard a gunshot or caught wind of something. As they did pull up for a moment, thought about taking a peek in towards this, but no, they've continued on, they've made their move. Now they're pulling up just on the eastern side of Everest, where Jeems pushing forward with a grenade. As the rest of FaZe Clan suppressing fire on towards any trolls in chat. Jeems trying to be the point man. But any trolls in chat, they've been pushed back. They're going all the way back towards the western side of Everest, and it comes at a perfect time for FaZe Clan because they've heard the cars of Sticky Gummies pulling up on their east. Now they know they've got to take this fight, and they've got to make it land.
Oh, they do. And this isn't fight as we haven't really seen so far. Isolated one at that, corrects against the first one. Effects just went down right before that. Quips a quick nade, but I think that's not going to be enough. Look at this, Lazark takes down. Gustav falls as well. This is disastrous for FaZe then, who are getting pushed in the back as well. Jeems is there for one, for the second one as well. But I don't think it's going to be enough, just 2 points being secured.
Quick little reload cancel. We learned about that one from Na'Vi in their tips and tricks. Teams definitely already knew. He had to make that reload quick, and Mastermind just drops in front of him. He's about to 1v4 and he trolls in chat. No, Sparta's going to drop off the side. Jeems has killed them all. 4 kills for Jeems from an impossible position. And that sneaky little spot on the side of the rock while his team gets picked apart by the Sticky Gummies. Any trolls in chat got baited. They thought they had a chance to third party, but no. Jeems completely wipes them off the face of the mountain.
If this doesn't give you confidence, I don't know what will. Someone give this man a medal for the play of the tournament so far. Jeems in a 1-on-4 completely annihilates the squad and all on his own. Not even support from anyone. No third party, nothing. All on his own, Sam. Let's take a look at that. Twisted Minds is handling things because they're in a precarious spot as well, to say the very least. But Vectix gets at least one more knock, but stuck in these buildings for the time being. I don't think that's going to change. They're not looking at a good game either.
Damn. That 1v4 from Jeems almost took the wind out of their sails to the point where we almost haven't noticed what an idiotic Phase 3 shift we've got. Straight back into the Bay of Georgia, Paul. The entirety of the river, the whole bridge, and even some of North Georgia is still in play, so this has no real choice but to go straight south on the Phase 4 shift. Foot Esports still stubbornly holding on to a 2-2 split, holding on to that compound, allowing teams to kind of leapfrog and get in front of them so they can shoot them in the back, but they're holding on to a position within Hospital itself, and T-Bone is there to try and hold the line. Presenti gets knocked out of the vehicle, Vard is there to flush, and Pod Samolet, they might have considered pulling up on the compound if they'd identified it's a 2-2 split, but they just kept going. They're on the low ground for now.
Zone is completely crazy. Isn't it? It's completely crazy. I'm not even sure how
zone, isn't it? Yeah, it really is.
It's such a game. This is the kind of zone that you would see in scrims and just like, yeah, everyone's going to troll this. Let's just go and take an early exit. Maybe just breach someone, just fly in. Well, W on the other hand, they want to take this one serious. Obviously, plenty of these teams do. Foot Esports. Ooh, gets breached. First 2 frags going that way, though. BBL in all sorts of trouble as more nades are raining on through. Smash gets at least 1 trade. Beamy goes down. Still 2 players left standing.
Is this just being a little too stubborn, holding on to the 2-2 split just a little too long. They wanted to try and wait for teams to go ahead of them so they could shoot them in the back and feel safe playing the side of the hill for themselves, but didn't account on one of those teams coming in late to be BBL, who would much rather just send it into the compound and fight whoever's there. Iroh disappears behind the smokes to try and get a chance to get across to get a revive on Thunder Lost. 8C's holding that little gap in the smokes, but Iroh does sneak his way across. Now Smash has to try and make a cross of his own.
Good nade in hand as the blue zone comes in. Iroh goes down. 8C with a good nade. And suddenly it's only one player left alive. And I think they know where he's at as well. The sad thing about this is Beamy, he does not get back on his feet whatsoever. No matter how this fight goes. And look, they even want to leave this. They know if anyone gets knocked, that's another player down. So why not just wait inside the zone for him to creep out of the compound?
But they gave up Hospital to come and bail him out of this position. They're not even going to get Beamy back up. We can't put him in the car. They're going to try and go back to Hospital, but Bumble Squad watched them leave. I just backfilled immediately. But FUT Esports just sends it in regardless. Not a care in the world. And does that. Makes them regret that decision immediately.
Bumble Squad has to clear this out now, sometime soon. It's kind of crazy to think that Hospital is at the edge of the zone in phase 4. Those are looking to clear up these frags. Well, Madzi, that's a whole different team. It's actually the Bila going down as well. This is a great entry to one of the teams that is now probably trying to clear him out in return, because the rest of his teammates are all the way in Hospital.
Bumble Squad, they have to turn their attention towards this now. They're tied on points. They know that this is Fairy Tail. This is a team that they need to eliminate. They've got an extra point on T-Bone. But lurking in the grass, he can't get the better of Kron. The tracking just not there for Madzi. And they've handed a point right back over to Fairy Tail, who leapfrogged them immediately. The Bumble Squad just caught in the middle of both of the teams that they need to eliminate to keep themselves with a chance of getting into the top 8. Vod lands the headshot on just a pixel of Tuzder as he peeks around the side. Oh, it might just fall apart for Bumble Squad at the final hurdle.
Wow. Such an important fight. Look at Vod. Maybe he can do something about this. Maybe he can destroy the hopes for Bumble Squad once and for all. They push in. It's a good trade. And I don't think there's anyone there to take out Crossback. And look at this. Bumble Squad is right there again inside the top 8. 74 points. And with Entropic being limited in the meanwhile, it looks like it is going to come down to Bumble Squad and Fairy Tail. This is an absolute nail-bite of an endgame. Both of these teams in distance of one single point. Are they going to commit to this fight now? It looks like Fairy Tail really is.
Fairy Tail have got some information that if they try and push too far into South George itself, it's probably not going to go well for them. April tried to commit, find a position, got picked off by the Carnivores. So all 4 of the players that have a whole lot riding on their shoulders in terms of qualifying to the grand finals, all 4 of them confined to the southwestern portion of the zone. Pod Samalek on the low ground. Sticky Gummies peeking over to try and hem them in, but Baron Peak receives a couple of bullets for his troubles at the hands of Kron. Doesn't really matter too much whether they pick off Sticky Gummies. It's Bumble Squad that needs to fall before Fairy Tail. They need 1 extra point as well. Currently, Bumble Squad getting the better of FUT Esports, even with the team knock, gives them the advantage, and the zone favors them as well. Fairy Tail, they've got a job to do. It's not done yet. And Sticky Gummies, the control that they have on that hill to the east side of Hospital is going to be a problem.
Circle has now eliminated almost all of the water that was previously in. But the question remains, which of these teams is going to make sure to get into that top 8? I think it's a surprise to be sure that these 2 teams, out of all the teams, I mean FUT, I mean talking FaZe, I'm talking HAL, I'm talking BBL, there's plenty of teams, even Win or Die, that we would potentially, on paper at least, put above them, but exactly these 2 teams are going to be fighting for the top 8. It's crazy in and of itself, with Lil W and Pod now being securely inside the top 8 already. But once again, this fight is about to happen. The zone is going to be closing in, and Bumble, look at this, full focus on towards it. They know that Fairy Tail needs to rotate it, and now the breach is coming.
They have to make a play. They have to make it work. Nothing really matters if Bumble Squad gets the points. Aim deep. We'll get the first knock onto Brightside. He gets the flush as well. No one's stealing that away. And, oh, man. Kron, he's committed into hospital. He's going to try and hold the line. It's a 1 versus 2. They're going to have to try and cross towards him at some point. Or at the very least, they have to leave the hospital. If he can pick them both off, it might be enough.
It will be enough.
2 extra
I think
points,
so.
It would be enough. They have the advantage in terms of
they're
the
coming up.
tiebreaker, but the push is coming through and he's not ready for it. Has to back away quickly. Bumble Squad are having none of it. Kron gets ran down by the first place MEA round of 16 squad. And down with him goes their hopes of making it straight through to the grand finals. Bumble Squad with 7 kills. A beautifully read move. As soon as FUT Esports made that play to go and back up their boys fighting against BBL, they took the hospital. They held the line. And there's nothing that either FUT or Fairy Tail can do to dislodge Bumble from their happy ending.
Crazy stuff. Them just pushing straight through, the confidence to put it all on the line with a push towards the last player left alive. Bumble Squad will, as you said, the best team out of the qualification coming in from MEA will make it into the top 8 and thus into the qualifying spots. Great stuff going on from there. No one can really take it away anymore. BRB would need to clean up the whole lobby now and get the win as well. So it's just not going to happen. Let's see what FaZe can do. We saw James on crazy stuff. Maybe he can put up a smile, at least for any FaZe Clan fan out there, because they're not qualifying either.
We wanted our fun game. This is it. From this point on, we are playing this game for fun, for bragging rights, not much else. Phil first, though, with a quick little cheeky peek, still taking it seriously, still wants to get that aim training in. Vezavite dodging around the bars on the window, but can't get the better of him. Oh, they wouldn't get a 4th, surely. As the zone, once again, has gone straight in towards South George itself, away from the hospital, away from the warehouses, away from everything. Just straight onto the buildings. LOLW making their appearance on the northeastern side of the apartments. They'll have Vezavai to try and dislodge if they want full control of that area, but the main body of the city swarming with BB team players.
Top circle. A city ending to top things off, and we were talking so very often about crazy circles, and I gotta be honest, I just love this. I gotta put it out there for a second. I love the way the circles have changed, and it's just in time for the PUBG 2024 esports season to kick off, to give us some new explosive endings, some new strats, some new metas that these teams will have to be fighting for. As we see the Bumble Squad make a desperate play. Doesn't even matter. These guys can be happy. They fought for it all and they won it all. I think top 8 is what they were aiming for at the very least. And these guys made it happen. 76 points. Great stuff. And 7 kills in the last round to top it all off as well.
Good stuff. LOLW, though, taking a loss as they make their entrance in. The last broken bone standing. They did the damage on towards Entropic. They denied them their opportunity. 12 points shy of the cutoff will be their end point on 64. FUT Esports on 63. Not too far behind. Not quite enough to make their way into the top 8. Bumble Squad, 7 kills, made sure of it. LOLW still holding on, slightly ahead of them. 77 points and very close to the placement points to get a couple more. It's really just a bit of a victory lap at this point. But at the very least, they get themselves the revive. But they're not going to lose the player just yet, but they're very much aware that Bibin is lurking in this area. Pod Samulet trying to find a way forwards, out from the low ground. The side of the hill is not going to be an easy place to play. Not when BB team have full control of the west, but if you're hitting headshots like that onto a doozy through the trees, then Pin just makes it a little bit easier. A bit of a celebration, right click spam. I like it.
Get the accusations going. Come on, Pin. You've shown us you're good enough for these anyways. So why not just flick a couple of buildings, flick into a couple of windows for the off chance someone's in there. Great headshot. Pod will be inside the top 8. Either way as well, doesn't really matter how they go out from this point onwards. As we said, for all of these teams out, especially for all these teams down there, for Carnivores, for Baldinini, it's all about just grabbing a little bit more confidence for these bracket matches that we have coming up in the next week, depending on how well they perform, obviously. Oh, James is going to be caught in a blue zone grenade. Shouldn't matter too much. He's got the first aids for it. As we see the next circle. Is this going to be a city ending? Is it actually going to end between Peter and the back 6? Because I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen already.
What do you
Don't
mean
think it's going to
back
shift
6?
back
There's
out.
only 5 houses
it's the
there.
back 4 now, yes, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, regardless whatever's going to happen, it's going to be a whole lot of smokes and people's CPUs will suffer. But don't worry, we have observers for that. Bibin has picked off another. Sloy Jacket again gets caught on the cross, and Lol W will this time lose him for good. Schengen and Hello Senpai were not able to pick up the pieces to grab the revive. I think it looks almost like he tried to push over. And Bibin now loading up the shotgun as well in preparation in case another tries their luck. Perfectix has pushed forward for Twisted Minds. He's got the better of Best to lock in a 1 versus 1. That's not easy to do. Trying to follow it up with a grenade as well, but not quite landing it up perfectly through the doors.
Shots are coming in now. Buzzpod rotates down the hill. As Rox gets actually caught on the rotate. Wow, that is such a late spot for him to get caught out. I thought he was safe, but no. Very last moment, Ashal is going to come in. The Sticky Gummies might just close this group stage with a little bit of a, I want to say, success, because honestly, they've been waiting for a round like this, and by the looks of it, by the circle looks of it, they're not only the best spot and the prime spot to win this round, but also to pick up plenty of these frags. All these teams around the western side are going to have to rotate into each other and have to fight all around these buildings, and usually, if you're on Pizza, it's a pretty good place to start things.
I mean, we'll call it a consolation prize if it comes to it. Hello, Senpai. Wow. A spray through gets the reload off as the Molotov takes down the first. Almost wasn't expecting the second peak to come through from Carnivores, but he still gets the better of it, down to a single hit point, but immediately sat back down. Schengen, though, should be able to grab that revive before the Phase 7 blue zone creeps its way forward. 16 players alive. Pin just lurking as long as he can. He has the tiniest corner of warehouse still available to play, just to buy a little bit more time, desperately trying to outlast another team, get that extra placement point on the board. Doesn't mean all too much in the grand scheme of things, as BB team still 4 alive, holding on to the west. They've been knocked once or twice, but every single time they picked up the pieces. Now a wall of smoke to signal a push towards Twisted Minds.
See, BB team still 4 players up. Gotta be honest, wouldn't have expected that. But the way they had to fight themselves in, by the way they had to put up shots against the opposing buildings in order to even cross this, but their smoke play is just, that's just so damn good. I mean, what can you even say about BB team that isn't good, right? It's just all of it. Spyro gets the first entry against Twisted Minds. 2 familiar faces that will be peeking each other, and it's an easy cleanup. Best of luck with the next one. Perfectix and Lou both eliminated, and Twisted Minds will go out in 3rd place as BB team picks up more frags.
Clean double peek, clean push, doesn't even need the trade. Besto almost went down, but not quite. Sticky Gummies just still staring at Pin. They know that he has to come out of this warehouse eventually. Schofield has been trying to keep tabs on everything that's going on the western side of town, but no angles to be found up against BB team just yet. They will eventually, though. You're right. This zone is going to end just on the western tip of Pizza, maybe just outside the fence between themselves and what was originally the front 6. But now it's a bit more of a wide area, a little bit more space, and a few less smoke grenades after that wall of smokes that BB used to push Twisted Minds to try and fill that gap. The fact that Jeems even makes it to the top 5 is pretty impressive, though. But oh no, what's happened? How's this happened for Sticky Gummies? They've been waiting for Pin to come out of that warehouse for so long, and now at the moment he dies to the blue zone, Spyro springs the trap and gets 2 knocks in rapid succession. He's even stolen away a flush on Baron Peak too.
Oh, what more can he do? Is that Mortars coming in? Are you completely insane? There's Mortars coming in. A Doozy gets knocked, at least some kind of return fire, but SG losing another player. It is Celtic that's been dropped, and this all plays perfectly into the hands of James. Yeah, it's showing us that it's quite the precarious spot right now. He's got the nade ready. I think he expects someone to be that close, but I think we know... Oh, no, there is. Obviously, there is someone close. Maziel, I thought he got killed in the crossfire, but no. He's just down there. So with that nade not working out, he still remains.
He's got 13 first aids and a med kit, so he's definitely come prepared to survive. That might work against him, though, but a big spray around the side as Mr. Shimada tried to pull back. It's his own grenade that drops him. That's a 6th kill of the game for Jeems, but... It's not a placement point, but it is now, because finally Sticky Gummies have been eliminated, completely removed. How that has happened from their position. BB team just absolutely dominating them. Spyro with the opening spray to take 2 down. Phil first with the headshots with the AWM. And BB team now lining up their 4th winner chicken dinner of the day. And it just feels unfair.
Crazy. 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 Honestly, I would just leave it right there. Crazy that team's made it that far. Last 2 players are being cleaned up, and who would have thought? Who would have thought? Is this surprising news? I can't even get hyped anymore. That's what they've shown us. I should be hyped, but I can't at this point. It's just become a regular thing for BB team to clear out these lobbies, to absolutely demolish everyone, and they do it once more.
I was promised a fun game. I was told that we were going to enjoy this one. Maybe at the end, you know, Sticky Gummies might have won the game and Phalix could have a little Freudian slip while he's hype shouting out their team name. But no, it's BB team with their 4th win of the day, one that they didn't need. They'd already locked themselves in pretty much by game number 1 of the day, but that did not slow them down whatsoever. Dominant stuff from X ? And there's no questions about it. They were the best team of the day. Now to send it over to the 2nd best team of the day, and that's the broadcast team over on the analyst desk.
First loser, I'll take it. BB team definitely showcasing that they are a team that is going to come into PUBG this year and shake things up. They are not going to let anything get them down. Avenger 4 out of the 6 games they won. That's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is just next level here, and it really tells the story of how good these guys are. I'm happy to see they're able to step it up at the first big regional tournament of the year, of course. This is going to mean huge things for them going into the grand finals. They know that they can compete at the very top level here, and there's no doubt we're going to see more extraordinary things from these guys.
My favorite part of this game, though, Mark, was specifically the fairy tale Bumble battle with Foot sort of waiting in the wings. I loved watching the leaderboard change there because that was ultimately the 3 teams battling it out to try to get into the grand finals.
It happened quite early on as well. It was like they were all around each other. You can't call it. You'd expect them to come in different areas of the zone, but no, all of them end up in the southwest corner then to fight it out. Obviously, match standings, though, they don't take anything away. The guys were fighting for every hook and point they could get. Some teams fell short. Some teams conquered themselves a golden ticket.
Let's take a look at which 8 teams are going straight to the grand finals. There they are. BB team, obviously convincing from them. Mad Bulls, Twisted Minds, and Ascend. All of them put up good performances. Navi as well. And the 3 that were battling it out earlier, Pod, Samalet, LulW, and Bumble Squad. Bumble Squad being able to get in their Avenger, but it was very close to them not making it. They held on, though, and were able to get rid of Fairy Tale and get Foot off their tail.
Yeah, it was always a good way to kind of end this when it's the 2 teams that are fighting for that spot coming up against each other in the last spot, right? So, but I gotta say, looking at this leaderboard here for top 8 for the straight to the grand finals here, impressive performance here from BB team. That is just next level there. Almost doubling the amount of points that 8th place got. Like, that is just crazy.
Those 5 teams at the top were absolutely terrifying throughout the last 3 days. I think that the level of PUBG that they brought to the table, Avenger, was so high. And teams that are dropping into last chance qualifiers, they need to be a little bit worried because I think those 5 teams, that momentum will continue in the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. Happy to see Potsdam, LW, of course, Bumble Squad in there. These guys have proven themselves through the open qualifiers, of course, coming into some of the first seats there. So that's impressive to see. A little bit surprised still that they're able to take this level of competition and also outperforming the likes of Foot and Face, for example, and kind of push them down or hold them down in the bottom 16, forcing them to play the last chance.
Mike, it's an interesting one there, Avengers saying like them Bumble being able to play at this level. I know that you followed them throughout the game. So how were they able to eventually secure that grand final spot?
Yeah, I was blessed to follow their journey through. And obviously they did top their group. It actually came a little bit early on. So they went for that North George. They then worked their way through. It was this point here. I was like, oh, typical. The only team for them to come across, and it was for Esports. Beamy, he was eager to take the fight. He jumped out. He took a couple of shots. They moved again to the west-hand side. And I was a bit concerned. They went for a 3-1 split here. A lot of teams opt to go for this. It's not always the right play, especially in that zone shifts north. That's a little bit of a blessing. They even get a bit of a PUBG love as well as they put the flare, get the drop into the compound as well. But this is the big key for me. So they move into the compound. They sit just on the outside. But just before this, Foot Esports took the fight with BBL and the guys instantly knew, do you know what? Let's sneak our way into hospital. this was the game change that they needed. Go aggressive, foot roll in Martin, and lo and behold, they've got a Bumble squad pitched up and waiting in the hospital.
Yeah, if Foot didn't stay in that 2-2 split, which was like, there's some thought to it, of course, but I felt like it was unnecessary. Like, they could have held on to the hospital. Is very hard to hold as a two-man, so I feel like they could have potentially got more out of it, and that would have meant that, of course, this is all hindsight, this is all based on what we see, but they would have eventually taken on Bumble Squad, which could have mean if they wiped them and got the kills for it, it could have been Foot in the top 8. But I'm not too worried about Foot. I'm pretty damn sure that they're gonna do really good once we get to the last chance.
There's other parts
We'll
as
have
well.
to find out and see.
Oh, sorry, Sam. There was other bit as well. I really noted like Fairy Tail came really close to them as well, I think Fairy Tail missed the opportunity. And I think they're going to watch back this VOD, going, well, we took the player from Bumble Squad on the outside. We know then there were 3, but they didn't crash in like Bumble Squad did to the hospital. I think Fairy Tail will go back and watch this and go, do you know what, guys? We should have crashed into the hospital. We could have taken the players that were ahead of us and secured ourselves a golden ticket. They didn't this time. Hopefully learn the lesson, though, in the lower bracket.
Thank you, Mark. That is the last time I interrupt you, I promise.
Sorry.
Let's celebrate our winning team, though. BB team sitting at the top. I say winning, they claim the top spot going into the grand finals. Just bragging rights, really. Aduzi is with us now. Aduzi, congratulations. What a performance your boys put on today. You must be very happy.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm curious, happy for sure. Now I'm curious, you've now played all of the teams. Who do you think is your biggest competition in EMEA?
I mean, this is mine for sure, and like every team who made it to the finals, I think, because this year, like our region is, I feel like have the more strongest teams than previous year, and I feel like we also grow up, but yeah, like we have more teams stronger than previous year, like for this year. So everyone who made it to the final, I think, and also I believe the FaZe Foot, they will made it like to the grand final easily and gonna play like as they usually play in the finals. So yeah, I think it's like everyone is a strong opponent.
Awesome. Huge congrats, Aduzi, to you doing this well here in the group stage. It's awesome to see you guys just bring it up to another level after you guys have been grinding the open qualifiers for years, right? So huge congrats to you guys and the team, of course. I gotta ask though, here in this case here, do you feel like now that you guys are like, do you guys feel like a favorite to kind of go to PGS here? You need to get top 2, top 3, depending on, of course, who ends up there. Now that you've seen the performance that you guys are able to perform against all the other teams.
I mean, we're playing with the mindset like we are not the best one for sure, because when I think you're the best one, you can easily play like bad because it's PUBG. We're just trying to play like any game on maximum. Like doesn't matter like what circle, what the zone we have, like what situation we have. We're just trying to play for the points as always. So like this, I don't have any thoughts like in my mind. Do we like the best team right now when Spyro joined or no? We just trying to play as we usually playing, and also Spyro still like he's learning our play style because he played from the mid always with Twisty Minds, and we still have a lot of things to fix. So we just have to work.
You're gonna get better with the year, is what you're saying. You're gonna get more scary.
Yeah, we just have to work as usually we're working, and yeah. What if we like will qualify to PGS? I think it's gonna be deserved. If no, we're gonna like keep practicing. So because we also want to qualify to PGC, me especially for the grand final lobby. So yeah, we will try hard this year for sure.
Awesome.
Doozy always underselling himself. I must admit, you are always a character, especially when I come and talk to you, and your mental resilience is insane. Honestly, congratulations, obviously, guys, getting yourself a golden ticket.
Thank you.
Bit of a strange question, though, but I want to ask the glider. You are one of the players that loves grabbing the glider. I just give an insight to some of the people out there that actually, how much information are you gaining by just flying around and opting to find a new way into zone for your team?
Like I can get the info for the whole map. Like it's OP. I don't know. I have to be dumb to not use this thing. So glider is OP. They like always have spots near our loot spots. So yeah, glider is OP. It's like everyone should use it. But actually, I saw like only Ascent and like FaZe probably Gyms is using it. So I mean, it's really a good thing for the teams who is playing from the edge. And yeah, you have to use it for sure.
100% appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doozy, thank you so much for chatting to us. Congratulations, well done. We'll see you in the grand finals. And you know what? I'm just going to say it in case I never get to say it. I'm pretty sure we're going to see you in the finals of PGC as well, because PUBG Karma works out that way. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, goodbye.
And there we go. We have our grand finalists, the first 8 Avenger, but now we turn focus to next week and the last chance qualifiers, where the teams that didn't make it have to play all over again. And now it's going to be tough, because if you don't get into the top 8,
you're doomed.
You don't get to keep playing. Yeah, there we go.
You're out. You're going to have to wait until the next qualifier to make a chance of it. Yeah, super hyped to see what teams. It should be an easier lobby compared to what we've seen so far. Like, there was just some teams that absolutely badonked everyone else, especially BBT, Mad Bulls, Twisted Minds, Ascent. Fantastic job. Navi also mentioned here, like almost triple digits for all these teams. It's just crazy to see that we have such a high level, but also there's an insane amount of depth, right? Like if you're looking at it and FaZe and Foot is struggling, and you're just having these teams that obviously all these players are grinding, putting in an insane amount of hours. But yeah, I'm excited for our last chance here, and I'm hoping to see some of these teams pop off again. It's also good to see these guys compete at the highest level, of course.
I love how you said we had some teams dunking on the others. I mean, I think normally there's 1 or 2 teams, 5 teams. That speaks multitudes for what the grand finals is going to be. Mark, it's been absolutely awesome having you here for the group stages. I know we say goodbye to you now, so I figure we have to end it the way we started. I need to know from you who you think is going to win PEC Spring.
PEC Spring is going to go to a non-global partner team, so I'm going to back, after that performance, BB.
There we go. That's the final words from Mark. He's putting his money behind BB team. From all of us here, thank you so much for watching during the course of the group stages, and make sure you come back next week, Saturday, for the last chance qualifiers. We'll see you then.